busted up, drained, didn't plan on losing my heart tonight. But on that greasy rooftop, it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but up on that rooftop, I'm his queen. His queen. Don't wear dentures, I don't wear pride. We climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. Oh, leave the minivan, leave the 9 to 5, hop in your Beetle, let's feel alive. With Dixon, fried bacon, and the jukebox on, we found the kind of love that don't feel wrong. On the roof of the Waffle House, love wild. I'll do broken hearts, lost but proud. He might not be pretty, might smell like yeast, but tonight on this rooftop, he's my beast. Might wreck my home, might break routine, but on that dirty rooftop, I'm his queen. I'm his queen.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And don't give me Suno and 3 hours of sleep. I will turn it into something absolutely stupid. How are we all doing? This is Fulton. The judge said be back at 9:30 tomorrow. Lawn and Crim has it going at 10. Yeah, we don't know, but as you might have noticed, there was a new intro song because my poetic heart was touched yesterday by all the banging on the roof, and the roof might not have been on fire, but maybe because of all the STDs, their PPN puss might have been on fire after. For those of you who didn't join us yesterday, the intro is an ode to Dixon. Dixon was the guy who might have been banging the victim in this case. Well, not might have. He banged the victim, and he might have impregnated her. He was a beast of a man. He didn't only bang this girl, he had 2 girls. He also had 10 years in prison for bank robbery, multiple felons, but he is not a suspect in this case, even though he was dating the victim at the time she disappeared. It must be Chris. Oh, Bailey. Thank you for becoming a member. I am a true romantic. Think the text. He motorboated me like a beast, but he did smell like yeast is just encapsulating their relationship. Hey, Kiki. Fulton is never on time. Hilton is probably trying to introduce new evidence. As Happy Angry said, shenanigans might be afoot because this is day 4 in a case where we so far, the hardest evidence against Chris is he was married to her. they might have had a fight at some point. Oh yeah, and he borrowed a saw at his work. Maybe at this time, maybe another time. Maybe he gave it back. Maybe he didn't give it back. Give it back. We don't know. Hey, Amber. The Waffle House pimp. Yeah, he was slinging some D at the Waffle House. I did rhyme. Hey, Ginger. DNA shenanigans. Well, they didn't announce any DNA. The defense said there was no DNA, but apparently, according to that Zone 7 or whatever that podcast is called, some new forensic evidence and a new witness who heard something at a party. So I'm guessing someone is going to come in and tell us at this party he was standing in the middle of the room, ripped his shirt off, and said, "I'm going to unalive you, or like I unalive my wife." And then he dual fisted power source. And he totally did that. And he brought in a side of beef and he cut it up and said, "This is how I did with my wife." This witness clearly remembers that because apparently this witness was listening to Zone 7 and listened to all the episodes and then remembered that Chris had said something to her at some point. Because as a lawyer, how credible would you find a witness like that? Yeah, both Lawn and Crim and Court TV is overwhelmingly, what the hell? There was one yesterday who said, he hit, no, not what oh, I can't remember. It was something absolutely ridiculous. Um, yeah, it was at his work, and as Chris said when he was interviewed, wouldn't it be stupid to dump it outside of my workplace? Not the kind of sausage you want at Waffle House. Mud Rocker, you don't know what you're missing. I'm guessing 11 inches kielbasa. We always have to wait till the ex parte morning meeting with the DA is done in Fulton. Well, he said 9:30, and we're going to get started as close to that as possible. But maybe Lawn and Crim just set it up to 4 o'clock because they know Fulton better than I do. Yeah, it'll just be, oh, it's going to be Zachariah Anderson. Well, we think this blood drop that we couldn't test because it was too small actually was from the victim, but we couldn't test it because it was too small to determine if it was DNA, if it was blood, but it clearly was blood because that's how you do it. And if any of you are in Kentucky next year, I might be swinging by Kentucky and do a meetup if I can get a hold of. I want to interview people who have done crime and. Well, so if any of you are in Kentucky and you know this young lady, I'm really interested in interviewing her why she turned her ex-partner's car into a Carrie Underwood song just for reasons. It's for the channel, of course. But this young lady apparently poured salt into her boyfriend's ex-boyfriend's gas tank and filled his AC with glitter. But that's the chance you, if you're gonna run with hot and crazy, you always have to stay right on the line between hot and crazy. But I might be going to. I can fix her. I know I can. Hey, Catnut Williams. again, I need your full folder on how to survive Fulton, because you have been doing Fulton way longer than I have. And this little dip into it has tested my sanity more than any other trial I've covered, I think. Hey, Peace Geek, and thank you. Good morning, Baker. Have we all taken our crazy pills today so we can follow along? I only slept 3 hours last night, so I'm thinking I am right where I need to be, and court is early. I'm right mentally where I need to be to follow along today. But thank you so much. And it's always nice when you wake up in the morning and think, I should have slept some more, and you just can't fall back asleep. And you know, oh, this is going to be a long day, because court goes till 11:30 my time. Guess who's going to be really grumpy in the end? And when I went to take my nap, court called me to tell me that I had a case scheduled in, I believe, October, that they had to postpone because the other layman had something had come up, so we had to postpone it. So they wanted to check if I had anything in my calendar for the 1st of June next year. And I just started laughing, because I just fallen asleep and they called me and wake me up, and I was like, 1st of June next year. This could have been an email. Then I can buy some proper bourbon. Well, I have Kentucky bourbon. I have that's some Gentleman Jack. That's from Kentucky, right? And this is I have some Wild Turkey. I think that's Kentucky as well. Monkey Shoulders, and I'm not sure where that's from. Slivovitz, that's from Croatia. And I think this is Jim Beam Rye. That's Kentucky as well, I think. Enough with the wheelchair. I heard flour in the aircon before. Yeah, glitter will stay there forever. No, because that will never go. The salt, you'll just have to wash your engine out, but well, that's a hassle. But the glitter will always stay there. Just try going to a strip club and come home to your girlfriend and say, "What? No, it's just powdered sugar." Thank you, Mutt Rocker, for becoming a member. But apparently she's pregnant, this lady who did it, so that's why I'm planning it for next year, because she's single now, and if she's single when I don't know how far along she is, but single with a kid, hey, maybe I got a chance. I'm going to grant her. I can't wait for today's snark. I was giggling so much yesterday thanks to Baker's comments. Well, it's not even snark. It's just me being absolutely lost. Just did the bourbon trial in Kentucky. Beautiful. The only problem I have with doing that is I'm driving, so I don't have anyone to drive me when I do the drinking. Have I been to Pennsylvania? I've flown out of Pennsylvania. Does that count? Yeah, I've flown in and out of Philadelphia. That's the closest. And I'm still angry that I had to pay 8% tourist tax on a really bad Philly cheesesteak in the airport. Slivel, which is the damn rocket fuel. Homemade slivel is rocket fuel. This is bottled. That's only, I think it's 40%. So that's nothing. Well, you can't get rid of herpes. I wish Baker had covered the YSL case. That would have been hilarious. You know, I would have been dead if I did that, because I couldn't have stand it. I can handle stupidity in small doses, but I couldn't live with I saw some of the coverage on Nick's channel, and I would have lost my mind. This bar dish would have been empty if I was watching that. Hey, Gattaca, how's South Africa? Did you know there's only a few companies that make glitter, as it was a top secret Air Force chaff product once, and there actually was a glitter shortage as an unknown party was being added. Being it all? Something's wrong. I didn't know that. I know they threw out aluminum foil to confuse the radars back in the day. Hello, little D. Well, it was a little hard to hit the city because I had already checked into international. So if I checked out, be a whole lot of new problems. I'm going to take her to a Waffle House roof. That's Hey, Kathleen. I think we covered 8 cases during the YSL, and one of them was Karen Reed, which lasted 9 weeks. To be fair, I got illegally homemade slivovich on a street corner in Prague. It could have been anything. Well, when I was deployed to Bosnia, and the local workers would come in, and if they liked you and you were friendly to them, they will bring you some of their homemade. And I was going home on my first leave, and we had one we called Baba, which means grandmother. And she really wanted to meet my dad because she thought I was she called me Lipi Moy, which means my little kid or something, a lovely kid. And she really wanted to hook up with my dad, even though he was very happily married to my mom. But she wanted to help my dad out so he could stay healthy. So she gave me a 2-liter bottle of Slivovich. I think she tried to kill my dad because that was absolutely horrendous, but it burned very nice. She also gave me a special little bottle for him alone. That was plum Slivovich, and that was great. It was. We don't know how strong it was, but it tasted perfect. It was the perfect blend of alcohol and plum. So some of it you can clean your engine in, some of it you can get drunk on. Well, you can get drunk on all of it, but some of it you'll enjoy getting drunk on. There's one defendant who will be getting his conviction vacated in YSL before long. I saw yesterday that he was getting his jewelry back, but not all of it because some of it was gang related or something. Oh, they're arguing in court already. No audio. Maybe they could fix that problem. Never had it warm. It's not me who's not playing the audio. Come on. Hmm. I don't know what that was about because no audio. Oh, for fuck's sake. Let's play the intro. Nope, not. We're coming back. I was just about to play my new intro for all the new people who have come in since we played the intro. It was very topical. They were supposed to come in and test some Bluetooth thing, so we could play a recording. I think that's a recording of Carl, which I can't understand. But And it's really annoying me we don't have audio. Oh, you're not that late. Yeah, I think it's Carl. There's it's an interview or deposition of Carl before he passed away. Yeah, we got 3 new people testifying today. Defendants have never heard of them. Judge, well, you have crossed to remedy that, right? Hey, Joseph. Well, nothing's happening. I'm going to play my intro again because it's topical from yesterday.
It ain't candlelight, it ain't champagne, just neon buzzing and a busted up train. Didn't plan on losing my heart tonight, but on that greasy rooftop it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, the Lord have mercy. He smells like he's might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like he might not be forever, might not be clean, but up on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Dentures, I don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. Oh, leave the minivan, leave the 9 to 5, hop in your Beetle, let's feel alive. With Dixon, fried bacon, and a jukebox on, we found the kind of love that don't feel wrong. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. All 2 broken hearts, lost but proud. But tonight on this rooftop, he's my feast, my wreck, my home, my break routine. But on that dirty rooftop, I'm his queen. I'm his queen.
Perfect timing. We still have no audio from court. So I don't know what's going on. Because he got tired of being asked why he has small feet. And he's not paralyzed from the waist down because he can move his feet. And nope, I didn't mute it. Maybe the court feed can figure it out at some point. Let's interpret what he says. Yeah, I regret that haircut. Yeah, I took over the case and the previous officer said, hey, I didn't do any work. It's really good if you need to take some overtime. Just say you work on this case. So we just did that. We did nothing. We're just sitting there because, hey, why work? Am I right? Don't talk to the jury. Talk into the microphone. We can't hear you. Do they have it over on Lawn and over on Court TV? Maybe is it Lawn and Crim who effed up?
91, I started again in evening watch and morning watch, uniform patrol. And then in 1992, I went into criminal investigations and I remained in criminal investigations until I retired in 2020. Most of my time in criminal investigations, I worked crimes against persons, which is all types of assaults or missing persons could be included in that. And then in the later, probably 10 or 12 years, I focused more on crimes against women and children. So I was working sexual assaults and abuse of children, along with internet crimes against children.
And that is where you were working when you retired?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you back to the year 2000. Were you serving as a detective?
Yes.
And in the year 2000, what unit were you assigned to?
It's hard for me to say exactly, but it would have been probably crimes against persons. We really didn't, I can't recall when we started the internet crimes against children and kind of branched it off, but they used to be kind of commingled before that.
And during that time, I think you just said that if there was a missing persons report, would that go to the crimes against persons unit?
Frequently, yes.
Tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities if you received a missing persons report.
So depending on where the missing persons report originated, more often than not, it would be Uniform Patrol Division. Then it would be, reviewed by their supervisors. It would come to the Criminal Investigation Division, where it would be assigned to an investigator. In that case, once it got to us, we would do what we could to contact possible witnesses, same in any other case, trying to gather additional information, or do what we could, make sure that they were entered into the national databases so that if they were contacted by a law enforcement in any other jurisdiction, they might be identified and we would be made aware of it. So those types of things. We would be trying to do what we could to do steps additional to whatever the uniform patrol officer may have done when they took the original report.
And with a missing persons report, are there times where there can be gaps in the investigation?
Frequently, I would think, there's a lot of times with adults, you don't know if they willingly left or not. Many of them you might have suspicions or have some concerns about because of lack of contact with people whom they normally contact, things of that nature. So you can have different degrees of it. Some of them, don't draw a lot of attention, and most of them are resolved within a few days. Somebody shows back up. Then you do have some like this that go on for a period of time. You have very little leads as to where the person may have gone, and you have few people, if any, who report to have any contact with them.
And you said in cases such as this, were you assigned a missing persons investigation of a Melissa Wolfenbarger?
So I don't have the initial report going back that far, which would give me verification. Oftentimes, if cases go on for extended periods, more than one person could work on it. So I definitely was assigned to it or working on it in 2000, 2003. Whether it was initially my case from the beginning or my case the entire time that it was open, I can't say.
When did you first get involved in this missing persons investigation?
The report that I do have to review, it's around January of 2000 is when I was making some contacts and talking to people.
And in January of 2000, what were some of the first steps that you recall doing when you received the case or worked on the case?
I have some indications and reports. We're summarizing contacts with Melissa's parents, with Christopher's mother, sister, grandparent, his grandparents, and if there's anyone else I don't recall offhand.
Okay. And at that time, did you start in January of 2000? Based on your report that you
Yes.
read? Okay. So I want to kind of start chronologically, starting in January 2000. In January 2000, did you speak with first Norma Patton?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the jury when in January of 2000 did you speak to Norma Patton?
That was January 12th.
At that time, when you spoke with Norma Patton, to your knowledge, was there any other missing persons report regarding Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, are you able to tell from your report how you spoke with her? Was it on the phone, in person? Are you able to indicate?
On the phone.
Without telling me what your conversation was she able to provide you information regarding the last time she had met with or saw her daughter?
Yes.
Was she able to provide?
Is she reading his report? Or is he taking notes?
Provide you information about Melissa's children?
Yes.
After speaking with Ms. Patton, what, if anything, did you do to look for relatives of Ms. Wolfenbarger?
So the police department has databases that include all the people that the police have encountered, throughout the year. So all those reports are entered in there. So I did checks like that. At later times, checks with persons from I think some type of Department of Labor, things like that, trying to find out if there's a record of them working somewhere, various things like that. But in this particular instance, right after speaking with Miss Norma Patton, then I looked into the police records to see if there might be anything I could associate with the family or with her.
And based on any of your leads, were you able to tell if Melissa had gotten any jobs after 1996?
I think 1996 is the last employment record I had.
Now, in October of 2000, what, if anything, did you do regarding your investigation into the missing persons report of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I spoke to Kathy Wolfenbarger, I'm sorry,
And where did you meet with her, in person or over the phone or something else?
in person.
And where did you meet with her?
268 Lakeview Drive, Locust Grove, Georgia.
And did that appear to be her home?
Yes.
When you met with her, did you tell her why you were present?
Yes.
What did you tell her about why you were present?
That I was investigating a missing person involving Melissa.
What was her demeanor? Did you notate anything about her demeanor when you told her why you were present?
I noted that she was reluctant to talk to me about it initially, but as we spoke, she was able to overcome that and talk to me and provide some information.
Did she provide the information willingly or reluctantly?
Well, it was, like I said, noted originally that she was reluctant to talk to me about it, but then, of course, I'm going to try to overcome that and tell her that, her assistance is going to help with the investigation. So that's what I was trying to relay to her. And then eventually she did provide information about the family.
Okay. Did you notate in your report that she provided that information reluctantly?
Yes.
So now again, you're trying to imply, never talk to cops. I don't care what they call you about. Never talk to a cop. If they want to talk to you, they can come, you can have your lawyer present, and you can have a talk. Well, I'm just here to help is the worst thing a cop will say, because it means I'm not here to help. And now this absolute disgrace of a DA is spinning that she's reluctant to talk about the family, which could mean a thousand things. I don't like that family. They're very, very sus. If she talked to them in 2000, right after the girl went missing, and they might not have liked that family because they hated Chris, could her mom be a little reluctant to talk about stuff with an officer?
Absolutely.
But this DA is just spinning everything. If you don't say, oh, yeah, I know Chris shot her in the face and then sawed her up. Oh, she was reluctant to help you. Or maybe she didn't want to talk about a very, very bad period where she was having to take care of 2 minor children because that family couldn't help her. because they were absolutely degenerate.
And what type of information was she able to provide for you?
This sounds like we're getting into hearsay now, Your Honor.
Not
Yeah.
specifically, but what generally, was she able to give you phone numbers? Was she able to give you other people you need to talk to? Generally, what information was she able to provide?
Based on that, I'm going to let her continue. Go ahead.
She gave some general information about the family members. Didn't provide, that I can recall or obtain from the notes, any type of phone numbers or anything specifically on someone to contact.
Did you ask her specifically about information on Christopher Wolfenbarger?
I did speak to her about Christopher.
Why is he allowed to sit and read
Obviously
his
wanted to speak with
report?
him and get his information.
And was she able to provide you any contact information for Christopher?
No.
You notated in your report that she was reluctant. Why was it important for you to notate that she was reluctant in your report?
I mean, there could be a number of reasons that somebody's reluctant to talk to us. So I just made a note of that. I mean, it could have some bearing on the information she provides or the circumstances that she might be involved with a particular case, something like that. I mean, it's just, it is relevant to us. I mean, it could have some bearing on it, but that's why it would be noted.
Okay. Taking you to February of 2001, did you have the occasion to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Patton?
Yes, I did.
And when did you speak with Mr. and Mrs. Patton?
February 2001.
Excuse me. And did you speak with both Carl and Norma Patton at that time?
Yes, I did.
What did they think? Did you tell them about where you were in your investigation?
Speaking with them, I had not been able to speak to Christopher at that point, and that after talking to them, I informed them I would do a few things to see if I could generate some additional leads in the case, and that is when, in fact, we spoke to one of the representatives from the Georgia Department of Labor and obtained some work history for Christopher and Melissa.
Okay. And at this point, we're in February of 2001. So is this about a year and 1 month after you initially spoke with Ms. Patton?
Yes.
And at that time, were they still concerned about their child's whereabouts?
Yes.
In February 2001, did you also speak with a Richard and Virginia Autry?
Yes.
Okay. And what day did you speak with them?
No, they weren't
February 26th,
reluctant.
2001.
As long as you
And
didn't
what was
ask
your
about their
understanding of
crimes.
who Richard and Virginia Autry were?
I understood them to be the grandparents of Christopher Wolfenbarger.
And did you speak with them in person or over the phone?
In person.
And where did you speak with them? Not necessarily the address, but was it their home?
Their residence.
And did they provide you any information that assisted you in your investigation?
Yes, they did.
Were they able to provide you any contact information for Christopher?
They did provide some historical information that's about him and Melissa.
Okay. Did they provide you any, like a contact phone number, address, or location where to find Christopher?
No.
And at this point in time, had Christopher reached out to you in this now year period to talk to you about Melissa and this missing person investigation?
No.
Taking you to September of 2001, what happened or what occurred in September 2001?
September, I did have a chance to interview Christopher Wolfenbarger at the Henry County Police Department.
And what date did you interview him?
September 12th.
She did fine. The only problem is she had absolutely nothing of relevance to say about the case because she was 2 years old when it happened. So it was absolutely ridiculous. They pulled her in and said there was a picture taken off the wall because that proves what? It was
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculous that she had to testify.
Yeah, she had like two things to say that didn't even make sense. Because then
Yeah,
the comment he made during them watching true crime together, and he made a comment about
yeah.
putting a
He made
body
a
in a foundation.
comment 10 years later or something like that, and a picture was taken off the wall. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say it, she seemed very influenced by her grandma and aunt.
Yep.
Yes, he was reluctant. No, his mother was reluctant to talk to the police. You know what that means. Yeah, this is the first witness today.
2001.
And is this now approximately 18 months after the initial missing persons report?
Yes.
And at this time, when you met with Christopher, were you aware if any remains were found as related to Melissa Wolfenbarger?
No.
At this time, were you aware of any investigation or any body parts being found in Atlanta in 1999?
No.
Now, was this interview videotaped?
It was.
And at this point in time, was Mr. Wolfenbarger under arrest at all?
No.
And did he speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Now, have you had the opportunity to view this videotape in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Now, tell the jury about the sound quality on this particular video.
So I did view the video, and the sound, at least on the device that I was listening to, is very difficult to hear for myself. I have a report, so I was reviewing the notes of it. It seems to correspond, but again, the audio is difficult for me to comprehend.
And have you had opportunity to listen to it and watch it in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
All right, permission to approach your honor?
Granted.
I'm going to quote the Marcus States Exhibit 72. Tell me if you recognize this Exhibit 72.
This is, yes, I did.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed and dated it.
Is that the 2001 video that we just referenced?
Yes, it did.
And does that video appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the interview you conducted with Mr. Wolfenbarger in September 2001?
Yes, it did.
Do appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit 1676.
Mr. McGovern, Mr. Sammy,
No objection.
72 is admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Battery 70%. Connected to QATBL 5410-82682.
Oh, video.
Is this the interview? It is pretty much the sound quality throughout the most of the video. Okay. Did you take notes about your conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it did.
So when you met with him, was he able to give you kind of a history of when they first met?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you about when they first met?
He said that he first met Melissa when she was 15.
And did he tell you how he had met her?
He said that she had run away from home, but I don't recall any, details much beyond that.
And was he able to tell you whether or not they were married or not?
Yes.
Were they married?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And when did they get married?
And he said 1992 or 95.
Okay. He said 92 or 95.
And I noted 95, I believe, in my report. So I don't know if we clarified that.
Was he able to tell you if they had children?
Yes.
And how many children did he tell you that they had?
2.
Now, did he tell you about where they lived?
He did.
And where did he tell you that they lived?
I believe they were living with his mother.
I thought we
At
were
that time.
seeing.
Did there ever come a time where they moved from his family's
Where's the
home?
video? I'm gonna ban everyone
I don't
talking
see a
about
notation for that.
VHS.
I don't recall.
Jamie, I'm gonna turn this into to a stream of another streamer who just get mad and start banning everyone in his chat.
I think it's funny.
That wheelchair.
It's going to be the death of you.
Yeah, the video is bad, so this guy's just telling you what he said. Because I think the jurors are the finders of facts, but not in Fulton. Come on now.
Do you recall him telling you that they lived at 824 Brookline Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Okay. Is that contained within your report?
yes.
Did he tell you about where he worked?
I think he did discuss some of his employment. We checked the notes for clarification. Yes, he was working for a glass company.
And did he tell you where the glass company was?
Notation for that.
Okay. You're on permission to approach?
Permission granted.
I would object to this.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets to narrate it himself.
Yeah.
This, what I'm showing you, is that a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Is that a summary of your
But I
interview
had
with Mr. Wolfenbarger?
3 hours of
Okay,
sleep.
I'm
You
gonna
should be
direct
nice to me.
To this line right here.
Yes, I did see that. He provided that the glass company was on Avon Street, but I don't have a city or any other location for it.
And did he tell you about where Melissa worked?
Yes,
Where did he tell you Melissa worked?
on Waffle House in Dorville.
He didn't give me a name, or he gave you the street name. Apparently, that street name was so common that the mom knew an Avon Street exit from the freeway. I hate how they are trying to make everything sus.
Yeah.
He gave you the company name and the street name. Even in 2001, before the internet was really a thing, you could just pick up the yellow pages, go to Glass, and go through it and say, oh, he was talking about that A1 Street in Jacobak or whatever city it's located in. Everything is just...
Now, did he just
No, I didn't refuse to go to bed. I couldn't fall asleep because I slept so much after the weekend, so I couldn't fall asleep till 3 a.m. So I actually went to sleep, or tried to sleep.
discuss to you about his relationship with Melissa around November, December of 1990?
Yes,
What do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Melissa around that time?
that they were together around the November, December timeframe of '98.
Did he tell you anything about being separated but then getting back together? God bless you.
We would be dead.
He stated that they were together for about a month in that time, and so I don't want to misstate your question. I don't know that we discussed so much being separate. He just indicated they were together for about a month, which might imply that. But
I'm gonna approach you again.
You don't have to ask every time for the same witness. Thank you.
Well, don't say
I'll say
it.
that-
Sue
that-
will yell at
he
you.
did indicate they were separated. They gotten together for about a month at that time.
Okay.
Ms.
But you-
Wilson, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can you
I
take down the
tell him
screen
to
share, please?
sleep
Oh,
all the
sure.
time.
Thank you.
He doesn't listen to me.
But did you notate that he told you they got separated but got back together around Thanksgiving 1998?
Yes.
All right. And then according to him, did he tell you when Melissa moved out?
Yes,
When did he tell you that she moved out?
around Christmas of 1998.
All right. Now, after she moved out, did he tell you if he ever saw Melissa again?
He did.
Okay. What did he tell you about when he saw Melissa again?
He stated that he saw Melissa walking on Lee Street in Atlanta several months after that she had left, so sometime in 1999.
Do you recall him telling you approximate month about when he saw her in 1999?
I don't recall it. I'll review the report.
Do you recall
she's
him
very
telling you it was
leading.
either March or April of 1999?
I don't recall that, and I don't know that I notated the specific month.
Anyone who knows anything about Atlanta around that time, was Lee Street a known drug street? Was it Skid Row or? Because again, if he saw her a couple of months after she left the house, it wouldn't be unreasonable to believe that she might be hanging out, soliciting sodomy, because she had a drug problem.
What did he tell you about when he saw her in 1999?
That she was walking on Lee Street, that she didn't look particularly well, that had indications of possible drug use.
Was he able to tell you if she was with someone, dating someone?
She said he didn't say that she was with someone walking, but he did say that she may have been involved with someone named Mike, whom she worked with at the Waffle House in North.
In 2001, regarding the last time he saw her, did he only tell you that he saw her walking down the street?
Yes.
Did he tell you about anything about where she was going?
No.
Did he tell you, if you can recall, about what their conversation was?
No.
Did he tell you why he never made a report as to why she was missing?
No.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not he contacted her family to let them know that she was missing?
He stated that he didn't contact her family, or wasn't in contact with her family.
Did he give you a
They
reason
didn't
why
like
he didn't
it.
contact her family?
They hated him.
They hated him.
He stated that they did not get along, they didn't like him.
Yeah.
Which
You're
the mom
psycho.
confirmed yesterday.
Yeah. Since the minute she laid eyes on him at 15 years old, she hated him. So
Yeah, he had the evil eye.
even though her husband's a serial killer.
This juncture, when you interviewed him, do you know where he was living?
In the case I have, he stated he lived at 824 Brookline.
Did
No,
you have an address that you?
I think they got divorced in 2001 or 2003, something like that. They got divorced later.
Oh. I thought
Well,
they never got
again,
divorced.
I think they got divorced in 2003. He filed for divorce when her or something. There was something about a divorce mentioned yesterday. Yeah, the family never looked for her. Remember what the mom said? The sister said dad came in February. Mom said, well, we were looking. She went missing in February, and it took me 5 months to convince Carl, my loving husband of 42 years, 2 days, 36 hours, and 2 minutes, 3 seconds, to go looking for our precious little girl. That family wasn't looking for her either. I bet you she was a drug addict, and they were just like, well, she disappears sometimes.
Seems that's possible.
He's reading his report.
Notated in your report for him at the bottom of your report.
507 King Drive, Hinesville.
Okay. So at the time, do you know if he was still living on Brookline or if he was living on
I
Hinesville?
don't know. The report may be referencing that he stated that, or they lived at Brookline, so maybe when they're together, they were Brookline, maybe he was at this other address.
I couldn't.
Sorry, you're actually getting in front of the microphone.
sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently, in the report, I indicated that he and Melissa both lived on Brookline, and at the end, I have a different address, so that Brookline address may have been referenced to when they were together.
Thank you.
And is it safe to say that what you have in your report is a summary of parts of that interview?
These are bullet points.
And would the interview contain everything that you all actually discussed?
That's right.
After speaking with Mr. Wolfenbarger, did you speak with any of his family?
Yes.
And who did you speak with?
His sister, Kimberly.
And did she provide you information regarding Melissa at that time?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you to December of 2001.
2001.
Did you meet with anyone in December of 2001?
December.
With the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Okay, yes, December 27th.
Okay. And who did you meet with?
Mary Beth Hoptall or Heptall
And do you recall why in December you met with her?
to document dental records for Melissa Wolfenbarger.
I'm sorry, Dagaska, but this is a commentary channel. You can watch on Law and Crime or Court TV if you don't want the breaks. We will catch up in the end, and you'll get a little bit of snack, but say hello on Court TV, and good luck over there.
Now, are these dental records that you received?
Yes.
In December 2001, did you do anything else with the dental records?
So once they were entered into this document to where they could be placed in the national database, I gave that to one of our communications and records personnel at the police department so it could be entered.
And you said it was put into a national database. What type of national
I
database?
think it's like NCIC is what a program that we have for missing persons or stolen cars or anything like stolen property, all of that. So it's a database where a road officer or any officer can call in a person's ID and they'll note that if they're reported missing or a stolen object or whatever it may be. My understanding of this was that the pathologists or the doctors were able to chart or make some type of notation regarding dental records that could be entered in this. So if another agency had remains that were unidentified, they could cross-reference this and it might help them to pull the cases together to further seek identification.
And did you do that? Did you put her dental records on NCIC?
Yes.
After December of 2001, excuse me, is it in December of 2001 when you put her dental records on NCIC?
Yes, December 31st was when the document that Ms. Heptall helped produce was provided to our communications people who are the persons that would enter it into that system.
After December 30th, 2001, and the dental records are placed into NCIC, when is the next part of your investigation in this case?
March 13th of 2003.
So almost 18 months later again, after the records go into NCIC.
Yes.
What occurred in March of 2003?
Dr. Carol Terry contacted me regarding the records, and I ended up meeting with her and bringing the records so that she could review them.
Okay. And what date is that in March of 2003?
March 13th.
And Dr. Terry, where was she a medical examiner?
Yes.
Where did she work?
Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
You said here in Atlanta?
In Atlanta.
Okay.
He was 73 years old, had lived 25 years on prison food. I guess he died of old age. When you're 73 years
heart
old,
attack.
yeah, you'll die of a heart attack, you'll die of the big C, or you'll die of falling in the shower. He was old enough to just die. Well, a lot of old people will fall and they will never recuperate because they break their femurs. Jamie, don't laugh at old people dying. I'm sorry to anyone who's about to turn over to Court TV. Jamie hates old people.
And when you met with Dr. Terry, did you meet with her at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's
Yes, I
Office?
did.
Was there anyone else present with the two of you when you all met?
Mainly the two of us, we were in their office, so there were other people around, but I believe I only recall speaking with primarily her, and if there was somebody else there, they weren't involved in it, and I didn't make any notation of it.
And during that meeting, was she able to provide you with information regarding unidentified human remains?
Yes.
After that meeting on March 13th, did you send anything to Dr. Terry?
Yes, I did.
What did you send to her?
A written copy of the dental records pertaining to Melissa Wolfenbarger
And how did you send that information to her?
by fax.
And after you sent those dental records, did you receive information on the identity of the skull that they were trying to identify?
Yes.
Once the skull was identified, what day was it identified?
March 14th, 2003.
So the same day you sent over the dental records, the same day it was
Yes.
identified? Did you discuss any investigative tools or testing that could be done on the skull?
We talked about DNA testing.
Now, once the remains were identified, just answer yes or no. Did you attempt to locate Chris?
Yes.
And did you locate him?
Yes.
All right. I want to take you to March of 2003. Did you have an opportunity to interview Chris Wolfenbarger again?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What date is that?
I don't have a report on that. I don't have a summary for that one, but it was at the Gwinnett County Jail. I'm sorry.
Was it close in time to when
I will do my recap in the morning if anything interesting comes up. So, Kristen, have a great and hopefully good meeting with the glaucoma specialist, because that's kind of scary. So, yeah. Jamie, it is scary. Jamie,
No,
stop
I
hating
wasn't.
people who are sick.
That wasn't even towards that whatsoever. I saw something else.
Yeah, you saw something else when you started making fun of Christina having
No, I was
glaucoma.
going to tell Christina good luck with everything today.
And I think her
hopefully
name is
come
Christine
back.
Adams, and I just put an A in there because
Yeah, now you got me
I'm
saying
dyslexic.
Christina. No, I seen someone saying something to me and it made me giggle. I'm sorry.
head was identified?
Again, I don't have a date, so
Did anyone go with you to interview
Thank you,
Chris?
Carly. That's what I
Detective
suspected.
Calhoun,
And where did Detective Calhoun work at the time?
I believe Atlanta Police.
And during that interview, were you the primary person leading that interview?
Yes, I was.
At that time,
Yes, that made me giggle.
tell the jury briefly about your kind of interview style when you interview individuals.
Oh,
Every interview that I do, I'm trying to obtain truthful information. So I try to speak to everyone respectfully for one thing, and take what they're providing as factual information until it can be proven otherwise. So I just sit down with a person like I would sit down with anybody in any circumstance and ask them questions and stuff. If it gets to a point where there's some contradictory information or something that appears to be a problem in there, we definitely might confront them about that or go further into detail about it. But for the most part, I try to be, have a good rapport with them and just sit down and ask logical questions and take what they provide as factual information.
Now, when you interviewed him, did you allow him to kind of lock him into a version before telling him whether or not Melissa was found or not?
Well, it was just reviewing and obtaining the history that he provided again, which we did. And then later at the end or near the end of the interview, he was informed that Melissa had been identified.
And was he able to give you a history again of their relationship
Yes,
leading up to the last time he saw her?
yes.
During the course of that interview, do you recall him talking about her father?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Chris tell you about Melissa's relationship with her father?
I think that
good luck to her.
that they didn't have a really good relationship, that they didn't communicate, I think.
Do you recall him telling you that she loved her father?
I don't recall that.
Oh, whoopsie.
Do you recall him telling you that?
I'm going to object to the leading.
Rephrase.
Do you remember asking him whether or not her father could do something like this?
I don't. No.
Do you remember him in this interview, again, discussing about them trying to work on their relationship in December of 1998?
I don't specifically recall it, and I'd have, again, I did review that interview, but I don't recall his exact statements.
Do you remember him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
Yes.
What do you recall about him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
He stated that he saw her walking from around the train station, and that he didn't initially recognize her, I believe.
Do you remember him telling you when he saw her?
Glad to hear that.
No, I don't.
Do you remember if he told you that this was again in March or April of
This
19?
is leading. He doesn't remember.
Is this woman for real? She was
Yes.
just instructed not to lead, and then do you remember? No, I don't. Do you remember on March 25th is when he made that statement to you while you were sitting in a room on the second floor in the police building and the temperature was set to 72 degrees? No, he just stated he didn't remember it.
Yeah.
It wasn't behind a dryer, it was behind a wine rack.
Like a wine rack.
Now she's answering the question for him.
But I'm asking, y'all come here for a second.
Yeah, you all
Y'all
come here for a second.
Oh, goodness.
Isn't she the one who gets really pissy when the judges tell her to stop leading like crazy? I think I remember seeing that on Nick's channel. She gets really pissy when she's not allowed to just lead the shit out of her own witnesses.
Yeah.
You recall an interview, if it was any months after the last time he had. Do you recall when it was?
I don't specifically recall when it might have been.
My love.
And have you had the opportunity to view that interview in its entirety? Or listen to that interview, excuse me.
I did listen to it.
And in listening to that interview, did that appear to be a complete and accurate depiction of that interview as you recall it back from 2003?
It does.
Did you listen to the interview and was it a clear depiction of the interview? What else should it be a depiction of? Is she getting paid for her job?
Yeah.
No, it seemed like I had taped over Teletubbies. My kids were really into Teletubbies at the time, and whoopsie. So the soundtrack is really from the Teletubbies. It's not what he was telling me in the interview. And that's why you don't watch it on Court TV, because then you would have no one to fill out these empty holes of stupidity.
Watch it wherever you want, but you don't have to. You don't have to tell us about it all the time.
Yeah, and Love was the one who started that
And I'll show you what's on your market. This is the 73.
true crimer
Looking
on the
at
cold
what's-
case thing.
And on here, does it indicate the date of that interview?
Yes, it does.
What is the date of the interview?
March 18, 2003.
And again, I'm saying, so remember, because it's 2003, did this appear to be the entirety of the interview that we just discussed?
Yes.
You're right, this time the state's going to admit 6 Exhibit 73, and we'll produce a hard copy for the court.
Mr. Shana?
She speaks so fast, but we don't have an objection to the tape.
Okay. Exhibit
My
73.
understanding is there needs to be redactions at some point, but that's fine.
Yes,
Okay. Exhibit 73 is admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, after you met with Mr. Wolfenbarger, and you said you met with Detective Calhoun, met him with Detective Calhoun,
Yes.
and did
Because it sounds kind of like the teacher in Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
So she can just make him narrate whatever he wants to put in there.
you know where Detective Calhoun worked?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what was your understanding of Investigator Calhoun's role with relation to the remains that were found in Atlanta in 1999?
That he would take up the investigation at that point, now that the remains have been identified.
And at that point in March of 2003, did you then turn over your file and information to Detective Calhoun?
I don't recall specifically giving him the file, but the case was more or less, or the aspect of the remains was out of our jurisdiction, so we didn't have any further involvement with it.
And from what you know, did Detective Calhoun then continue the investigation at that point?
As far as I know.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
Detective or Mr., or what do you prefer?
Tom is fine.
Tom. Tom, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So just working backwards, the last time you spoke with Chris was, Mr. Wolfenbarger, was, there was a tape, but you didn't take any notes at all during so you're going by memory?
No, I listened to the audio. Unfortunately, if there was a report generated about it, which there should have been, I don't have access to it or haven't been provided at this point. So that's the downside of that for me. I can't refer to it as I could the first one.
Yes.
So I only have the audio, which I did listen to, and then trying to recall that is difficult.
It was in my hand. When was the last time you listened to it?
I was listening to part of it this morning, but I didn't make it completely through. I listened to it a couple of days ago as well.
Okay. And this was 22 plus years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just have a couple of questions. I want to talk to you about you talked about having met grandparents and Pat and family. And then you met with Chris the first time on September 12th, 2001, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And where was that meeting?
Henry County Police Department.
Okay, so he came to the police department, just met with you because you asked him to come and he came to meet with you.
Right.
Okay. That was the day after 9/11.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. It was September 12th, 2001.
Right.
Okay. Or I imagine a lot of our minds were in different places that day. And he told you about the background. He told you where they lived, right?
Yeah.
824 Brookline. He told you that she had worked at the Waffle House in Doraville, right, Melissa?
Yes.
And I'm just going by your report because I can't listen to the audio either because it's totally inaudible, basically, that audio. He told you that the relationship was such that sometimes she would leave for days at a time.
Yes.
Stayed at motels, including up near the Waffle House where she then worked.
Yes.
Okay. There was when you were answering the prosecutor's questions, there was some concern about when he said he had last seen her. Your notes indicate that what he said was that she moved out in Christmas of '98, right?
Right.
Okay. And that he saw her one more time a few months later, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is when she was walking on the street. And later, when you talked to him, whatever, 2 years later, he said it was heading towards the train station or outside the train station, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he told you basically the same thing 2 years later when you talked to him up in Lawrenceville, correct?
That he saw her on the street on one occasion, and then more information that they spoke on the second occurrence,
Right. He said that she looked disheveled when he saw her that occasion?
Yes.
Okay. He also reported to you that he was aware that she had been involved with a man named Mike, right? He's from the Waffle House up in Doraville, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when he mentioned that she was staying at a hotel with Mike, as far as he knew, correct?
The way I have it noted is that he said that she was involved with this person named Mike that worked at the Waffle House, and that I noted that one time when she left Mike, she was staying at a Shallowford Lodge. So,
okay, very good. And then he also told you exactly where he lived, and gave you the address. You mentioned that already, that he said he lived in Hinesville. Gave you his phone number, gave you his address, all of which you noted in your report, right? Okay, so he wasn't hiding out where he was or using a fake name or anything like that,
not
correct?
that I know of.
Okay. And of course, this was a missing persons report. So when eventually the medical examiner was able to take the dental records and compare it with the the skull that had been located, it was no longer a missing person, right?
Right,
Which is why you were finished, basically.
yes.
You did one more interview with Detective Calhoun, who we saw yesterday. Was he taking notes, do you know?
I don't recall.
How long was the first interview that we just rehearsed a little bit?
So the first one that with the poor audio, is that
Correct.
about 30 minutes or so, I think?
Okay, you just have a one-page report, so obviously it's a summary, it's not a transcript, right?
Right.
The second interview up in Lawrenceville was quite a bit longer. The one you did with Calhoun,
Was a little
Detective
bit
Calhoun.
longer. That one, from listening to them, may have gone maybe 50 something minutes, maybe.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Thank you.
Ms. Hilton? Any redirect?
No, nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank
Ms.
God.
Hilton, Mr. Samuel, can I come here for just a minute?
6 hours. What, if anything, was this witness? Oh, and by the way, to
Pointless.
those who left, not that you're going to hear this, we are live now, even though I constantly interrupt.
You are the worst.
I am, but that's because I have to stop you from starting to laugh at dead people and saying they
I
deserve
wasn't
it.
laughing.
Yes.
You're the state calls Sergeant Leanne Lacoste.
Leanne Lacrosse. So this guy talked to the guy, and he didn't really say anything other than his wife had left him.
Yeah.
Totally, Jamie. No one
Whatever.
who didn't kill her would ever have said that. Oh, and by the way, that she didn't have a good relationship with her dad, but we know from the mom yesterday, oh, her dad only needed 5 months to go looking for her.
Yeah. She was a daddy's girl. Her.
No, she was a
No,
mama's
she
girl.
was her. She was
Yeah.
a mama's girl. Sorry.
Lady Di, if I could help you understand anything in this case, I would. But I'm sitting here looking at the screen and thinking, is this real? This lady on the screen right now. Oh, that's
Once you get there, before you have a
that's a
seat,
manly
if you'll
woman.
turn and face the deputy, you can raise
Is
your
she
right hand,
getting
he'll swear you
paid
in.
for this? Because this seems like a joke. Yeah, Mike was here yesterday.
Leanne, Liane, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Lacoste, Lacoss.
And good morning.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed?
I'm retired
And how long have you been retired?
since 2018,
And where did you retire from?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long were you with the Atlanta Police Department prior to your retirement?
30 years.
Don't ask how you got into it.
Can you tell the jury briefly about your matriculation through the Atlanta Police Department?
Oh,
Joined in 1988. From 89 to 99, I was uniform patrol in Zone 6. I made sergeant in 99, was in uniform patrol as a sergeant in Zone 4 until 2000. 2000, I went to internal affairs as a sergeant. Left there in 2003 and went to homicide and stayed there the rest of my career.
And so how long did you serve as a sergeant in the homicide unit?
16 years.
And as a sergeant in the homicide unit, what are your primary duties, job duties and responsibilities?
I was in charge of, mainly in charge of the cold case and complex case unit, overseeing the cold cases. We also, I handle officer-involved shootings, and I also filled in on day watch, overseeing the active cases that came each day.
Now, as a sergeant, do you actively investigate cases?
No, ma'am.
If
So-
information comes in about a case, what, if anything, do you do with the information?
It depends totally on the information that comes in. If it's an active case, I would forward it to the appropriate investigator. If it's a cold case, depending on what the information is, I'll either assign it to a new investigator or try and follow up the information to see if it's worth assigning the case.
While you served as sergeant over the homicide unit, did you have the occasion to work with an investigator, A.B. Calhoun?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he one of the detectives assigned to the homicide unit while you were sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to take you back to 2003. Do you recall being called out to a home
Judge, blow your nose.
with cadaver dogs from an outside jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that house was?
I do not.
Do you remember the circumstances and what brought you to that location?
I believe Investigator Quinn called me to that location.
And what happened? Did you go to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got out there?
There had been as my understanding, I was told that there had been a search with cadaver dogs at that location that did not have any positive results. There were the dog did not hit on anything.
Were the cadaver dogs for the City of Atlanta Police Department or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Do you recall what other jurisdiction it was?
I do not.
Do you recall ever speaking with Investigator Calhoun about this incident where you went out to this home with the cadaver dogs?
I'm sure it was his case. I'm sure I talked to him at some point, but I don't recall doing it.
Yeah, this is conflicting information then.
Calhoun said yesterday that it was the sheriff office who was investigating Carl's case who dropped the cadaver dogs there. And you couldn't do that because there was no reason to search the house, and they couldn't just search the house. Now his sergeant is saying, I went out there when they searched the place with the cadaver dogs.
And said nothing
So
hit, yeah.
can they put two witnesses on the stand who doesn't contradict each other?
It'd be nice.
What? Oh.
Yeah, because Calhoun was arguing that, like, we didn't get, there was nothing that was, like, they didn't have
it was
the
never
results.
searched because they can't just come barging into our jurisdiction with their cadaver dogs and start searching. And now she's saying, yeah, I was there.
So, I don't know.
Yes, he said there was one at the crime scene, but he also said the crime scene was his house. So, and she said this is at the house.
And you said Investigator Quinn. Who is Investigator Quinn?
Investigator David Quinn. He also worked with us on the cold case unit.
No, because that was the sheriff's dogs.
And back in 2003, did you ever assist Investigator Calhoun specifically with the investigation of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
In 2003, I don't recall doing anything on the case.
Say it again.
I don't recall doing anything in 2003 besides that response.
And to your knowledge, was there a response in relation to his case that he was investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time sitting here, do you know specifically which case it was in reference to that he was investigating?
The Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January of 2015. Did you have the occasion to become involved in some way in the Melissa Wolfenbarger investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and she said they did.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
Norma and Tina Patton had contacted me and asked to meet with me about the case.
And at that time, was Investigator Calhoun still working with the Atlanta Police Department?
No, he had retired.
And once he retired, at that time, had you assigned the case to another investigator?
No, ma'am.
Didn't he say yesterday it was assigned to another person?
And did you meet with Norma and Tina Pat?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with them?
Public Safety Headquarters.
Thank you, Pete Skeek. This is like a fishing expedition on the moon. Yeah, but it shouldn't be a fishing expedition with her own witnesses. She doesn't know the answers they're going to give her. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, she's constantly caught off guard. It's I don't know. Normally, you will prep the witness, so you kind of like, okay, you did your report back then. Can you read it? I'm going to ask you about these things. So just so you know what I'm going to talk to you about. So, and that's totally cromulent as long as you're not saying, hey, you have to lie about this part not being in your report and just make it up. But it's totally cromulent that you sit down with your witness. Both sides do it. But this woman has elicited more negative responses than in any other case I've seen. It's like she doesn't know what witness she's interviewing. As someone said, it looks like someone else is interviewing them for her. She keeps asking stupid questions that helps the defense. No, there wasn't an underlying investigation. There was an investigation into the dad. That's why the sheriff's office came in with the dogs in 2003. It had nothing to do with an underlying. It was clear up. They were looking for more information on Carl.
And what did you do once you met with Norma and Tina Pat?
I read the case. I requested I did not see the crime lab reports in there. I requested them. They had asked me to contact several people that had information possibly on the case. I did that. I called them.
And
yes,
as you are kind of reviewing the case to assist, did you see any information about any latent fingerprints?
Later, yes, as I got the GBI reports.
Oh, fingerprints now on the body.
Did those reports produce anything of any evidentiary value?
Objection. Sorry.
Your response? What was the nature of the objection?
The computation clause.
I'm asking, did it produce any evidentiary value? I'm not asking what was said in the report.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did it produce anything of any evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
So again, pointless.
Was there fingerprints? Yeah.
When you met with Melissa
Did you find out who it was?
and
No.
Tina, did they express concerns about Melissa's case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of their concern?
That they were understandably upset that an arrest had not been made in the case.
And this is now in 2015.
Correct.
Where were they in 2004?
You said they
5,
provided
6,
you some
7?
names of individuals that you should follow up with. Did you follow up with those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you follow up with?
Diane Parrott was the first individual.
And to your knowledge, had Diane Parrott been interviewed previously in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when she was first interviewed?
I do not.
Do you know if Investigator Calhoun interviewed her?
I do not know who interviewed her.
Did you get an opportunity to speak with Ms. Parrott?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to speaking with Ms. Parrott, did you listen to any of her initial interviews?
No, ma'am.
What is the date that you interviewed Ms. Parrott?
January 12th, 2015,
And where did you interview her?
over the phone.
And was she able to provide you any information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you record her interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to her interview in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to push one.
Who's Miss Perry?
But she gonna play the interview?
No, she's approaching the witness for the foundation,
But I do intend to play the interview.
Yeah.
but we're not there yet. So
Yeah. If there was no evidentiary value, I would just have
Tell me
let
if you
that
recognize
slide.
these exhibits 74.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize these exhibits 74?
It's got my initials and today's date on it.
And is that, does that contain the interview that you had with Ms. Parrott back in January of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it appear to be the full interview with Ms. Parrott?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
You're on this time to stick with items in this exhibit 74.
Mr. McDermott,
Excuse me? I didn't hear what she said.
she's offered to admit exhibit 74. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 74 is admitted.
Well, hold on. I do object, Your Honor. She's wanting to enter the whole statement, and there's a confrontation right in that.
Yes. That morning break, it's 10:51 until.
We'll probably have a
Sir,
discussion.
I'm sorry, ma'am, officer, detective, I'm not sure exactly what to call you. Sergeant, I think it was. If you'll step outside for just a moment, thank you. Okay, so the state has requested to offer Exhibit 74, which I understand is a recording of an interview with Ms. Parrott. And
Miss Parrott.
when I asked if the defense had any objection, Mr. McDermott indicated that he did have an objection. We approached, and at sidebar, there was some discussion. I was like, I thought I'd already ruled on this. And then there was some discussion about these are statements that the defense requested to have in evidence, perhaps because of the rule of completeness. Mr. McDermott indicates that he's still asserting a confrontation right. And it seemed complicated enough that I thought we needed to sort it out. So, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honors. Yes, last Monday, defense counsel asked for a portion of Ms. Parrott's statement to come in. The court ruled that based on the residual hearsay, it could come in. There's guaranteed of trustworthiness within that statement. At that point, the state decided, based on the court's ruling, that we would move forward in playing the statement given the court's ruling. However, given the rule of completeness, that both the statement that defense counsel asked to put in and the entirety of the statement would be appropriate to put in based on the rule of completeness, Your Honor.
Okay. So part of the conversation that Mr. McDermott asserted at the bench was that the rule of completeness is not a waiver. Generally speaking, I mean, I agree with him that, just because one party wants to offer one thing, the other party is allowed to say, but for context, you have to have this, this, and this. That doesn't necessarily mean the whole thing has to be played, but if that's your choice, you can. So now that means I need to enter.
I think she has a white shirt on, just a dress shirt.
Entertain Mr. McDermott's objections to particular portions of that statement.
Sure. So we asked the court the statement regarding, did she ever see any bruises or marks on Melissa's body? And she says no, and that she would have been looking if, in fact, so she would have seen it. The state is wanting to play this, I assume, because at another portion of that interview, Ms. Parrott talks about the story that Tina Patton told regarding the time Christopher was in the Waffle House, allegedly, and said something about he knows how to hide a body. And so I think they're wanting to play that so that they can corroborate Tina's story. That is completely unrelated to the other issue we brought up. It is not needed to complete any alleged mischaracterization or context of the other issue we brought up. And so I'm asserting the confrontation right still in that portion of the interview.
So a couple of questions. One, is that the purpose? I mean, what in her statement is relevant that the state wishes to use it for?
So we believe that the statement in its entirety talks about the relationship between Mr.
No, you want to do
Wolfenbarger
shenanigans.
and Melissa back in the late 90s, 2000s. They asked specifically about bruising, but it also talks about their relationship, which I think understanding her statement about bruising in context with the dynamics of their relationship is what is important. So it's a 5-minute interview that's held, but because of what is not just the physical.
I'm sorry. Don't take this the wrong way. This is a college-educated woman who works as a DA. Why can't she speak English? The sentence she just made doesn't make any sense. She should be prepared because she knows they're going to object to this because she's trying to sneak in a statement that could corroborate Tina's statement that no one else corroborates. But
And
she's so bad at English that I can't understand what she's saying.
well, it sounds like a lot of somebody else who's probably heard things and knows nothing of the relationship gets to just talk about the relationship. That stuff, but yeah. And you see she's not talking about Tina's statement that he specifically, made reference to.
Yeah.
But it's like if Tina is telling somebody something like that, that person shouldn't be able to just sit there and be like, well, I heard the story from her sister that this,
Yeah,
that, and
which
the
is
other.
hearsay and is not allowed
Yeah.
to be put in.
So give me a
And-
break.
And I'm going to be called a racist or something, but she's a college-educated woman.
No,
Who
you're
works
not.
in a DA's office, and she's trying to make a statement. She's trying to cheat. Every lawyer does that. But then
do
you
it,
go
yeah.
home and you prepare that speech and say, well, Your Honor, according to Maslow v. Chattanooga, this statement is just for the completeness and it's totally cromulent, and you do this. She's just word salading because she knows she has a bad take. And this is, why did you bring this case again?
Yeah. And I agree, like they're using the rule of completeness as like they're just trying to use it instead of, what am I trying to think of? Yeah.
It's just to overrule hearsay rules. It's just like, well, no, because it's said in an interview. Yeah, but are you going to put her on the stand and she says, well, I know he killed her because I heard it out in the town. I was listening to this podcast and she said he did it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't be this bad at your job and keep it. I know that government employees are the only jobs where you can only fail upwards. But we have seen a lot of prosecution. ADA Lally was an idiot. And he tried to do a lot of shenanigans, but at least he could defend his shenanigans or try to defend his shenanigans. But this woman can't even state why she believes she's allowed to cheat. Let's listen to it again because I'm not sure it's English.
Is that the purpose? I mean, what in her statement is relevant that the state wishes to use it for?
So we believe that the statement in its entirety talks about the relationship between Mr. Wolfenbarger and Melissa back in the late 90s, 2000. They asked specifically about bruising, but it also talks about
2000. She's been dead since 98, early 99, according to your own timeline. Why are you saying 2000?
Well,
their relationship. I think
what is Miss
understanding-
Parrott? Who is she actually? Like, am I losing my mind?
We don't know.
Like, who is this
We don't
person?
know. We don't know.
Okay.
Her statement about bruising in context with the dynamics of their relationship is what is important. So it's a 5-minute interview that's held, but because of what is not just the physical seeing it, she also talks about other parts of their relationship, which I think puts that part in context.
Okay.
No.
Regarding Mr. McDermott's objection, at least in part, as to statements by Ms. Parrott about, is it something that Ms. Parrott says she was a part of, or that she is relating that she was told that by Tina Patton?
No, she was a part of. So she was a part of the conversation about Mr. Wolfenbarger. So she was there and present. That's the question.
No. So
Are you really this dumb?
Part of the relationship, dummy.
No, was she part of when Tina saw this? This is what she. No, she was part of the conversation Tina had later.
Yeah,
That's
what I'm saying.
hearsay.
Yeah.
This is blatant hearsay. Why? No, I'm done asking that. I'm just gonna go back and sleep. Jamie, call me when this is over because I'm getting closer to hurting myself. I've never been a cutter, but I might try starting.
Oh my God.
my understanding, Mr. McDermott at least has characterized that part of what Ms. Parrott is recounting is this thing that Tina Patton testified to about Mr. Wolfenbarger saying, I know where to hide a body. And my question is Ms. Parrott relating that Tina told her that, or is she saying that she was a part of the conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger and heard Mr. Wolfenbarger say that?
She's saying she heard him say it.
Okay.
But it's still unrelated. The confrontation right, when it's used, does not give you a blanket open door to the entire statement.
It's still non-testimonial, though. I mean, at least, I understand she's providing the statement that she's relating.
Of course, it's testimonial. It's a statement of the police.
I know. I just realized that. I'm sorry. I was thinking about her relating it to Ms. Patton.
And she's unavailable too, Your Honor. Ms. Parrott is deceased.
I'm aware of that.
So if I can have a few moments, because I didn't know this was an issue, we brought it up to.
You
defense
did
counsel,
know it was an
But
issue.
anyway, I get why he objected at this point in time, but if I could just have a brief moment to research the issue, so that I can see if there's any cases.
Why didn't you do it beforehand? You know it was an issue.
She's going to take a minute to look at the issue further.
So do you want to take a 30-minute recess?
No, I told the jury that I was going to give them until 11:05 or 11:10. So conduct yourselves accordingly.
Yeah, because okay, she can't be put on the stand now.
No, she can't be she can't be cross-examined. Were you at the table in the Waffle House and heard from Chris's own mouth, or is it something you and Tina talked about later?
Yeah.
That would have been a question on cross. Now she just want to put it in there, and probably without her stating anything about when, where, or what she heard.
Mm-hmm. And they want to put more to it in there with other things,
Yeah, of course they want to put more to it.
Yeah.
Jamie, did you hear my new intro?
Mm-mm. I missed it.
Oh, of course you don't watch the show, so.
Oh my goodness.
It ain't candlelight, it ain't champagne, just neon buzzing and a busted up train. Didn't plan on losing my heart tonight, but on that greasy rooftop it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast. The Lord have mercy, he smells like he's might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop, I'm his queen.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
sleep a lot last night.
Yeah, I agree, Marissa. Ew. That greasy rooftop.
Yeah.
What a romantic song.
And I did
Romance.
try to find as many subtle hints to pouring the batter. It's a euphemism, Jamie. Think about it.
I got it. You lost me at yeast. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you use yeast in waffle dough. I don't make many waffles.
I just use the box stuff that you mix water with. That's it.
Sorry, Jamie lost connection again with all of her box baking. Oh, you're back.
You get the pancake waffle mix and you just add water.
Jamie's internet is very unstable today. Mama Tash, anything good come out today? Yes. Very damning testifying by a detective who said, I talked to him. I don't know. And then the head of the cold case department who said, I don't know. And now they're going to play a 5-minute interview where someone is going to testify that what Tina said was true, even though it might be totally out of context and it's hearsay. But hey, he did it because remember, he said, I know how to hide a body.
Yeah. I mean, he said it. That's so stupid. like your father was a serial killer and you're shocked by probably a joking comment.
Yeah. The chocolate is probably Nutella. Nutella is often used in Europe to spread on pancakes and waffles because we don't eat it as a savory dish or with savory product. We'll eat it sweet. It's a dessert in Europe. So a lot of us puts Nutella on pancakes and waffles.
My nephews
Yeah.
do that. They love it.
Bad things do happen to drug addicts, and this is why the case was dead for 13 years. Because they most likely knew she was a drug addict, and they thought, well, fuck it. She ran with the wrong crowd. And shit happens
Well, and
when
they
you're drunk.
didn't identify her for the longest time. They didn't even really.
No, but
Why?
after they identified her, they knew she was a drug addict who spent time in prison. Again, her husband, I can't see how they couldn't believe Chris's statement that he saw her on Lee Street, which confirmed was a bad place. It's funny how train stations, you should never go near train stations. As I showed you in Copenhagen, right across from the main train station is where you can get your drugs. And they were actively selling drugs when we walked past them, but I didn't want to alert you to it. But why wouldn't you believe that? She'd done prison time, and they would know if she was an addict. If the police has a cold case with a drug addict, they're not going to work that hard. And then all of a sudden, in steps, I don't watch much true crime because I do true crime. So I don't know what everyone else is covering. And I especially don't know Wine Mom specials who are friends with not Grace Kelly, Nancy Grace. That's not my crowd. I hang with a little bit more sophisticated crowd. Jamie, who laughs at people who are dead and stuff like that. Sue, who threatens me on a daily basis. But apparently these people are connected so they can make love look into this cold case and do a cold case task force and place this podcaster on the cold case task force. I know she has some forensic background, but still it gets a little incestuous when she has connections to the family. She brings them to CrimeCon. Were they paid to go to CrimeCon, or was she paid for bringing them to CrimeCon? Could be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did she arrange any of the deals they made with Netflix, even though they went back on that deal? Who knows? But this person has enough clout to be put on a cold case task force and get this bumped to the top of the line. And the new evidence apparently is this lady who claims she heard the same as Tina. I think this is the new witness. I'm not sure, but I think this is the new witness that came forward 20 years after the fact. No one looked for her for 9 months. Yeah, roughly at 9 months. 9 months since they claimed they heard from her the last time. But I just can't see how you can throw out Chris's explanation when there's no evidence. The pubes found on her is not his. Hair samples doesn't match. There's no DNA. There's no physical evidence. The only thing is they had a bad relationship. And again, if both of them were drug addicts, getting into fights happens a lot with drug addicts.
Well, she gave her kids away. She was going and seeing another man. Like, she clearly was living a different life.
Yeah.
I mean,
why would Chris look for her or report her missing if she left him for rooftop dicks, in which we know
exactly.
to be the truth? Yeah, exactly. And if he started looking for her, she would be in violation of her parole and go back to prison. he probably just wanted her out of his life because he had the kids. His mom had the kids. He probably wasn't in a situation where he was a good dad either. I don't think he was dad of the year. So
No.
he was probably thinking the kids are safe. I need to move on with my life. Brandon, fine. I'll erase the entire uplifting story about the benefits of weightlifting. How about free Anaheim pounds for all? Jamie, can you Google Anaheim pounds?
What is Anaheim KBs?
Is it no KBs? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what KBs is.
KB. Jamie, go on Urban Dictionary and see what the heinous.
No, you don't tell me to Google anything Brandon says out loud.
I did it the last time. I found out what a snowblower was.
And I didn't. I could have went my whole life without knowing.
But it's kind of interesting. That,
no, it's not. It's not necessary.
We had a Danish rapper who had an inverted snowblower, and it talked a lot about that because he did a whole lot of coke, and apparently it got so bad in the end that he had them blow it up his anus to get something from it. Thank you, Brandon.
Oh my God, no.
The hookup YouTube AI to Urban Dictionary. Bigots. Find Knucklebuster. Very distinct regional preference. You know I'm going to do it. And I'm going to regret it.
Yeah.
Urban Dictionary. Anaheim. Oh, it's the second thing. I put in ANA, and it's the second thing coming up.
How many other people in chat are Googling this also?
Brandon. Why?
Are you shocked? I am not.
Did you look it up?
No.
It's jizzing on your hand and punching someone in the face after.
Oh my God. Why did you just...
Remind me not to go to Anaheim. Well, they had the Mighty Dogs.
So I guess I don't have to look it up. There we go.
No, I just told you.
Yeah, we all know now. Brandon, come on. I know 80s. Jeez, this state has the entire Jason Voorhees family. That's pretty much true. No, Moni, we're on our first break of the day. I should be back any minute though.
I just found out I can't draw a fist.
You do draw hands weird, I will say.
Well, I draw everything weird, but
chins and hands, I think, is what I can remember. Oh yeah, knees too. You have a problem with knees.
Well, I have a problem with most things because I don't have anything creative in. It looks more like someone doing a sock puppet.
What? What is that?
Well, that's how it. No, I can't.
And why is the person so excited to receive this?
Well, I don't ask Brandon how much he pays the lot lizards for that treatment. I don't know why Brandon do what Brandon does.
Oh my God.
we turn to degeneracy, and Tom Gillis stops by. Hey, Tom. Could have paused the live more. No, because then we had that person complaining that we stopped. But imagine they have been waiting 5 more minutes than we have.
And they didn't get to see what a jizz punch was.
Jamie,
What did he call it? What is the actual name? What was the name?
An
again?
Anaheim knuckle buster.
Okay. Well,
Don't go to Anaheim. They have the Mighty Ducks, and they fly in. What was it? The Flying V, but apparently they also do horrible things to each other. Yeah, I think she's still on ChatGPT trying to. Her prompt was, "If it, I'm effed. Please help me. Give me a good argument." And they said, "Are you Hilton from Georgia? Just throw the towel in the ring."
I just think it's ridiculous trying to sneak that one in there.
Well, this is why I have Brandon. Brandon is his new show Sundays at 12, Degeneracy on a Budget, where he will take you all the way through Urban Dictionary and do all 52 states of America and what's special about them and sexual habits. I will have it on a new channel because that show will be demonetized.
Yeah, channel will be shut down.
It's going to be one
Immediately
show.
after the
It's going to be
broadcast.
glorious, and he won't even come out of states beginning with A. Alabama, Alaska. Are there more states starting with an A?
Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Oh, jeez.
Remember, in America, you pronounce it as it's spelled. So it's Arkansas.
Arkansas.
No, Arkansas. Do I need to get Valhalla on here to teach you English?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm better at it. Arizona, your favorite state.
Arizona isn't a real state. Yeah, I don't mention that's would be. I could just say Australia. That's as real as Arizona. Imagine people think they live there. Big dog, come on. Don't make me sing the states in alphabetical order song. Oh, you learn it by that way. Back when, just around the time when I started school, was when we didn't have to learn the cities on my island. There's a song about that as well. My mom taught it to me once, but I can't remember it anymore. That was weird.
Yeah, I know there was a song, but I don't remember it.
Why? The good thing is when it's not real, time isn't real, and then you can stay with us. Just as real as Bielefeld. Isn't Bielefeld? No, that's Bielefeld. Is that where? No. Is it Wolfsburg? That's just a big car factory. Oh, is it Bielefeld? I'm not sure.
Oh, what? What do you keep calling it?
Bielefeld.
The Beetle?
No, Bielefeld. It's a town in Germany.
Oh, Biele. Oh, I thought you were talking about a car. Bielefeld?
Yeah. There's no B
Germany?
state. Oh, the big car factory is Wolfsburg. That means Wolf Castle, Jamie. Doesn't it sound cool?
Wolf. Yeah, I thought he was saying Beetlejuice.
Bielefeld does. There's a football club called Bielefeld. I have played that football club in Football Manager. Well, I've managed that football club in Football Manager. You Germans, you're sneaky.
Like
Beyond
a
that.
game, you mean?
Yes, Your Honor. So I did not find anything directly on point.
Oh,
However,
of course you didn't.
in looking at Carlson's on evidence, specifically under the best evidence rule, within it they discuss a case out of the Arizona Supreme Court, which is persuasive authority, in which the Arizona Supreme Court, and this is in case State v. Now spell it, I think it's Prasert-Fong, Prasert-Phong, 210 Arizona 496, that the Arizona Supreme Court held that a criminal defendant waived his.
Does Arizona Supreme Court have precedents in Georgia?
No, we'll see if it even relates. Yeah. Right, Jess?
Especially when she's trying to sneak in evidence. She should have prepared. But can she just use Arizona as
She can try,
a
I guess.
carryover?
The Sixth Amendment right to the introduction of the remainder of a co-defendant's testimonial statement where he himself introduced portions thereof. Condemning the defendant's entreaty to hold otherwise, the court remarked such a position transforms the confrontation clause from a shield to
No,
a sword.
because Bev said
So,
no.
In looking
Not our
at
state.
that, what defense counsel has asked to do is to play a portion of her statement, which would be a foul of, for them, the confrontation clause, because they want half
Forgive me
of
for
it.
interrupting you, but I follow your argument, but they've said they want to offer it, but they haven't actually offered it.
Correct. And what we
Then you
were
have to put it in
doing
for
was
rebuttal.
trying to avoid that. Now, the state can wait and see if defense counsel offers the statement themselves and whether they play it on redirect or if they play it within their own case in chief and then ask for the rest of the portion to be played at that point in time.
Mr. McDermott?
Yeah, I mean, you're
So-
Bielefeld.
What was the date on that court case?
This is a 2005 case.
2005. And that was effectively the issue that was taken up in Hemphill v. New York by the United States Supreme Court in 2021. A defendant wanted to make reference to statements that were made, I believe it was at a plea hearing, and they were favorable to him. And then when the state moved to bring in the rest of the transcript or whatever other statements from the plea hearing, he said, no, I have a confrontation right now. And the United States Supreme Court upheld it. So whatever the Arizona Supreme Court thought about swords versus shields is irrelevant in light of what the United States Supreme Court said. And it goes a little deeper than that when you start talking about, well, no, I guess it really doesn't. It's the rule of completeness is discussed in that case. The court didn't decide on that issue, and there was some discussion of that issue in the concurrences and dissents. And so it is an undecided issue, but as the law stands currently, you can quote part and still reserve the confrontation right in the remaining parts of the statement. And the only exceptions I would think that there would be to that is if you're quoting part and leaving out a part that creates a mischaracterization. And that would have to be on the same issue, and that's not what's in play here.
And if I may, I also note that according to Carson's, and this was his 8th edition, that it appears the 11th Circuit, according to Carson, is moving in the direction of the more inclusive line of cases that hold that Rule 106 authorizes the admission of otherwise objectionable evidence. If doing so serves the purposes of the rule. So again, kind of in line with this Arizona case, it appears that the 11th Circuit is attempting to move in that direction, being more inclusive.
But the Supreme Court
If the
overrules
defendant wants
that.
to play part of a statement that would otherwise be inadmissible, then allowing all of it to come in based upon the rule of completeness.
But Supreme Court overruled state Supreme Court. And
Yeah.
and that
I'm trying to get to a couple of cases.
and
It was real slow for me this morning.
like your
And
opponent.
inaccurate for me, the search.
How do we have proof she passed the bar? Because she pulls up a case from 2005 and doesn't know that the Supreme Court has made a newer ruling. And she would know this was what was going to come up because she's trying to sneak in evidence they already talked about. Why? Well, this is Georgia. I don't think you have fully grasped Georgia yet. I have been watching this for a week. I know you have been living off of Tito's and whatever else the Irish put in you. And I've learned Georgia is not like the rest of America. It really swings a different way.
It's like any arguments, like a lot of the stuff in the Karen trial, he's just pulling stuff out of his butt cases just to be like, here. And they make no relevance to what she's arguing, so.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know what we do?
Yes.
So, when did you first meet Maureen?
This is in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Oh, good old Jimmy.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Honey, I'm taking you to Paris and I'm going to get you a Louis Vuitton bag for God only knows how many thousands of dollars.
Thank you.
Because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog. Right? He's not.
To live high on a hook. I love this guy.
For God only knows how many thousands of dollars. Because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog. Right? These documents don't deal with this.
Having now had a chance to look at the Hemp Hill case and having considered what the state has offered, I don't find anything. I think Mr. McDermott's characterization of what the court said in Hemp Hill is accurate. And that to the extent the 11th Circuit has talked about waiver in the context of Hemp Hill, it's only done it once. And they're talking about the difference between implied and express waivers. And while I have very real concerns about the ability of a defendant to say, I want to play this part, but I invoke my confrontation right on this part, that seems fundamentally unfair and sounds a lot like a waiver to me. So far, that hasn't actually happened. The defendant hasn't offered that testimony, number one. And number two, if they did, it does seem like Hemp Hill would caution the court against finding an express waiver.
Why are
So
you
for
trying to
now,
help
I
them?
think Mr. McDermott is correct that there is a confrontation right in terms of the state's. It is the statement, just to clarify my record, because I incorrectly said a few minutes ago. I mean, the statement's clearly testimonial in nature. We have a law enforcement officer who's going to testify to having discussed this, and it's an audio recording of that individual speaking to law enforcement. So I don't think there's any dispute that Mr. Wolfenbarger would have a confrontation right. That person is unavailable. But the request by the defense and the ruling by the court that her statements would potentially be admissible as to residual hearsay based on what she observed, I don't think changes the outcome here in terms of the ruling in favor of the defense that this is confrontation.
And thank you for that, Your Honor, but it is the same statement to the same law enforcement officer describing her observations. Nothing changed. So if it's admissible under the residual hearsay for the defendant, we would ask that the same confrontation clause issue is still there. And if the
Then
defense
bring
is
it up
allowed to
on
bring in
redirect.
their portion for their particular purposes,
Then bring it up on redirect.
we would ask that the court reconsider allowing any of the
Redirect.
statement in, because
I may very well not allow any of this statement in because, as I said, I have read Hemphill, but I still have real concerns about the ability of a defendant to cherry pick his confrontation rights. And so, to be clear, if Mr. Wolfenbarger chooses to offer that evidence affirmatively in some manner, the court may find that that constitutes an express waiver of his confrontation rights. But right now, Mr. Wolfenbarger hasn't offered that testimony. The state doesn't have a confrontation right. So the only thing that I was asked to rule on previously was whether or not that statement would constitute residual hearsay. And I think it would, and that's why I said it could be offered. But at the time, the defense was attempting to offer it and no one was invoking confrontation because the defense wanted to offer it affirmatively.
Okay.
Is that clear?
yes, Your Honor, very
As
clear.
clear as it can be anyway?
It's as clear as it can. be.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So does that mean, what do we need to do with this witness, practically speaking? Do you need to have her back on the stand to conclude your examination?
I do need to complete my examination, and then I believe I admitted it. I don't think I can.
Actually, you
recall it.
offered it, but Mr. McDermott objected, and the court hasn't ruled on that objection. That's where we stopped to have this conversation.
All right, so I'm assuming the court is going to sustain their objection and not allow the state to.
That's correct.
Okay,
I'm not going to allow its admission.
thank you.
I could figure that one
So
out.
we're ready for that witness then and the jury?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott?
It makes more sense.
Your Honor,
If
if
they
I
offer it,
get on
then you
cross
can
in
bring
just
the
a
whole
couple
thing in.
minutes
Mhm.
and then attempt to elicit the statement that was previously allowed, are we going to have this discussion all over again?
We might. I mean, I think I've just said out loud, I've read Hemphill. I understand what it says, but I have very real concerns about the ability of a defendant to cherry pick their confrontation rights and to offer a part of a statement without invoking confrontation
Yes.
and then seeking to invoke confrontation to prevent the state from offering the full context of that statement. And I mean, we might need to make a further record of it, but I'm just trying to guide you that if you offer that statement, the state, I believe, I expect, is going to seek, based on Ms. Hilton's representations a moment ago, to play the remainder of it. And I very well might find that Mr. Wolfenbarger has waived his confrontation rights as to that statement by affirmatively offering that witness's statement and evidence. And again, I think it would be different if we were talking about an hours-long statement by a witness who was talking about lots of things that might or might not be relevant. But we're talking about a 5-minute statement that could probably be even pared down further, that are about that particular now deceased, through no fault of anyone else's, unavailable witness, testimony about what she personally observed and what statement she personally heard the defendant make. That's my understanding of the characterization of that statement. That Ms. Parrott, what the state wants and what you want.
Okay. Understanding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the witness back, please?
And she's
Deputy, we're
gonna
ready for
try
the
and
jury.
elicit that statement anyways.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
I don't have my brightness down. I'm sending you the raw feed. I think you have your brightness down because everything looks clear as day. It actually looks a little washed out on my Rumble stream. Lady Di, are you watching with closed eyes? Are you sleeping?
Yeah.
Is that Jamie, can you turn on the light? It's really hard to see anything. Come on, Jamie.
Oh my
Jamie,
God.
why did you turn off my light?
When I close my eyes, I can't see.
Yeah.
Did you know that? I need to go to the hospital.
Well, like God told the electrician, let there be light.
There be like,
Oh yeah, she's gonna try. She's gonna try.
we'll see. But they said they wanted to offer it, right?
Thank you all. Please be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. Ms. Hilton, when we adjourned, the state had offered Exhibit 74 into evidence, to which Mr. Wolfenbarger had objected, and the court is going to sustain that objection. 74 will not be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Bye, Jamie.
After speaking with Diane, did you speak with anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you speak with?
Christina Wolfenbarger,
And how did you speak with her?
by phone.
And was she able to provide you information regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after speaking with Christine and Diane, did you do anything else?
How can Christina give you any information in this case? She was 2.5 years old when her mom passed away. Are you going to rely on a statement said when someone heard a true crime podcast? That makes all of us sexual deviants because Brandon pops in and give us a new urban dictionary every day. I hate this. Is this this isn't justice.
As relates to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I put together a synopsis and submitted it to the district attorney's office.
You said you put together a
A
synopsis?
synopsis of the case, I'm sorry.
And at that time, did the district attorney's office move forward with any charges?
No, ma'am.
And did you inform Ms. Patton of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you informed her that at that time, the district attorney wasn't going to move forward with any charges, did she ask for you to interview anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did she ask for you to interview?
Rachel Karen Nelson Tucker and Kimberly Cameron.
And did you interview those people?
Could not locate Miss Cameron. I talked to Miss Nelson.
Who are they?
And in late December 2016, did you receive a call from an investigator, St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Privileged information.
Your Honor, we can approach. I can just let the court know where I'm going.
And she's wearing sneakers to court. Again, you don't have to wear high heels and all of that, but dress up for your job. I don't like this woman.
Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Probably dressy for her.
You have a standard.
Did you speak with an investigator, St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was he an investigator?
Suwannee County, Florida.
And did he provide you information for you to follow up on?
Yes, ma'am.
And then yes or no, did you speak with a Pastor Mike Carson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak with that person in January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
After January 2017, did you conduct any additional investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
What? A private investigator and a pastor. What did they say?
Did I understand you correctly to testify that you were part of the cadaver dog search team that was at the house?
No, I was at the house, but I wasn't part of any team. Cadaver dog
Okay.
search team.
The cadaver dog search team was from another jurisdiction?
Correct.
Okay. And you said they did perform a search
Yes,
of the property and they found nothing?
correct.
Okay. And were you there when they performed the search?
I do not recall.
Okay. You said you put together a synopsis of the case.
Yes, sir.
Did that include a review of the crime lab reports?
The ones that I had at that time, yes.
Okay. And you said you did not file any charges at that time?
That's correct.
All right. No further questions?
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator Richard Stein.
Okay.
So this lady who got all of this information didn't want to press charges because there was nothing in the information she got. And now we're going to get another person to come in and say, well, she did a shitty job. I didn't believe it.
This is crazy.
I don't know how many times I can say, what is this case? What?
Thank you, sir. You'll come up to the witness stand, and when you get there, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand.
This
we'll swear
lady
you in.
had no information to give.
Richard Stein, and my last name is Stein.
That means don't.
Mr. Stein, can you tell the court how you are currently employed?
I'm currently a captain with the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department.
How long have you been employed with Chattahoochee Hills?
For 2 years now.
Okay. What do you do as a captain there?
I oversee patrol and investigative functions.
All right. Prior to that, where were you employed?
I was employed by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. I was an assistant chief.
How drunk was he last night, and how many hours did he sleep in this suit? I just said that the female prosecutor should wear, she doesn't need to wear high heels. She should just wear some flats, but make it a little classy. He has his top button unbuttoned. His tie looks like shit. His shirt is way too big, and his jacket looks like it's too small because the shoulder pads go way over, and then it's crinkled because he's a little buff in the arms. If Brandon wasn't sleeping, he would be yelling about this guy's look.
For I want to say probably about 2 years.
Okay.
And then I first started at the DA's office. I was an investigator, and I was just a standard investigator. I came in under Paul Howard back in 2019.
2019. Okay. Are you familiar with when Paul Howard came into office? You familiar with that?
I know that he was in office for, I want to say, I believe it was like close to 30 years.
Okay.
If you would, sir, I apologize. Just get a little closer to that microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
I believe Paul Howard at that time, I want to say was in for approximately 30 years or so.
Okay.
That he's been.
All right. And if you describe some of your duties at the Fulton County DA's office during your tenure?
Sure. When I first started, I was at the Investigator for the Crimes Against Women and Children. Basically worked up child molestation cases, rape cases, aggravated assaults, anything that basically dealt with domestic violence, I would say was my forte at that time.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you came into the Fulton County DA's office under the Paul Howard administration around 2019?
Correct.
All right. When you left the Fulton County DA's office, were you assigned to any particular unit?
Yeah. When Madam DA came in, Willis, at that point, everybody that was here, we all had to basically submit applications, resumes, and they gave us out like a list of jobs or positions that were open. So everybody that was here before had to reapply. At that time, I reapplied, and I saw that there was a capital and cold case division that I was interested in, and that's what I went out for.
Okay. Prior to that, had there been a capital and cold case division at the Fulton County DA's office?
There was, I want to say, towards maybe the beginning. I'm not overly sure of Paul Howard's, but I do know that for whatever reason, it was disbanded.
Okay. And when did that, to the best of your recollection, when was that unit recreated in the DA's office?
It was recreated. I tested for it. I ended up getting it, and it was basically January 1st of 2021, I believe. When she took office, I was immediately transferred from my current assignment to capital and cold case. We had 2 attorneys and 2 investigators.
Okay. And when you came to that cold case unit, did it already have a caseload itself?
It had a caseload as far as they were putting it together. So we had a lot of cases, and we were getting basically buy-ins from the other police departments. So we were talking a lot with Atlanta Police Department, Roswell, all the agencies within Fulton, letting them know that this is what we had now, and this is what we were looking on doing. And we were basically setting up a full cold case unit, and we were going over the cases, and we asked them if they had cases, could they please forward to them, since they would have the best recollection of cases too.
Okay. And did at any point did the Fulton County DA's office start to receive, referrals of cases to investigate?
Yes. Okay. A list was put together. I want to say it was off the top of my head, I can't remember, but it was a large list.
All right. And is that the point when you started looking into conducting internal investigations into the cold cases?
Correct. What we would do is go down. We would see what witnesses were still available, which witnesses may have passed away, and where witnesses were. We were also looking at the evidence of what cases had physical evidence, and just solvability factors, basically.
Okay. You say solvability factors. What do you mean by that?
Of which cases would have the greatest, per se, solvability factors if we still had, I hate to say it, a lot of living witnesses, then those were the cases that were more prone to go. Or if some of the witnesses were getting to the age, then you would almost have to triage and put which ones, could go first.
Is it safe to say you need evidence that you can bring into court? Is that safe to say?
Yes.
All right. At any point, did you and your team, and specifically referring you to the initiation of the cold case unit in Fulton County DA's office, did you begin to investigate the disappearance of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How did you come to begin to investigate that case?
Originally, our 2 investigators was Adam Abate, and I'm sorry, not investigators, attorneys were Adam Abate and Adrian Love. The parents of Melissa Wolfenbarger came in, and then we ended up going out, and I want to say we went out to the scene location with a dog, and it just started from there. And then once we did that, then we started digging more and more into the case. We also contacted and met with APD, Detective Shepard.
Okay. And what year, if you could orient us, you said the administration came in 2021. What year are you talking about this is happening?
I would say that this all would have been back in probably 2021.
Okay. And at any point, did you and your team come up with, say, a complete list or checklist of things that needed to be done on this case?
Yes.
And just ballpark, how many tasks did you come up with that you decided needed to be completed?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember basically of like a number of tasks, but I could probably give more examples of what some of the tasks were.
Well, and if you could speak to that, what types of things were you looking to complete during that period?
We were looking at evidence. So what we wanted to do is see what physical evidence we had, and we checked with APD for them to get their hands on a lot of the evidence. A lot of people at that time kind of forget that APD went through that system of, I want to say it was around 2016. It was the late teens of where they had a hack. And a lot of their evidence, even though it was in the evidence room, was irretrievable. And I've had a couple of cases where we tried to go in there and find it, and we weren't able to find it.
And so when you talk about some of the evidence.
Did I miss anything, Jamie, or has it just been the same? We can't find shit. Okay, thank you, Jamie.
Is irretrievable. What types of issues did you, and you're talking about 2016 hack, what is that?
Well,
Marissa
I had a case.
I wouldn't object to relevance unless it's about this case.
Yeah. Well, see,
Just
Sorry,
responded
you always
to
stop
this to
talking
the
and
Atlanta
walk
Police
away.
Department, and we've heard evidence of at least one videotape that the police department had, and this is after this occurred after that evidence would have been in the property of the Atlanta Police Department. So I think this is part of the explanation of evidence that's come in during the course of this trial.
Okay, I'm going to allow it, but let's not go too far down that road.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Overruled, sir.
Okay.
You would testify.
What we had was every now and then they had difficult locating it. So we would put in, so they may have, for example, I can't remember this case off the top of my head if there was anything that we weren't able to locate, but a phone. The phone was in their evidence room, but their evidence room is absolutely enormous. This was a separate case, and we were never able to get it. They wrote a letter saying that the phone, they had it, but it was irretrievable.
Okay. Now, you were referring to this list of items that needed to be completed. Was there an intent to present your investigation or the unit investigation to the DA for indictment decision at some point?
Yes, yes. But basically, we all worked together on it, and we would go down the checklist. We would see what witnesses were still around. We would also go and see, like I said, what evidence and possible testing methods to test the evidence in which we did find.
Okay. And did you look at conducting any types of tests in particular on evidence related to this case?
Yes.
And walk us through what were you attempting to test in particular?
Well, we ended up having select funds for testing and for DNA testing. There was a cutting edge DNA testing that Francis Bardole from Cold Case Solutions was doing with some success. It dealt with the MVAC system. So we were trying to go through and see what evidence we had that we could use this testing and send it off. And that's basically what we did is we identified several pieces that we could send off to her.
Well, and so when you say pieces, what types of pieces are you referring to?
The evidence was basically where the severed head was found in a trash bag. So the trash bag had a knot to it. The knot was believed to be untampered with and not opened up or closed. So on her method is what she would do is hopefully take the knot and she would test the knot, slowly unravel it, trying to pull out whatever DNA may have been in the knot, if there was any.
But there weren't any.
And she's had some success. And that's basically of what we were doing at that time.
Okay. And would that have also been, what year would that have taken place?
That it probably would have been around I want to say the following year, maybe 2020. It's got to be 2022, I would imagine. I would have to see. I don't know if I have.
Okay.
Yeah, 2022 is probably when it was sent off, and I don't think we got the reports back until about 2023.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did that result in information that allowed the office to proceed with an indictment?
To my knowledge, I don't know. The indictment part came after I ended up going to Chattahoochee Hills.
Okay. But to the best of your knowledge, the results of that didn't automatically trigger an indictment.
No, the results came back and everything, to the best of my knowledge, was inconclusive. It didn't really hold, unfortunately, any evidentiary type value.
And in addition to the bags themselves, was there anything else that was submitted for testing or comparison purposes?
I would need to see the list that we sent them, but it was basically just everything. I want to say it was several bags that were all sent out to Francine Bardole to test. I think some items were also some clothing. Okay. But again, I'm doing this off of memory.
All right. If you were to see a copy of the front part of the report, would that refresh your recollection as to?
Yes. It's because I know we sent buccal swabs as well. with it.
And what is a buccal swab in
A
particular?
buccal swab is an oral swab for comparison.
Okay. And who would that buccal swab, would that have corresponded with a particular individual?
Yes,
And who would that have been?
it would have been with Mr. Wolfenbarger.
All right. And the testing that you're talking about this morning, is that part of the task at yourself and the unit at the DA's office? Is that part of the task that were, I guess, picked to complete before you presented that information to the DA?
Yes.
And your testimony is that once you left the DA's office, this case was still under investigation?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, it was an active investigation when you left. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
All right. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Sorry.
Mr. McDermott?
So his evidentiary value was they didn't find anything, but we sent a buccal swab from the defendant that he.
It's getting crazy. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know how drunk this guy was yesterday, but he was drunk. I think because oh my God, he doesn't want to be there. They sent evidence to look for potential DNA, and the only DNA they found was on the buccal swab they sent with it to identify if the possible DNA was from him. But there was no DNA found. I only slept 3 hours last night. Marissa will soon be coming and taking over because I don't think this is appropriate for people who are sleep deficient to watch. We have now spent 2 hours having nothing from any of the witnesses.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry? Do you have questions for this witness?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm ready. I do have questions. You stated that you went out to the scene where the body had been found.
Correct.
Or the remains had been found. And you were with a team of people?
Yes.
Who all was with you? Do you remember?
I was, I believe the first thing I was sometimes butchered the name. I'm not great with names, but I believe it was Cheryl McCullum. She was a CSI, or she was a crime scene tech for Hapeville.
Is that what she does now?
I'm not sure if she's still with them or not.
Is she a popular podcaster on true crime?
I believe she does have a podcast, yes.
Was Karen Greer present at the news station?
Oh, the news station. Yes, there was it ended up being a news clip about it. Yes.
Okay.
And there was a canine from, it's been a while. I can't
Some kind of
remember.
canine.
Another type of canine. unit.
And were any of the ADAs there?
Yes. At that time, it was Deputy District Attorney Adrian Love.
Okay. And that was what year? 2020, 2021?
It's got to be 2021, I would believe.
And okay. You said that one of the items you sent in for DNA testing was the bag that the head had been in.
I believe so. I'd really like to see the list if possible.
And I'll show it to you.
Okay, thank you.
But you described there being knots
Right.
tied in these bags, and
Correct.
that would have hopefully left, whoever tied those knots may have left trace DNA evidence there.
Correct.
And that's what you would have been looking for in these tests,
Yes.
was trace DNA. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this.
All right.
Okay, so I think what you're asking for is going to be
Yeah, let's get some.
here.
Okay.
I'll be attending
But I
this
want you to
case
take
next
notes
week
today
where
as
I will
well.
testify On behalf
November
of the
23rd.
defense,
Yep. That
everything
sounds about.
the state put on was bullshit.
And, I will also ask you about this document as well.
Sure. Let me just take one more look at this. Is this the same? No, this is the final.
Right.
Okay.
We'll come back to that.
That's fine. All right.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what do those documents appear to be?
They are, well, it's a report from where it was sent to Francine Bardol, and it looks like this is where she used the MFAC filter, and it's explaining each item, what the filter was bag containing.
So is it fair to say that those reports are reports from the DNA testing agency or company?
Yes. So there were two separate companies involved.
Who are these reports from?
All right. This one, this one's all from Pure Gold.
Please.
And you've referenced the Francine Bardol, is her name on that?
Right. So Francine Bardol is, here she is, but her company's listed underneath Cold Case Solutions and Resources.
So it appears she was subcontracting out the work.
Correct. What she would do is that she would process the evidence, and then there was only very limited places that was able to do the DNA in a short time frame, and that's where we used the other company. I want to say that it was Susan Ryan was the one that worked the evidence.
Okay. And in the list, I'll ask you in a minute.
Sure.
And does that list reflect an item 8.1?
Yes.
And what was item 8.1?
It says a bag containing had a mixture of DNA. Or do you want me to read it?
Sure, go ahead and read the results, if you will.
Okay. A mixture of DNA consists with originating from at least 5 contributors, with at least 2 male contributors, was obtained from item number 5.
Thank you. And now if you would please.
Yes.
Would you please read the results on that second report that you sent?
Yes. On this one, it says Christopher Wolfenbarger is excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from item 8.1.
Your Honor, the state is stipulated to the disabilities.
What are the exhibit numbers?
And I would like to move to interstate or defendants 8 and 9, please.
And because there's a stipulation, Mr. Fawcett, I assume there's no objection?
No objection.
Okay, defendants 8 and 9 are admitted. Go ahead.
It kind of sounds like Mike when he's a little high, but
Thank
not
you, sir.
as.
Mr. Fawcett, additional follow-up for this witness?
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
All right. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just because we just had a recent break, I was planning to take a little bit, to keep going and take a little bit later lunch. Just, okay, getting nods. So, Mr. Fawcett, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Detective Shepard.
Yeah, like he's excluded, but you have all these other ones. Like
I don't know if I'm starting to get Tourette's or something. I just want to punch myself in the face. Another witness who excludes the defendant. Another witness the state calls who ends up saying, we don't have nothing that points in his direction, but we have a VHS tape that is missing.
Yeah.
Well, okay. The next witness, Lady Di, if they don't, you're making brownies to everyone in class today. Don't pull my hair. No, I'm glad I had it cut yesterday, so I can't do it. Thank you so much, Tracy from Florida. I'm getting more and more angry at this case.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Detective Jarion Shepard, that's JARIONSHEPHARD.
Did they test it
Detective
against
Shepard, where are
Carl's
you,
DNA?
Currently employed?
The Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
And in what capacity?
I currently work within the homicide unit, our cold case and complex squad that we have within the unit.
How long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Close to 23 years.
And
They didn't ask.
can you describe your duties?
Yes, I primarily work cold case and complex cases within the homicide unit, whatever complex case comes up in the city limits of Atlanta, and of course, cold cases.
Okay. How many homicide cases would you say you've worked at the city?
Close to 500.
All right. And if you could walk us through, how do you begin the process of receiving information on a case and then beginning the investigation?
So instead of a cold case, when a homicide comes in, we get the location, we verify the location, the venue, make sure it's inside the city limits of Atlanta. We respond to the scene. We make sure that scene is secure. We make sure the evidence has all been numbered and appropriately documented.
Okay. And what about what is considered a cold case?
When all investigative leads have been exhausted.
And what does that mean when you say investigative leads?
So say, for instance, witnesses, they've been spoken with. There's no leads on new witnesses. Evidence that's gone stale. Things of that nature make a case go cold.
Okay. Is there a specific unit at the Atlanta Police Department designated to look into cases that have been unsolved?
Yes, that's currently the cold case squad that I'm a part of.
Okay. And when did you become a part of that unit?
Within the cold case unit, I would say around 2020.
How many cases you currently assigned?
Primarily, I'm close to 100 cases.
All right. And how do you determine which of your cases to prioritize in your cold case, the amount of cold cases that you have?
So, of course, we look at the solvability factors. We take a look at each case, determine what factors need to be looked at first. We make that a priority. In those cases, we do take a more in-depth look at.
Only chocolate brownies.
And at the time you came into
no wheat brownies.
Investigating this case, and we're talking about the State versus Christopher Wolfenbarger. Were you knowledgeable about the previous investigation that had been done?
Correct.
What did you do to become familiar with the previous work that had been done in this case?
So the first thing I do when I get a cold case, I get the entire file. I look over the file, I read it, make copies of everything so I can make my personal notations, document all witnesses that are available. I make a priority list on who I need to interview, what I need to interview, make a list of the evidence that's available is within the case, and also be sure to contact the original detective if he's available, he or she's available.
Okay. And who was the original detective on this case?
Detective Calhoun.
All right. All right. Did you meet with Detective Calhoun?
I did.
How many times throughout your investigation and after the case was indicted did you meet with Detective Calhoun?
Numerous times. We spoke on the phone. We met in person.
Okay.
Yeah, Aaron, they started the morning with a videotape showing the dismemberment and the placement of the body parts. And then they just went back to all the detectives who looked at the case and didn't find anything, just to pad out the time. No, today has been an absolute shit show with nothing. There's nothing. Well, they had a bugle swab. And his DNA was on the bugle swab, but his DNA wasn't on the evidence they were looking at.
Did you review Detective Calhoun's reports that he wrote prior to his retirement?
I did, and also summarized all of his case file, his notes. And of course, I like to always have the original detective read over it to make sure it's accurate.
Okay. Did you look into the background and lifestyle of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
And at the time you came into the investigation, did you have a suspect in mind, a person of interest?
Yes.
And who was that?
Christopher Wolfenbarger.
Of course.
And was there anything about the background of Melissa Wolfenbarger and her lifestyle that led you to focus on Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes, they had a violent, tumultuous relationship between the two.
Based on what evidence? Because that evidence hasn't been provided. There's a restraining order that says he had dragged her down a street at some point and thrown her into a car window. And a neighbor who was in the streets but didn't know when, where, or what they were yelling at each other. If this is all it takes for the popo to point their fingers, I feel sorry for people in Georgia. Did you ever look at her dad, the known serial killer, or did you look at anyone who might have been beefing with her dad because he killed 5 people?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you receive information, or where did you look to find information about the lifestyle of Melissa?
The first thing we like to look at is, of course, what's documented, police reports and things of that nature.
Did you speak to her relatives?
I did.
Did you attempt to locate and speak to people that were friends with Melissa?
Yes.
What about anyone that lived on the street or in the same area as the Brookline residents?
Yes.
Did you also look in to see if there were any previous state or criminal cases related to domestic violence?
Yes.
All right.
He just said that.
And what in particular can you say about investigating homicide cases, in particular homicide cases where there might be domestic violence involved? What can you say, tell the jury about those types of investigations?
We come across those type of investigations often. They're also a result of some type of passion that includes jealousy and things of that nature. That's really what kind of resonates when it comes to domestic violence cases.
Okay. And are you familiar with domestic violence cases where there's been a case or a protective order that has been issued in connection with the case?
Correct, yes.
Is that something that happens often?
It is, especially when you have one partner that's very aggressive. And of course, the victim in that situation, if they're very afraid, and that's the one of the recourses they can take.
Absolute bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It could also be someone who wanted to get out of a marriage and just made up a claim. It could also be drug addicts fighting over drugs. It could also be she got beaten by her dad but blamed it on her husband because she was afraid of her dad, the known serial killer. It could be that her pimp had beaten her up and he was trying to get her back home. So she filed a restraining order because back at his house, no druggy drugs.
It could be she just straight up lied, like, because she was mad.
Do you
at him.
remember what the officer said in the Carol Rintella case about restraining orders?
Whoever gets there first gets the restraining order. Whoever speaks first.
And there's apparently one report of DV. One is too many, but still. She retracted her restraining order within a week.
Okay.
I agree.
Your Honor, at this time, I have several self-authenticating documents I would tender into evidence at this time. I have Exhibit 24, which is a certified document of a petition seeking relief from family violence. That is, it states Exhibit 24.
Mr. McDermott? I'm sorry, Mr. Samuel?
No, we just reviewed them. We don't object to these documents.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 24 is admitted.
And I have Exhibit 26, is a certified self-authenticating document. It is
There's
a
more
9
evidence in the Browning.
from that, setting that court date down.
In the
It's
court.
Exhibit 26.
26 is admitted.
I have State's Exhibit 28. It is the state certified document. It is the actual formal motion to dead docket the case, a formal case, the battery case in March of 1999. And that is Exhibit 28.
Okay, no, there was no objection by the defense, so 28 is also admitted.
And I have printed out a copy of what was admitted yesterday, Exhibit 27. That's a self-authenticating document.
Of course they should. Why? They were at a court. Bye, Jamie. It was not like he took her home, beat her up, and said, "You're going to call the courthouse and retract it." They were at the courthouse, and they asked to have a conversation, and the judge said, "Sure." What? Why shouldn't he be allowed to do that? I know the media put it out there like they had a restraining order for just 1 week, and then he forced her to retract it. But the mom said we were at the courthouse. And they asked to talk to each other, and then she came back and said, "No, I'm gonna retract this." It was sold like he forced her to do it, but there's no evidence of any of that. So why shouldn't they be allowed to talk about it? Maybe she wanted to talk about it and say, "Hey," and by the way, it wasn't the judge who made her talk or gave him permission. Again, it was at a courthouse. So maybe she said, "I really want to come back to the kids, and I'm sorry. I promise you I won't do drugs anymore. I won't be put in prison anymore. I really want to be there for the kids. Do you want to try and make it out? I know I put the IA on you, but I was really mad because I just missed the kids." We don't know what the story was behind it. But blaming a judge for letting a grown-up couple trying to solve their trouble without getting the court system into it, as long as she wasn't at home getting beat up and forced to call, it has nothing to do with this case.
It is the request for dismissal.
Right, it's already in evidence.
That was
Exhibit
27. Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah, and then she went back to the rooftop after she retracted her restraining order.
Okay, now, for the record,
And she could have said, "No, thank
Detective
you."
Shepard, I'm going to publish
She agreed
what's
to
been
it.
tendered and admitted as State's Exhibit 24.
Let's see the evidence. I think I read this to you yesterday.
Do you see that State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And what is that?
That looks like a protective order.
Okay, what is a protective order?
It's a temporary protective order. It's an order given by the court to the person that's seeking this order for some type of protection from the person that they're putting a TPO against. We call it TPO, temporary protective order.
All right. Now, when you looked at the information, the notes, the summaries from Detective Calhoun, when you spoke to family and friends, were you aware that there was a July 21st, 1998 battery committed by this defendant against Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to look at the reports related to that?
I did.
Were you aware upon reviewing those reports that there were visible observed injuries to the person in Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
All right. At that point, were you concerned or did you at least factor that this could be related to mental violence?
Absolutely.
All right. Was that why Mr. Wolfenbarger was the primary suspect?
Yes.
And does it indicate on State's Exhibit 26 the marital status of Melissa Wolfenbarger's claim?
Tell me exactly how it has everything to do with this case. There are no evidence pointing to Chris. He might have treated her like a piñata 365 days a week. That doesn't mean he killed her. It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with this case. This restraining order was before she went to prison. How has it got anything to do with this case? This is correlation causation. Just because she has a restraining order doesn't mean he killed her. Because why didn't he kill her before then? If he apparently was beating her up all the time, why didn't he unalive her? Why did he wait till she had gone to prison, came out, was banging the other dude, and there was no evidence found anywhere? This is finding a needle in a haystack and then thinking, oh, I can solve the full puzzle with this one needle. If you only stare at that little point and because you have a personal experience, you forget all the other evidence. No evidence in any way links Chris to her disappearance. Nothing. We have sat through 4 days. Every lead investigator, every cold case investigator, everyone has done nothing but contradict the other ones. And all they are putting this case into is there was one incident that she reported months before she went missing. Months before. That looks to me more like, well, the puzzle doesn't fit if we look with both eyes. There's no evidence provided in this case that had anything to do with her disappearance. All the evidence they are trying to use against him is months prior. Months. He went to prison after this. Why didn't she report him at that time? She would have been safe from him. She couldn't go back to him. I want to know why she broke her parole. What was she on parole for? Did she have a drug problem? Is it proven that Chris put these injuries on her body, or could it have been someone else? I have so much reasonable doubt that I would actually believe the judge should throw this case out if they don't bring anything else in, something magical. This case should never have been before a judge. Because, again, you're taking one pin on the dartboard and forgetting the rest of the case. And just saying, well, they had an episode. And because of that, he must have killed her. There's no evidence. No evidence, even if you want to be as beneficial to the state as possible. There is no evidence linking Chris to her dead body. Nothing. That he had a saw, that's way too speculative. There's no DNA, there's no hair, there's no blood. All of it is speculation.
Yes, that she was married.
Okay. And there's also indicated in the same household?
Yes.
Now, after
it was
petition is ordered by the court, you're familiar with court dates that would be scheduled subsequent to that. Are you familiar with those court dates?
Yes.
Is that fairly common for a petitioner to file a complaint and then have a court or a date for that issue to be heard?
This suit was in June or July. She went to prison in September, November, and the last time anyone with any certainty claims they've heard from her is Thanksgiving, which is in November. But Chris claims he saw her on Skid Row months after that. Her sister has earlier alluded that she also saw her later, but she retracted that statement. So the only timeline I will believe in this case is the last time she was seen alive was the day she left prison. Because everything else, I have no trust in Chris, the family, anyone. I believe the last time to make my timeline fixed is the last day she was in prison. After that, I don't believe any of these people. Everyone I so far have heard from her family is lying, and they're contradicting each other constantly. So I would put day 0 is when she leaves prison.
Yes, it's very common.
Okay. I am publishing State's Exhibit.
Well, he's definitely not. I'll allow it. He's not innocent in beating her. That's fine. But you can't take a beating and make it into a murder trial, especially when it happened months before. That's injustice. Let's agree he beat her. Let's agree they are both crackheads. Let's agree they had a shitty relationship. Let's agree the best thing that happened was them giving the kids away. But there's no way, even you, because he was DVing her, would send her to prison with the evidence provided in case. You must have seen evidence somewhere else, because nothing has been provided in this courtroom that proves he did it.
And State's Exhibit 26. Can you tell the court what that is?
That's going to be the petition for court.
All right. Well, is that in fact the rule not so?
Yeah, Dixon was banging her after the protection
Correct.
order.
That's 1998. So that would have been the day that Melissa
And the defendant would have showed up to, I guess, address whether or not there should have been a protective order in place. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
correct.
Well, again, you are assuming he did it.
Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit
You
27.
have no evidence he did it. And that's the big problem. We have a big old hole after she came out of prison. Oh,
Melissa and the defendant would have showed up in court
Yes, it is.
based on the previous paperwork.
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, is that the first time you've heard of where a petitioner would request for a case to be dismissed?
It's not that you don't see that often.
Okay. What about victims of domestic violence in cases that you investigated not wanting to proceed with the investigation? Is that uncommon?
No, that's not uncommon.
What do you mean by that?
Usually when the victims of domestic violence, it's a pattern, a toxic pattern they fall back into with the person, with the abuser, and they usually fall right back into that pattern.
So when you see request for dismissal, are you at this point,
and this is exactly what I'm talking about, Andre. They are trying to make a molehill into a mountain. And they have been doing that with everything. Well, because she had been abused before, he must have killed her. And you can't make that logical conclusion. Because most DVers don't kill people. They will torment them year after year. Because DV is about control and power. Most of it is because either the man or the woman has a really, really bad self-esteem, and they then take it out on their partner. Normally, DV doesn't end in unalivings because you want these people under your control. You want the man to beg for everything he gets. You want the woman to crawl on her knees. It's a power game. DV is not about the violence in itself. It's about the control. Killing someone is losing control. So I don't see the correlation between DV and murder as clearly as other people apparently does, because DV is control and power. That's why it keeps occurring and occurring and occurring and occurring. You don't want to lose your victim. No matter if you're a man or a woman, you don't want them to pass away, because then you'll have to find another victim that you can take this power trip out on so you can feel better. So I have a hard time going from getting punched in the face to unaliving someone. It's a very big step.
Disregarding the possibility of there being ongoing domestic violence?
No, I'm not disregarding that at all.
Now,
yes, that's what I'm trying to say. We don't know that. We don't know if she also, because as we saw in the Carolina case, the first one through the door is always right. We don't know what
turn your
happened in that
attention to
house.
State's Exhibit 28. To the best of
Seldomly.
your knowledge, did that case involving
a
this
very
defendant,
big
the July
escalation.
1998 attack against Melissa Wolfenbarger, did that ever make its way to court?
No, it did not.
And do you know why?
She never showed up for court.
Okay. And referring you to State's Exhibit 28, do you see what's on that board?
Yes.
And can you read what is depicted in writing under the motion to deputize?
Said unable to locate victim, warrant case, violation of probation for non-reporting.
Okay. And what date is that? That document was signed?
That's March 15th, 1999.
Okay. Do you recall the date that, based on your investigation, that the head of Melissa Wolfenbarger was located across the Avon Avenue location?
I believe it's in April 99.
Okay, so that's after, roughly about a month after that.
Correct.
All right. A month after they had dismissed the case because they couldn't find her.
Correct.
No, it doesn't. DV is a control game. Unaliving is most often.
Did you
in
look
effect.
into whether or not Melissa and the defendant had any children?
I did.
And what did your investigation reveal?
He had a boy. They had a boy together and a young female.
And what about?
That's absolutely just not true. Most killings happen in effect. There'll be years of abuse before it escalates that far. It's very different circumstances if DV or murder.
Living conditions. Where were the children living at the time of the death?
With Christopher's mother.
Did you actually make your way to the Avon Avenue location?
I did.
And did you go to the Brookline Street location?
I did.
All right. How many times have you gone out to that location?
Multiple times.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 76. Tell the court if you recognize that location.
Yes, it's an overall bird's eye view of the location where her head and extremities were found.
Okay. And specifically, is that an overall view of the Avon Avenue location?
Correct.
And is that an overall view of the location where Action Glass, the business, is located?
Correct.
And did you also had you been to those locations to observe them with your own eyes?
Yes.
Had you also actually gone and visited the residence at 824 Brookline?
Yeah, and we know this woman had left home because she was banging Dixon. She stayed in hotels and got the kielbasa on the top of the Waffle House. So, again, I have a hard time tying any of this to one incident of reported abuse. One incident of reported abuse. Remember, she went to prison. She went to prison where she could have, if she wanted to get out of it. But that's not what she did. She told Dixon she wanted to go home and get her kids and be with her kids, even though she gave away her kids to Chris's parents. That's why I can't make that logical jump.
On Street, where the Wolfenbargers lived at during that period?
Yes.
And is that location depicted on that State's Exhibit 76 as well?
Yes, it's all contained in this photo.
All right. And the depiction listed on State's Exhibit 76, is it a fair and accurate representation of that area that contains the Avon Avenue location, Action Glass, and the 824 Brookline Street location?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the State moved to tender in evidence State's Exhibit 76.
No objection.
Go ahead, submit it.
No,
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
all of hers will be BS as well. And I have abuse cases a lot in court as well. Not every woman, not every case, not every incident is the same.
All right. Okay. Now, with the court's permission, Detective Shepard, you could
Please take the audio away when we're
point
looking
to
at
the
picture.
location where Action Glass is. All right. And significant for that.
Fuck. Get the audio done. Where's Action Glass? That must be Action Glass down
Brooklyn area,
here.
you actually see the Brookline Street?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you actually yourself go to locations where the head was located,
Yes, I did.
as well as the extremities?
Yes.
All right, in relationship to the job where Wolfenbarger worked and the residence, you show the jury on the map where the head and extremities were located.
Does this say L Group Housing? Isn't it an industrial complex? It can't be a housing unit, right? But didn't Calhoun say this looks way different now than it did back then? So this down here must be the glass thingy-ma-thing. So this must be the wooded area where they found the rest of the body. Or was it over here because they said it was close to the train tracks? Maybe it's over here. It would be really nice if we could see what they pointed at the screen.
So action glass, they volunteered. The head was roughly here, and the extremities was located in this area.
And did you actually walk that location between where the head was located, the extremities, and action glass?
Yes.
Generally, can you talk as to how many feet, if you can recall that distance would be?
Maybe 30 feet.
Okay. All right. And did you drive that location from Action Glass to the 824 Brookline Street?
Yes.
And roughly how long of a drive is that?
Less than a minute.
Okay. Is that the geography, the location of the residence, the job, was that significant at all in your investigation?
Absolutely, it was significant.
And why is that?
It's all in close proximity to Christopher Wolfenbarger's work address, home address, and the location where we found everything.
Oh, orange dot is the house. I have to figure it out.
Now, as far as the actual remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger that were located, you where all of her remains were located?
Melissa's torso has never been found.
That doesn't prove anything.
And did that, was there anything about that caused you to look into anything else in terms of this investigation?
It did. It raised a lot of suspicion because she was under the belief that she was pregnant. Okay.
And why was that significant in your investigation?
I thought it was significant because that's the only portion of her body that was never found.
But
Did you have evidence, or did you uncover in your investigation that Melissa Wolfenbarger was involved with another male at that time?
I did.
Did you know that person to be Thomas Dixon?
It is him, correct.
And did you receive any information during the course of the investigation that Christopher Wolfenbarger was aware of Thomas Dixon?
I did.
And what information did you receive?
Of course, Thomas Dixon stated it, but also Christopher admitted that she was possibly involved with the male.
Okay. Did he have any other information about that male that you may have been involved with other than the male?
That they worked in the same Waffle House.
Okay. Was that the information that led you to believe that it was Thomas Dixon?
Correct.
Was that impactful to you, the fact that the defendant was aware of who Melissa Wolfenbarger was seeing?
Yes, it was.
And why is that?
Because that, again, when I spoke about jealousy being a main component of domestic violence, that raised a red flag for me immediately.
But it didn't do that in the intervening 20 years.
Now, you mentioned...
And was he jealous? Have anyone talked about he was jealous, or was he fine with her leaving?
Is it significant at all for a homicide investigator to try to determine the cause of death?
It is significant.
The mom didn't want her kids to get pregnant either. She was mad at her for having another pregnancy. Did Daddy Carl go to try and force her to get an asmosman, and she wouldn't do it, and he did it? There's so many people who could have done it. So just because one beat her up the same year doesn't mean that Daddy Carl didn't beat her up when she was a kid. Remember, the defense said she was locked in the house from she was 8 till 12 years old. That's also domestic violence. It's just done by the parents, not the spouse. There's so many potential suspects in this case, but they closed their eyes and said, no, Chris must have done it. And again, what retard would go to your job and throw body parts across the street from your job?
Did you make an attempt to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And in doing that, did you observe the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
Was there anything significant about the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger that led you to look in any other directions during the course of your investigation?
No, her head was removed with a saw.
Okay. You mentioned a saw.
Correct.
All right. Is it your testimony that at some point a saw became important in your investigation?
It was very important in my investigation.
All right. Did you observe remains and what appeared to be marks on the remains?
Yes,
And at any point in your investigation, did you make an attempt to see if the defendant had been in possession of the saw at some point?
I did.
What efforts did you make to determine that?
I interviewed his former employers.
Okay. Who was that?
That's Mr. Brock at the Action Glass at 858 Avon
All right. Where did you interview them at?
in their residence.
Now, was that the only time that they had been interviewed by law enforcement?
No, during the early part of the investigation, they were interviewed by Detective Calhoun.
Okay. And you interviewed them again?
Correct.
Ronald Brock?
Yes.
Cindy Brock?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you interviewing them?
We always like to follow up and tie up any loose ends. And significant enough time had passed, so I needed to follow up and make sure.
Okay.
With that interview.
Did you inquire about Saw in particular on the date that you interviewed them when you went out?
I did.
Were they able to provide you information?
Yes.
What information did they provide you?
Hearsay, Your Honor, objection.
And in response to that, Judge, yes,
Okay.
as it relates to Cindy Brock's statement, her statement in particular has been the foundation was laid, it was impeached, that statement was played in front of the jury. So at this point, it's substantive evidence. It would be admissible.
Can I ask a stupid question? Women in chat, do you need the torso to prove pregnancy? Can't you just do a blood draw? Isn't your hormone levels elevated if you're pregnant? So wouldn't a pregnancy show up in her blood draw when they ran the results? I don't know enough because I'm a virgin. I don't know how babies are made.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr.
And what did Brock say?
Christopher was terminated because it was believed that he stole a saw, a reciprocal saw.
No, he was fired because he had a car accident. We have heard the testimony from the boss.
Okay. So they recalled this off?
Correct.
They recalled in, I guess, the belief at that time that he took it?
Correct.
And they also recalled never receiving the saw back. Is that also correct?
Correct.
All right. And was that consistent with the remains that you observed of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, her limbs and her head were removed by saw because there were saw tool markings on those bones.
Now you
That
referenced
doesn't prove
an interview
anything.
with this defendant. Well, a statement that he made.
Correct.
Where did that take place?
At his home.
Do you recall the time period for that interview?
It was early on when I got the case. I want to say it's back in 2021. It took place at his residence in Griffin, Georgia.
Okay. And would that have been roughly the same year you got assigned this case?
Correct.
All right. Who was present when that interview took place?
My supervisor at the time, Sergeant Layton.
So just yourself and Sergeant Layton?
Correct.
All right. Who was present at the residence of Christopher Wolfenbarger when you arrived?
It was a young lady who answered the door. I don't recall her name, but he described her as his wife and just her and Christopher. I'm sorry.
All right. How long did that take place? The interview itself? Yes.
Approximately maybe an hour, a little bit over.
All right. And was this outside?
Yeah, if she told the judge before she got sent to prison she was pregnant, wouldn't prison have make sure? Because again, you need certain hormones and stuff like that. Is it B vitamin or D vitamin? D vitamin is the one pregnant ladies take.
Inside, where in the residence did this take place?
It was inside of his living room.
Okay. All right. So it's yourself, Sergeant Layton, and the defendant.
Correct.
All right. Was he willing to speak with you at that time?
Yes, he was.
All right. At any point, did you tell the defendant he was under arrest?
No point.
Did you have your cuffs out? Did you point a gun at him?
No, it was non-custodial.
Okay. And then so you never told the defendant that he wasn't free to leave?
Never.
Did you give him the impression that it wasn't voluntary what he was speaking to you? He didn't have a choice to voluntarily make a statement to you?
No, I did not give him that.
All right. And did you make an attempt to find out information about his wife's disappearance at the time you interviewed him?
Yes.
In particular, did you make an attempt?
No, she claimed she was pregnant before the judge when she got thrown in prison.
To inquire as to why he didn't report his wife missing?
I did.
Well, I have a hard time believing that because I know that America is built by lawyers for lawyers. So there would be a hell of a litigation if she lost her child because the prison didn't take care of her. If they were informed that she was pregnant and they said, well, fuck that, we're not going to help her, I think she could sue her if she lost a baby. So I have a hard time thinking that prison wouldn't take care of at least figuring out if she was pregnant or not.
Was that when you were able to, I guess, get confirmation that he was aware of Thomas Dixon as well?
Correct.
And did you make an attempt to get information about whether the defendant was in possession of assault at any point?
I did.
And did he speak to you about all those items?
Yes, he spoke to me about all of them.
So, hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 30 and 38. Have you had an opportunity to look at these exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And specifically as to 30A, you looked at that exhibit?
Correct.
And what is that?
Well, I don't know. Again, just until someone sues them, then they will be forced to do it. But they will be examined, is what I can gather from the chat, or at least have a P stick.
It's the interview, recorded interview with Chris.
All right, on the day that you can testify to?
Yes, sir.
Well,
And
bedbugs are human too. They need to feed.
The interview took place on that day?
Yes.
All right. That's exhibit 30. I have exhibit 38. Have you had a chance to review and sign back this document as well?
Thank you,
Yes.
Side-Eye.
All right. And is this also an interview that you conducted with the defendant on the day you did testify to?
Correct.
All right. And is this also a fair and accurate representation of that interview that you conducted?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time speaking with continued evidence, State Exhibit 30.
No, I think it was the other way around. I'm not sure.
And State Exhibit 30.
But I don't trust the mom.
Samuel?
We need to confirm the redaction. No objection, assuming that.
Okay, Exhibit 30 is admitted. Exhibit 30A is admitted subject to confirmed redactions.
Well, 30 is not an evidence. 30A is.
He's offered it into evidence.
Can we approach?
Sure. In just a moment, the state's going to play an audio recording that they've offered into evidence. You will likely notice, I think you've heard me and the lawyers mention some redactions. You'll likely notice as you watch it that things have been removed. I want to instruct you that the fact that things have been removed is not any concern of yours, and that you shouldn't speculate about what was removed or why it was removed or what might have been there that the court instructed. Understand that it's been done in my direction. And again, concern yourself with what's being demonstrated to you, not what might have also been there. Okay? Thank you all. Mr. Bassett, the state may demonstrate the evidence that they choose.
Let's hear it.
I mean, before that, I mean, where was she working? At that time, the wall, I've been like, she worked out and I'm going to get you wanted with that. Where you work? At the glass company around the corner.
All right, so when was the last time you saw Melissa?
And that's the thing, you know, I don't quite remember the last time was, because I remember, like, she would come and go, okay, and would say that it wasn't like, we're happy-go-lucky. She sat right here one day and then she was up and gone. And I don't know if that's the way.
So you kind of, would you describe your relationship as tumultuous or like on again, off again? You know,
it was rocky there towards the end, mainly I think because it was their family so far trying to get back in her head and trying to make her think things and do things. And
like what?
man, she never had a relationship with her sister at all. You know, and then that towards the end, you know, I guess everybody has a need to want, you know, family and want to love and want that type of thing. You know, and I think there towards the end, she tries a little to try to get back with them or to do what. But I don't think it was near what they made it seem like, that she was there all the time, she leaving cars and pictures. And I know that did happen sometimes, she did, you know, but the struggle that we had, we had a common goal of what we were trying to accomplish. You know, we had several options in the road.
Which was to go to California.
Just to be a
Where was the kids at and all this?
She didn't want more than that. She didn't want her, didn't be raised like she was in her career. There was no, you know, we knew that her age was bad and anybody could trying to remember was like, I woke up and she was gone. Like, she woke up another night and she left.
Can any of you understand anything other than what the detective is asking? I boosted this to 5 times normal audio, and I can just hear.
I don't know if that was the last time or the last time when I dropped her off at the train station to go to work. If it was a day. I don't
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that the last time you saw her, you were driving up to your house on Brookline and saw her walking down the street? And that was the last time you saw her?
I don't know what saying that, but it's possible.
Okay.
I just don't.
So that, basically, you said that was the last time you saw her, that she said she was going to the train station. But something to that effect. I'm not saying verbatim that's what you said, but it was something along the lines. Okay.
I'll give you that.
But does that sound like it's accurate?
Again, it could be.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you remember that incident, or can you recall that happening almost about the home driving up or walking down the road? Does that ring any bells?
I mean, that's usually the way it happened because we only had one car.
Okay.
You know, if there
So
was,
she was walking to the train station to try to go to work or something?
you know, or I give her a ride, or she, you know, sometimes she just wanted to walk.
Okay.
You know, the train station, we're not talking about that train station far away. We're talking about the river like the end of the road.
Right, I got you. Yeah, no, it didn't stick, so I understand. But talking about that specifically, do you remember that day specifically? Did you well, I would like to ask you, what was she wearing? Do you remember? Did she have a purse with her? You know? So you don't, the last time you saw her, when you came back home, and she wasn't there, where was her stuff? She didn't have a car, she couldn't move it, so it was still there in the house?
I don't understand. I mean, if she left it just like that, it was only like just a small. I mean, kind of the same thing I did. I mean, when I lost my job with Blue, my grandma actually was going to sell the house, everything. You know, when I left, I would take part of it, I would go in the office. So whatever little.
After the last time you saw her, or back when she left, did you tell her family? Did you tell your family? You didn't tell her that your wife left?
I mean, she had left many times before that. When she would leave and go, I never knew that was the last time I was going to sit here. If I did, I would have, you know, freaking kept her there.
After like a month or two, you think that was.
You know, after a while, I was saying that she had split and moved on. I mean, there was, you know, she was maybe seeing the guy and everything that was up there, or I know that she was living with in Buford or Joe. I can't remember the last one was Buford or Eastern Corners.
Was she seeing somebody else?
I don't know if she was seeing somebody else, but there was this dude, and I want to say his girlfriend, that sometimes that she would stay with him in like a condo lodge out that way.
And how did she know this?
She worked with him.
Worked with the girl or the guy?
I want to say the guy and the girl both worked there, but I could be wrong. I know the guy worked there, but I know that it was a couple. You know, because then there was one time that they had called me and said that they were moving and she had to go do something, and then she had to do something else.
And this was before the last time you saw her, right?
Well, that's
what I'm saying. I'm just wondering.
All that was
I'm not misunderstanding. I'm not trying to trick you or confuse you.
No,
I just want you to remember.
I'm trying to figure it all out.
If they were there, I was. So that's why. And if I wasn't there, I just want you to be accurate. All right, so a year goes by, you still don't tell anybody that she's gone.
I mean, I'm figuring that she's already done. I mean, we were always talking about changing her name and doing all. She had the stuff there.
Right.
You know, when she got to the point where she was unhappy with me. I'm not trying to push myself in anybody's life that doesn't want me there. I mean, yeah, look at my daughter. Everything that's going on there, I'm trying to push. And you know, maybe looking back at it, I was wrong. All the way around with both of them. Maybe I should try to push for what I'm trying to.
As I hear it, he's talking about Dixon and his girlfriend, but she would stay with him at Econo Lodge, and he didn't want to bust into her life if she didn't want him. And as he was concerned, he had his son and his daughter, so he wasn't concerned about that. Is what I hear, but it's really, really hard to hear anything.
You said you lost your job, but man, with the job at the last company, why did you lose your job?
Man, this guy, now, there was a lot of things going on right there with that. But, and I do now the same thing pretty much I did then. I mean, I worked on Volkswagen and things on the side. And there was a guy there, I don't know who stole things, there was a saw that was missing. And I can tell you the exact guy that I borrowed this tool from and everything to. I didn't steal their saw, period.
Why did they lie?
Because he said I stole the saw, because the saw was missing. I lived around the corner and he drove past my house and he seen the back of the Volkswagen right there, the top was cut off.
So he thought because you cut something off your car.
You know, and I thought, look, I don't know anything about it. You know, and then there was that, and then there was something where I drove through the toll plaza thing on 400. You know, there was just a bunch of little things, and that was just the last straw.
How many you drove through the toll plaza?
You know, there used to be a thing where you could go and go through it.
Right.
You know, and I was under the understanding, yeah, I was under the understanding that, you know, there was things there was just a bunch of little things. That was just the last straw. Other things, there was no.
They just let you go.
Right.
They didn't file insurance.
Yeah. Well, we had to do it, and you know, it goes there where I always out of whatever, but like I said, the last straw is the last straw. But
did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get an altercation with the mail?
I saw that on the internet. I don't remember that.
You guys said he came up there and beat you up.
And it seems like I would remember that, but I don't, you know.
Someone came up there to beat you up. I don't seem to remember that.
You drive a yellow Volkswagen?
I never had yellow. What?
Never yellow.
And the yellow Volkswagen. He said, I never had a yellow Volkswagen.
Never. No, I've never had yellow. I have a thing against yellow cars, actually.
Okay. All right. What do you think happened to us?
Man, every which way I think about it, it has to go back. If her parents didn't do it directly, it had to be something indirectly around them.
Did he just say if her parents did it? I'm trying to put it down to 0.75 and see if it gets clearer.
I never had it up.
What? Never yellow.
Never. No, I've never, I had a thing against yellow cars, actually.
Okay. All right. What do you think happened to us?
Man, every which way I think about it, it has to go back. If her parents didn't do it directly, it had to be something indirectly around them. I would beat my brain.
So you found out that the body was found just around the corner from where you were, and that the body had been dismembered with a saw.
I didn't know that the body was dismembered with a saw at all.
Do you know the body was dismembered?
I heard that. Nobody ever said a saw. I didn't hear about that. Nobody ever gave it at all. Nobody said that to me. I didn't go there until it was on the internet. Honest to God.
So what motive would her family have to kill?
What motive would the family have to kill her? And then the audio gets really, really bad when he's answering. That's why I'm closing my eyes all the time.
And all of a sudden, right, as we stood up in the middle of the Tribarian, all of a sudden he was guilty. I don't know if she came to them, the money,
Or do you think it's likely that her own family murdered her? Man, her own family killed her family and friends. Yeah, I know he committed murder, but so did his family and friends. Well, why would he kill her? What would be the motive for that? Hey, man, if he's involved in, your family's involved in criminality and you're trying to protect yourself from going to jail, that's a motive to kill someone. She was, well, motive which he had to kill her. Well, we knew what he did. Her dad was like nobody said he wasn't worried about him coming after you. He's going to cut up his own daughter. How did he come after me? I didn't do anything. I didn't come to my ears what I'm saying, okay? I don't know if she needed money or it may have come to him with threats or any kind of way, and, you know, and they did, maybe they're drunk and one thing that I don't know. Anything I say at this point is speculation because I don't know. But I feel like the hell if there's serial killers that have killed their family and friends and something happens to their family. Okay, first of all, serial killer power does kind of
2001, 2021.
Let's talk about this, okay? Well, I'm not here to talk about I'll deal with their family. Right. Let's look at facts. Facts. You said that she was put in bags. Right. What was it on her that she was in the box? I didn't say that. So she put in bags? Well, I said that. We're being straight. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to understand. From what I understand, the body parts had washed out of an area onto the street. Now, there were bags recovered there, so if you make the assumption that they may have been in bags, yes. But I wasn't there, see, so I can't. Nobody has been straight with me on this, okay? And everything that I'm learning is basically through the internet. And we all know how the internet lies, and it's a whole thing. I agree with you 100%. Everything that the internet said about me, living under a different name, trying to hide it, all that is a lie. And that's why I'm not asking you about that, because I'm not going to go off some speculation from the internet.
For the record,
12 minutes and 31.
Your Honor, for the record, that stopped at 12 minutes and 31 seconds. And we'll proceed with testimony. Now, Detective Shepard.
Well, that's what District 7 or Zone 7 claims that they did. But the police officer said, I'm not here to talk about her family. Well, if he believes the family was to be looked at, why isn't he there to talk about the family? Shouldn't he be trying to get every lead he could and then go home and be a detective and investigate all the leads and say, well, we looked into all of this shit you say about the family. There's no truth to it.
Just heard the interview. That was the interview you've been testifying about?
Yes, sir.
And at the conclusion of that interview, was the defendant free to go about his way?
Yes, he was.
All right. Did you get the answers that you were looking for, or the information that you were looking for related to the saw in question?
I did.
And what about information you inquired as to whether or not he actually looked for his wife?
I did.
And as you were investigating the case, was that just looking at what you would expect? Was that what you expected Christopher Wolfenbarger to do? Did you expect him to look for Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Absolutely. It's a red flag, a giant red flag for me. I would expect for a husband to look for their missing wife, and that's what he did not do.
All right. Now that interview is in 2021. And do you continue your investigation after that?
Yes.
And in the course of continuing your investigation, do you attempt to continue to interview witnesses?
Yes.
At this point, had you located Thomas Dixon?
Yes.
All right. And in what year did you locate Thomas Dixon?
I just recently was able to sit down with Thomas Dixon.
Okay. Well, specifically in 2021, were you able to locate Thomas Dixon?
No, he had a lot of different addresses, and every address that I checked, he was not there anymore.
Okay.
Well, he had one permanent address. He was in prison. Didn't he get put in prison in 2013? So he would have been in prison in 2021.
So you looked in multiple places. Is that your testimony?
All over North Georgia, yes.
And that was at the beginning of in 2021 when you started?
Correct.
And your testimony is that very recently you spoke to Thomas Dixon. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And when did you actually speak with Thomas Dixon?
I would say maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Did that impact your ability to proceed with the investigation, being able to locate certain witnesses in particular, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, it's always a good impact when I can actually get hands on a witness and talk to him face to face.
Did you make any attempts to locate Miss Diane Perot?
I did.
And were you successful in that?
I believe Ms. Perot is deceased.
Okay. Is that what your investigation revealed?
Correct.
And is that one of the common issues the police department faces when investigating cold cases?
Yes, every year that a case gets cold, it's potential to lose witnesses and involved parties.
Okay. At any point, do you present your investigation to the DA's office for an indictment decision?
Yes.
And what year do you do that?
Just recently, last year.
Okay, the 2024?
Correct.
And after an indictment,
since last year,
what happens after an indictment?
So once a warrant has been obtained and it's been indicted, of course, we assign all of our outstanding warrants to our fugitive unit.
Okay. And you familiar with Sergeant O'Hare?
Correct.
And who was Sergeant O'Hare in relationship to this case?
He was the investigator in charge of apprehending Christopher.
Okay. Do you look to see how a person responds when they're confronted or confronted by law enforcement, in particular with an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Do you look to see if that person is cooperative or if they attempt to get away or do something else?
Yes.
And did you have an impression in this case as whether or not the defendant was cooperative?
No, the defendant was not cooperative in this case.
What do you mean by that?
I understand that at the time of his apprehension, he hid in a makeshift cupboard behind an appliance inside of his home. It took him maybe 30 minutes to find him.
And why was that significant?
It was significant because he obviously made an attempt to evade arrest. And I thought that was kind of odd because it's almost like it was anticipation that it was coming.
He did it under threats. He gave them a piece of paper saying, I have a gun, give me money or something. It was stupid. No, we will break for lunch in 2 seconds.
Mr. Samuel, can you open this door? It's 12:56. We're going to call that 1 o'clock and then try and get you back in here as PM as we can. Thank you all very much. We are on break for lunch.
2 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, maybe he was scared. Maybe he was dealing drugs. Maybe he just stole a chicken coop filled with eggs because eggs are expensive. All of this is we're taking small little tidbits and then we're just making one feather into 5 chickens constantly. Oh, there was one DV incident means he killed her. There was a missing
Thank you, sir. You
soul.
may sit down. Yes, sir. You're also excused until 2.
That means he killed her. He didn't look for her. That means he killed her.
Any matters we need to, the jury's clear.
He
You can have
hid
a seat.
from the
Any matters we
police.
need to take
That
up.
means he killed her. But he did sit down in an
Yes.
interview in 2021 with you.
Yeah, I mean, it really is entirely up to y'all. My intention was to either do it now or to have you come back at 1:45 and do it then. What are your thoughts? 1:45. Okay, so the lawyers will all come back at 1:45 and we will resume then. Thank you.
Well,
And thank you for the message, Judge. I'm going to file you right now.
No.
Do. But this isn't even circumstantial evidence. This is speculation. It's pure speculating. I can't watch anything with Sarah Millican. That will be copyright struck faster than you can spell football. And again, he's cooperating in your interview. He doesn't do anything. He's answering your question. And when he tries to point you in direction of the family, you say, "I'm not here to talk about them." Is that because the family was the ones who forced you to bring up the case again? I have a very big problem with a cold case being hot again because some blogger works with the family and brings it up, because there's no new evidence. You have to rely on, well, there were saw markings, so she's been dismembered with a saw. There was no way in hell to prove that it was the saw that he borrowed at the work, because they even stated the wrong reason why he was fired. And again, if she was a drug addict and he had accepted, hey, this is over, she's banging Dixon, why should he go look for her? His kids were at his mom. He might have had a substance abuse problem himself. So why the hell should he go look for her? That's the thing we never get back to, is why did he have a duty to look for her if she was banging someone else? The family didn't react till 5 months after they claimed they started looking for her. Isn't that a little more sus? Yeah, they just listened to two people, and then they went back and then they said, well, how can we fit this to him? Well, there's a DV claim. And oh yeah, and he might have stolen a saw. But there's no physical evidence, not one drop. And we are to believe this man, who apparently didn't live in the best housing, was such a criminal genius that he could hide a murder, make sure the torso disappeared forever, but was dumb enough to dump the body right across the street from where he worked. But he didn't dump the torso, so he wanted all the other parts found, but the torso was very important to keep hidden. It's the stupidest, smartest criminal in the world fallacy again. He's a mastermind, but he's also an idiot. He gets all the way through cleaning the house 1000%. No one noticed that he sawed a woman into at least 5 pieces. 6 pieces. But he's such a criminal mastermind, they can't find any evidence. Cadaver dogs doesn't find anything. Luminol doesn't work. They have hair samples, doesn't work. They have DNA, 2 male DNA on the plastic bag, and he is excluded. But because he didn't go look for her, a woman who was in a relationship with a guy who was in a relationship with another woman, he is the guilty one. Because there was one DV incident and he didn't go look for her. This is what they built their case on. Anyone who can vote to convict on that, I hope you will never go to court. Never. Why would he care? Well, if it was his, maybe he would care. But if she was banging someone else and he didn't have sex with her, why would he care? I don't hear any pain or anything because I don't know how he speaks normally. So that's just like claiming that you can read his body language. You don't know how his tone is normally. So, and with this recording, you can't tell anything. Well, see you later, Fairy Nix. Come back in 45 minutes. I'm with you, Baker. They are trying to use their flimsy evidence and pin it on him. No evidence to convict, tons of reasonable doubt. As long as you can't exclude the dad, because how are you excluding the dad? How are you excluding the mom we know is an accomplice to 5 murders? Well, at least 2. How can you just say, well, they couldn't have done it? We have no evidence no one else could have done it. And we have no evidence he did it. Yes, she did. And we heard that. And to me, if you want to talk about damning evidence, the dad told the mom, testify against me so you can get immunity and stay out of prison. That's what the mom said on the stand, that they had an agreement she would testify against him, and the dad told her to do it. So she could stay out of trouble. He more or less admitted all 5 murders, but she still testified and was paid with immunity, so she wouldn't go to prison. That's not sus at all. That they are thinking so far forward that, hey, go make an immunity deal because you are hella guilty, but go make an immunity deal, and then you can testify against me, and nothing will happen to you. Is that something about a little smarter criminals than people who are dumb enough to dump body parts across the street from where they're working? And was he working there at that time? When was he fired? When was he murdered? We have no timeline. The last 100% sure date we have had is when she's in prison. Because the mom says she talked to her at Thanksgiving. But when did the mom give that testimony? Was that in 2003 when they found her body parts? I've seen testimony that they talked to each other around Christmas as well. We know she was asking for this special Christmas present, but the mom didn't react when she didn't hear or talk to her daughter at Christmas when she had asked for a specific Christmas present. But when she didn't get a birthday card, that's when she reacted. Does that seem more sus? Because to me, I'm wildly speculating, but I have mom and dad way above Chris in this equation. The skull wasn't found until months after the parents found out that he worked at the glass place. And wasn't he fired at the time they found it at the glass place? Didn't they say they let him go in February? Again, timelines all over the place. I can't follow this case. Yeah, because Mama had to stay out of prison and take care of Sister Tina's kids. Because these 2 women were really good at having babies, not so much at taking care of them. But still, if you have so much forethought that you say, go make an immunity deal, because I'm going down for this anyway, so just go and make an immunity deal so you can stay out of prison. To me, that seems like someone who is contemplating a little bit extra. Yeah, he was long fired, and I think he said he fired Chris in June before she went missing. Well, that's the thing, because they couldn't really remember if they fired him at that point or they fired him the year before, or there's so much in this case that I can't. Even if I think he did it, there's so much reasonable doubt. So much reasonable doubt. Chat is playing the game on the screen. And for those of you who, is that a Tackett agreement? Giggity. For those of you who don't know what this is guess the words. You combine the letters on top. Some of them are fake, some of them are bonus letters, and you'll try and get beyond the goal, and then you'll move on. This is a game where you must beat Sue. Betsy does it a lot because Sue is not that good at this game anymore. She's getting older. And I don't even think, is Sue here right now? Well, she's probably not here anymore. But if you are on Rumble, you'll have to hit the QR code so you can play along. You can do the same if you rather want to play on your phone than your screen. And it's just a little funny thing we do while I get something to eat, so I don't have to take the screen down, put the screen up. If you're not going to stay here and play the game, please follow the Twitch chat or the Discord, and I will tell you when we go back live. The lawyers are supposed to be back in 22 minutes, so I'm going to go really fast and nuke some food, and hopefully I don't have to eat while I'm streaming again today. Hasta la taco, and see you in a bit. Court's still not back. They're supposed to be here 5 minutes ago, but this is Georgia, baby. We'll be back when we'll be back. And time is nothing but a concept. So they'll be here when they'll be here, and you'll be here anyway. Oh, Court's back. Now the audio is working, so I can turn this one down again.
Don't mind.
Let's hear what they had to argue, if we're going to hear it. And I saw the final score. Sue lost. What? I'm sorry, Lawn and Crime. I know you like Sue. I was just making fun. Oh. What does it mean when the letters turn red? It means
Right.
that it's a fake letter.
We had agreed that we would come back a little bit early to discuss what
Hey,
we
Kelly.
expect will be the afternoon testimony of the domestic violence expert.
That's correct, Your Honor. I assume she's the next witness, is that right? Or no?
Maybe, no, it'll be Hopdol, I believe. It might be the next episode.
Who?
Is Hopdol the medical examiner?
No, Hopdol is the
Anthropologist.
the
Yeah, she's
dentist, the
the
forensic dentist.
Okay, but presumably that will be relatively quick.
It is quick, Judge, but just so the court's aware, it is quick, but the defense agreed to allow us to present her via Zoom. There was some issues with her travel.
Okay.
So I want to send her the Zoom link now.
Okay.
And then we just need to let the court know to let her on when she's ready to go.
Sure.
James will be today.
That's what we expect.
We believe so, yes.
It's your witnesses.
I'll assume we are making good use of our time then.
Okay.
We talked about this last Monday, I think, in our pretrial motions hearing. The issue is whether Dr. James, Dr. Rosa James, kind of what the scope of her testimony is going to be. She doesn't know any of the facts of this case. I think we all agree with that. She hasn't seen any police reports. She hasn't interviewed any witnesses. You know, she is, I've heard different phrases used, but a witness who has no knowledge of the facts and instead is simply going to educate the jury about, I don't know what, but in general, the behavior of perpetrators and victims of domestic violence.
Stop.
It is my fear that is going to involve hypothetical questions, which will, in effect, serve to educate her about the facts of this case, many of which will be contested, probably.
Why didn't they give her the facts of the case?
And that it will be, under 403, an improper way of introducing expert testimony. But more importantly, even if it is limited to hypothetical questions, and I don't understand, let me just get to the point, what the bottom line is. What is the final conclusion that the expert's going to say? If she's going to say, it is not uncommon for people to ask for TPOs and then withdraw them. And here's how the cycle of violence, often works. I'm not saying it's true in this case, but this is in fact a phenomenon known to doctors, sociologists, psychologists, whatever. First of all, we've already had the testimony. We just had that from the detective who said, oh, it's not uncommon at all for people to withdraw their TPOs. But fine, if they want to do that one more time, I'm less concerned. I'm not going to say I'm not concerned, but I'm less concerned. What really concerns me is what we got a taste of last Monday when she started talking about the threat of leaving increases the lethality rate by whatever the percentage was. And even more importantly, any suggestion that there is a history of abuse here other than what's in evidence is completely inappropriate. right? I mean, we can't be having this witness either answering hypothetical questions or talking about the cycle of violence. I mean, if you just look at her chart, it's over and over and over again. You get beaten up, you complain, then you make love. Then you get beaten up again and you make love and you complain. There's no evidence of that in this case. And I can't understand why the prosecution should be allowed to put up an expert to pretend it is the evidence in this case. And then to get an opinion that this is common in the field. You know, my basic argument is that under 404B, that's essentially propensity evidence anyways. You're essentially saying he did it in the past and therefore he's guilty of this case. And as we talked about last week, you know, the law on this subject has become crystal clear that the prosecution has to be specific and precise about the reason that the evidence is being offered of prior acts of violence. If it's a self-defense case, it can be offered to prove it's unlikely self-defense because he used the same defense last time. If it's a lack of knowledge case, it wouldn't really be applicable here. If it is a...
Sir, sorry, sir, if you could step outside. Thank you, that's okay. That was the record will reflect that was the witness who's on the stand. I've asked him to step outside.
That's fine.
I think they said
Hughes. Or even lack of intent.
Yeah.
None of those are issues in it. This is a whodunit. This is strictly who committed the crime. And even if they have, you know, by preponderance of the evidence or something that would satisfy, you know, the court that it's at least admissible evidence that there were some prior episodes of, you know. Oh, no, that's okay.
We just didn't know where the noise was coming from. We're all like. Go ahead.
I lost track, of course, but and that was intentional on the DA's part. I'm
sure, he's absolutely messing with you.
The point is, in a case in which the defendant denies doing it at all, the threshold for similarity and for the admissibility of 404B evidence is far higher. As I said the other day, it has to literally be the mark of zero. You can't say that he denied doing it, but by golly, we're going to prove it wasn't self-defense. Nobody's ever said it was self-defense. They can't, you know, they can't say, you know, he denies doing it, but by golly, we're going to prove whatever he did with intent. Or, you know, course of conduct, which isn't even an accepted one under the Georgia rules anymore. So they just need to be precise now, ahead of time, instead of making me jump up and down like with the
the only jury. Evidence is self-reported evidence.
What is that?
Your Honor, I apologize. In preparation to get ready, we were setting up the booth, but we're done.
Okay, thank you.
So, and I think you understand my point. If you're going to use it for identity, you have to show only this person could have perpetrated the crime because of his MO. This is the way he operates. He kills people and then he dismembers them. If they have prior incidents of that, then they can certainly put in evidence of prior.
No, they are arguing that a DV expert who will just come in and testify on what DV can be, who has no prior knowledge about this case, that they are afraid that the state is going to try and elicit some kind of statement that, well, yeah, he must have killed her because there's one prior DV record. And they're saying you can't do that because there's no history that would lead you to believe that this would be the outcome. And that's why they're saying she can't testify. But this could be easily remedied. Why didn't they send her the reports? And she could have looked at it. She could have written a report that could have been turned over to the defense. And then you could have an expert testify as an expert does. Aperture, ARCA, This is how you prep your experts. You don't call an expert who just gonna, yeah, I'm a DV expert. Okay, so I'm gonna give you 1,000 hypotheticals.
Dismemberments he's committed in order to prove that he is the most likely candidate for being the perpetrator in this case. But other than that, the fact that he allegedly, and I stress that because I don't even know where the evidence is going to come from at this point, that he allegedly scratched her arm, dragged her down the sidewalk on one occasion, and I mean, there's been inconsistent evidence of there's no other arrests, no other contact with police, no hospitalizations, no doctor's reports, no pictures. There's nothing else other than the one TPO in July of 1998. So I think the DA should be obligated to preview what she plans to do and make sure that it's acceptable to the court.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel. Ms. Hilton.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't stand this woman.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we discussed last Monday with the testimony of Ms. James, we advised the court that we would be bringing Ms. James up towards the conclusion of the case, or not the conclusion, but towards the end of the case after we believe evidence of violence would be admitted.
No.
At this time, Your Honor, the court has not just heard about a July 1998 incident, but the court has heard through the witness Tina Mae Patton about an instance in which she saw her sister come to their job at the Waffle House, that she saw bruises on her sister's neck, that when she asked her sister either one remembrance.
You can't go to college and still say X. Ask. And that sister's testimony was nowhere near what you're going to put it in to be now. Marissa, I'm leaving. You can take the rest of the stream.
Either her sister said it was Chris, or when she asked it was Chris, her sister kind of indicated in some way to confirm that that's who perpetrated that injury on her.
Oh
We
my
also know
fucking God,
that,
this woman, I hate her.
There was a secondary time in which Tina Mae wanted to.
Miss Hilton lied her way through YSL, in your opinion. They are. So just because the sister 27 years later said, well, she had some bruising around her neck and red eyes, and she didn't say it was Chris, but when you're a sister, you know. That should be opening the door for a woman that you haven't given the facts of the case to come in and say, well, if that's true, he did kill her. You have to be effing kidding. This is more stupid than you all warned me about, Fulton. This is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you, Tracy.
Confront Chris about the abuse he was perpetrating on her sister, and her sister asked her not to approach him in fear of what that may do to him. We also know that there is testimony, and this is the state's position, that this defendant moved her to a community in which she had no familiarity, did not know anyone, which we believe would be a form of isolation.
She ran away from home. Are you going to blame her shitty upbringing on Chris as well? What the hell? He was isolating her? No, he married her because she ran away from the family where the dad was a serial killer, the mom was an accomplice, and her sister had a baby that was dead, thrown in a hamper. But this guy who took her in, gave her 2 kids, no testimony have been made that the family couldn't visit. The mom just didn't do it because I don't want to drive a car. Oh. I'm gonna rent a lot lizard and just motorboat her for the rest of the trial because this can't be real.
That when they moved to that community, she never spoke to any family. She never spoke to any neighbors. She never spoke to anyone there.
She was constantly in contact with her mother. Her mother said that.
So she was pretty much just in the house. I believe Miss Dorothy Jones, or Dorothy Cooley, testified herself that she never didn't even know her name, never spoke to her, even though Mr. Wolfenbarger had a relationship or a friendship of such with Miss Cooley, and we believe that is evidence of isolation. We know
Could be evidence of her not being there.
and I think that's an argument they can that they can have. Additionally, we have evidence that Miss Dorothy Cooley heard arguments in their home, that even though she tried to change her testimony on the stand, what she said at one point in time in her testimony is that she would hear her screaming. She also noticed or saw Miss Miss Wolfenbarger with a black eye under her eye. She was wearing glasses, but she did see markings of.
Yeah, back when she had one kid, you forgot that she had 2 kids within a year. And this woman didn't even see her with the second kid. So how much can we trust discreet lady? I'm checking out.
Black eye. So there
Chat,
is evidence
talk amongst
of
yourself.
physical abuse. We know that she also told her mother about the 1998 incident, about the dragging of her. So we know that there is indications of physical abuse. We believe that that information in and of itself shows that there was a pattern of abuse such that Ms. Rosa James could testify as to the domestic violence dynamics. What are certain signs in that pattern and control? And the jury can make a decision whether or not they believe that this is a domestic violence relationship. It is the state's position that this was a domestic violence relationship. We believe that there's evidence to present, whether that is in hypotheticals, to Ms. James about some of the events that occurred in Ms. Wolfenbarger's life leading up to her death. We do believe that she'll be able to testify as an expert in domestic violence that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she attempts to leave that relationship.
There's no proof that she wasn't allowed to. She had a bank buddy at her job. She stayed with him. Where is the evidence that she was denied leaving the house? She stayed over and she didn't say, I have to go home or Chris will hurt me. She said, I want to go home to my kids. And when did the mom first testify she heard about that being drugged down the street? Do we know that? Because she didn't say that. Did she learn that later when she saw the RO papers?
Believe that there is evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger, in his own words, will say that in December of 1998 that the two of them were trying to work it out, but I believe her mother testified that she wanted to leave him. I think that testimony.
Yeah, and her mom was as trustworthy as me at my wedding when I said I was going to last forever.
And such that we think that there is enough information to make make Miss James's testimony relevant before this jury.
Oh my God. If this judge allows this in, we're ending.
Excluded by Rule 403, that it is more
it was economy
probative,
lodge.
and that the prejudicial effect is not substantially outweighed in this potential case. And so that is the state's intention at this time. We do believe that, again, that there is evidence. Whether or not the defense counsel, crosses her on it and talks about isolated incidents and things of that nature, I think they very well can. But we believe that there's enough at this juncture.
No, Sue lost as always.
I think we discussed last Monday, the state would never ask the ultimate conclusion. Did he be based on all this?
No, but you're gonna ask
his wife? That would never be a question that the state would ask.
Very close to it.
But we definitely intend to ask questions about statistics regarding the most lethal time for a victim in an abusive relationship. And so that's the state's position.
But there's no evidence that she was forced to stay with him. There's actually, by your witnesses, evidence he left him. There's no evidence that he came up and dragged her back. There's no evidence he picked her up at Waffle House every single day to make sure she got home, which would indicate he was controlling her. She was fucking Mr. Dixon at Economy Lodge. He was getting the kielbasa on the roof of the Waffle House. What the hell is this woman talking about? This is utterly ridiculous. And if this judge says, well, yeah, there have been sufficient evidence, then this guy is being railroaded harder than the Commonwealth tried to do with Karen Reed. She should laugh at her and throw her out and say, you didn't prove shit.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton.
I would point out, we've not been given any statistics. We've not been given any evidence.
We asked for it a week ago. Sorry.
I mean, if she's going to start talking about 85% of all people who want to leave their family get murdered.
I didn't hear Ms. Hilton say that. What I heard Ms. Hilton say was the very broad, generic statement that I've heard from, I think, every DV expert ever, which is that the most dangerous time, that there are particular times in a domestic violence cycle that are particularly dangerous, one of them being when someone has attempted to leave.
Well,
but there's no proof that she was intending to leave.
Right now, I'm just saying, I didn't hear her talk about statistics.
She did say she was going to ask about statistics.
So I don't know if that meant, in general, it's the most common time, or if she's actually going to testify to 87% or whatever.
The general research, I should say, maybe not statistics, but general research that the most dangerous time for a
yeah, you're going to elicit.
Okay.
It sounds like, almost kind of like profile evidence, and it's not the way someone gets convicted of being the perpetrator. It may be a good, as one lawyer described it recently, a good sword for proving, this is the perpetrator. If this is, it was intentional as opposed to accidental, or a way to defeat a claim of self-defense. Say, you beaten her up 30 times and you're claiming this is self-defense this time, or it was, suicide, you were trying to take the gun away from her. But he's saying he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with the crime. And yet they're going to use this profile evidence of what other people, based on some similarity, I guess. I mean, I know what she's going to do because she did it the other day with me. You go through the wheel and you say, oh, you don't have to have all these things. You have to have a couple or a few.
Oh, it's the stupid wheel of DV.
And, we get into this argument where everybody's a domestic abuser, under her theory. If you take the wheel out, wherever I did with it, and start going through it, everybody satisfies. You can go through it and say, there was no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of that. She says, doesn't matter.
And that goes to the weight and credibility that a finder of fact should afford to her testimony, assuming that she's allowed to testify.
Go fuck yourself, Judge.
It's 403. It is the jury's going to hear she's the most qualified person on the planet to be offering these opinions, and we're apparently nitpicking over things that she has studied and the statistics and all that.
Understood, Mr. Samuel. So what I heard from the state is the identification of at least, I think, three instances from which either there is actual testimony of an event like the matter in July that I think led to the TPO, or there are facts from which a reasonable inference for purposes of preponderance might be drawn that there was some abuse.
What the hell? What the actual hell? You're saying Tina, who has a monetary interest in this case, her testimony that she might have said by shaking her head a little bit and tweaking one eye that Chris did it is a preponderance of the evidence. She couldn't tell you when it happened. Remember, she left the job months before the TPO. Oh, yeah, let's not talk about that little bit of a problem. Dixon, who was banging this chick, was never, ever talking about any of this. Wouldn't she be crying at his shoulder saying, my husband beats me, that's why you make me safe? No, she never talked about her family. But Tina, who is trying to get paid if this case ends up the way she want to do it, she's a trustworthy witness. I'm just going to say this in sign language so I don't get demonetized. Judge, please go do this to yourself. And spin it around twice.
And so as a result of that, I do believe that the state has made, there are facts that they can ask the expert about. I do want to put one issue to bed, and Mr. Samuel and I discussed it at the pretrial conference last Monday as well, and that is that 404B has been thrown around a little bit, and I think I understand your argument currently to be that it's 403 prejudicial, but the argument that you're making, I still stand by that it is intrinsic to the nature of this relationship, and that is what distinguishes it from this sort of argument that might not fly, that, you know, if Mr. Wolfenbarger, if there was evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger had abused someone else before, that would exponentially increase the likelihood that he had abused Melissa Wolfenbarger. That's not what we have here. I'm specifically looking at Hughes versus State, which is a 2021 decision of the Supreme Court, talks about similar evidence in terms of an incident where the defendant was alleged to have slashed the tires of the victim, and the defendant ultimately argued that that was inadmissible 404, that it was prejudicial, and that it was error to allow it in. And Justice Boggs said it was both intrinsic and evidence of prior difficulties. And so I think it's relevant. I think it's admissible. And under 403, I don't believe that it is overly prejudicial. Now, having said that, I think we talked about this on Monday as well. The state is, I don't think that the state intends to go out on that limb, right, and ask the witness questions like, you know, the ultimate issue and other things. But I did hear a concerning willingness by that victim to walk out onto that ledge all by herself. And so I just want to make sure that you have cautioned your witness to understand the parameters of what's allowable for her to testify to.
I have, but I will again prior to her testimony when she gets into the book.
Understood. The remainder, Mr. Samuel, as I said, your other concerns about the scope of her testimony, the veracity, reliability, et cetera, I think goes to, again, the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. And so that's going to be my ruling regarding the ability of that witness to testify and to base hypothetical questions on facts that are actually in evidence regarding 2 to 3 either specific instances or facts from which a jury could infer, a fact finder could infer an abuse.
What facts?
Let's assume you ask the hypothetical questions. Assume 3 incidents and describe them with specificity and accuracy. What is your conclusion? What are we inviting her to conclude? You are dealing with an abuser. And once we've made that finding, Katie bar to the door. At that point, we can do anything we want to do once we've identified him as an abuser. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's assume he did it 3 times. What is she going to conclude? Is it anything you could do? It wouldn't make a difference if it was 3 or 30. At that point, everything I want to offer as an expert, I can offer.
Ms. Hilton, so I think my understanding and Mr. Samuel's understanding clearly is that this expert would be offered to testify about what an abusive relationship looks like and how people behave in that relationship. Is that fair?
Yes.
To educate the jury about those issues.
Yes.
Beyond that, Mr. Samuel's question about what actual opinions or conclusions do you expect that this expert will draw regarding this case? Or is she just educating the jury generally about what an abuse relationship looks like?
Generally as to what an abuse relationship looks like, and if there are could certain hypothetical facts be consistent with coercion or power and control? So
hypothetical facts for which there's a reasonable factual basis in the trial.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that is the extent, but she's not coming, we're not asking her any, is this domestic violence? It's more if a person brings someone to a neighborhood and they don't have any family there, could that be considered isolation? So things of that nature, factors that one could maybe conclude at some point in time or that we'll be able to discuss, but that's the state's intention.
Mr. Samuel, I understand and imagine that you would not be satisfied with that response.
Well, this is, a few minutes ago, it's the first time I ever heard this. There's some theory that part of the whole, maybe as you're describing, intrinsic conduct was moving to Atlanta, to get away from her family, which is what, the other evidence was. But now we're going to have this witness say, oh, if you've moved to Atlanta, to a home that family owns, right? Right. I mean, they own this apartment complex, the duplex.
Which are all facts that you can cross-examine the witness about.
But that's the whole point, is she doesn't know any facts.
Yeah.
You got to take her hypotheticals and say, let me pull a few threads on these hypotheticals. How about if you found out that the home to which she moved, was actually a home owned by the family? And she says, it doesn't make any difference.
I understand.
If it's Dawn Hughes, I don't know if we got the name right. She was the lady who used that wheel in the JDAH case. And yes, everyone, even a newborn baby, is a perpetrator of DV.
A ruling still stands, Mr. Samuel. I'm going to let the witness testify.
Jesus Christ.
I think that your concerns relate to the weight and credibility that a fact finder should afford to her testimony, beyond the fact that, as I've said a couple of times now on the record, and Ms. Hilton has assured me, is that we're going to.
Yeah, we're going to trust Ms.
Make
Hilton.
sure that our hypothetical questions are tied to the facts in this record, even if they're conflicted facts, as long as they've been established, by somebody in this case. Number one, and number two, that we're gonna make sure that this witness is not expounding.
So will she also be allowed to answer questions about if a girl found a dead body in her hamper in a house where people have been murdered by her dad? Would that make her a victim in that household and she might want to leave it, as a hypothetical?
In a way that would be problematic in terms of the ultimate issue or offering opinions that there are no facts to back up, even if they're conflicted facts. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, that's my ruling, Mr. Samuel. Anything else we need to take up before we have the jury back in to conclude the detective's testimony? Okay. Ms. Hilton, you ready? I'm sorry, Mr. Fawcett, are you ready? No, I understand. I just was making sure both sides are ready. Deputy, can you get our witness back, please? And then we're ready for the jury.
Oh yeah, everyone has PTSD as well. I hope. I don't know if it. I thought they said Hughes, and if it's the most expert DV, I think that's her, because she was the expert's expert, and she was utterly demolished on the stand.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Detective, I'll just remind you that before we took our lunch break, you were sworn in and that you continue to be under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel, questions for this witness?
Detective Shepard, my name is Don Samuel. I don't believe we've ever met before.
I've met you in passing before.
This is the second one to say that. You joined the cold case squad in 2020, did I get that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And when did you pick up Calhoun's reports and start looking at this case?
2021.
Okay. So in 2021...
No, we will have a forensic dentist, we'll have a medical examiner, and we will have, if I heard the name right, Dawn Hughes, who will testify that everyone in this courtroom who has dinkly bits between their legs are abusers.
We are essentially 23 years after, for example, the first thing you testified about, I think, was the July TPO, right?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, you weren't there then. You didn't have, contemporaneous evidence of what happened on that day, right? You didn't interview any of the witnesses.
That's correct.
That led to the TPO, correct? And when I say TPO, I'm talking about a temporary protective order.
That's correct.
And you introduced some exhibits this morning. Yes, this morning, dealing with that TPO, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what you learned from reading Calhoun's reports and what led you to think the TPO was important was that there was an argument, correct? There was a dispute?
Yes, there was a physical dispute that resulted in Melissa Wolfenbarger's injuries.
It resulted in?
Her injuries.
Okay. Did you interview someone named Perone who was involved in that?
No, I never got a chance to interview Ms. Perone.
Okay. And did you talk to the law enforcement officer who went to the scene, whose name is Sutton, I believe?
No, every officer during that time, by the time I received the case, pretty much retired. But I was referring to his actual police reports that were documented.
Well, he came here. It wasn't that hard to find him. He came here and testified. Did you ever talk to him?
No, sir. I never was able to talk to officers.
Were you aware that he said he never saw any bruises on her back?
The only thing I had to refer to is it wasn't the actual police report that he documented when the incident occurred.
Right. Well, he didn't document what he saw. And when he testified, he said, I didn't lift up her shirt or look at anything on her back. I didn't see any. But he said she had some bruises on her legs.
To counsel testifying.
I'm cross-examining him.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection.
I have no direct knowledge to his testimony when he testified in here.
So if in fact his testimony is different than what you said this morning, obviously you don't question his credibility when he came here and testified under oath.
I think Officer Sutton will have to be the one to speak on that. As far as his credibility, I can refer to the documents that were documented in the official police report.
Okay. And do you know from the official police report whether the officer or anybody interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger that night?
Not sure. I don't have any reports that state that either.
Or Mr. Perone that night?
There are no police reports that's documenting that.
Okay. So you have Sutton's police report, which is inconsistent with the testimony he gave to the jury, and that's it as far as what led to the temporary protective order.
Again, I can't testify to Officer Sutton's testimony that he testified in here. Only thing I have to go by is what he documented in his police report.
Okay. All right. Now, as a result of whatever happened that day in July something like 22nd, right, 1998, Ms. Wolfenbarger was encouraged to take out a TPO, correct?
Yes, after she was assaulted and dragged by Christopher Wolfenbarger and received the injuries. Usually when there's a domestic dispute, we always refer to the victim in that domestic that's an option that they can go and seek as a temporary protective order for further protection.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes,
when I
sir.
ask you a question, you can answer yes or no. Okay?
Go. Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
If you think it's a deceptive answer and you need to explain it, that's fine. But you don't know what happened that night. You just know what's in the police report, right?
Correct. The only thing I know is what's documented in the police report.
Okay. By the way, did you even try to find Officer Sutton?
I have the official police reports that I can refer to, and that's usually.
Just answer yes or no. And stop looking at the jury. You are deceptive as fuck. I hate this case. Marissa, I'm calling Jamie. We are having an HR meeting later today.
What happens, a lot of cold cases, we don't reach out to those the officers that officially responded to the first scene. We go by the police reports.
Okay. So at any rate, it was customary to refer Ms. Wolfenbarger to get a TPO, correct? A temporary protective order.
Yes, sir. Anytime there's a domestic dispute and the victim of that domestic dispute.
Sir, I just asked you a yes, no question. She was referred to get a TPO, correct?
Yes, she was correct.
You want to make a speech every time I ask you a question, or just say yes or no if you can, all right?
Are you asking me, sir?
Not really. So she takes out a TPO on what day?
We have to refer to the actual document again if we want to get the exact date.
Hey, Phoenix. Marissa wanted to torment me. Why are we on a faster speed? To catch up.
Thank you.
Some of those are not in evidence in full.
I don't think she understands what's going on.
You have the date that the TPO is taken out.
As soon as I find a TPO, I can give you the exact date.
I hate this guy. Well, the meeting will just be Jamie yelling at me for yelling at Marissa.
It looks like it was July 2nd, 1998. July 22nd, I'm sorry.
22nd, okay. And then what a TPO does is, that's just ask the court to set down a hearing, correct?
The TPO is, again, another form of documentation along with the police report, but he documented through the court that this person that's filing the TPO needs protection from the person that they're trying to get protection from.
Right, but it has to be followed very quickly by a court hearing, correct?
Well, that depends on the court. But once it's filed and it's enacted, the person, we have a court hearing, they're served, and at that point, they're served with that temporary protective order. They have strict orders not to violate that temporary protective order.
How long did the TPO in this case exist before they went to court for the first time?
Do you have the documents? Okay.
You have it in front of you.
Was dismissed on July 29th, 1998.
So about 1 week later.
Exactly 1 week later.
According to the documents, that's correct.
You have the rule nisi there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, rule nisi is just a Latin term that lawyers use to say, come to court, right? Show cause, come to court.
Okay.
Right?
I don't speak Latin, but I'm assuming if you're saying that, that's correct.
I appreciate your confidence in me. So they go to court and the TPO is dismissed, correct?
That is correct.
And that doesn't happen without a judge sitting on the bench, correct?
Correct. And usually when it's dismissed, one of the parties are not showing up. Just like in any court case, when the party doesn't show up, it's dismissed.
But every party's here for this. For the TPO dismissal, everybody's in court.
Okay.
In fact, will you?
Is this guy, and so he's trying to make it out that one of the parties didn't show up. He has the TPO right in front of him. He must have looked at this TPO because he based his entire indictment on this TPO so he could claim DV was the reason why he unalived her. And he doesn't even know both parties showed up. And it was on the request of Melissa, the TPO was removed. Is he still getting a paycheck? Yeah, because we don't give a what we do.
You're aware from talking to people that the judge encouraged them to talk to each other. They talked to each other, and then the judge dismissed the TPO.
I'm not surprised in court hearings.
I didn't ask if you were surprised. I asked, are you aware that that's what happened?
I'm not aware.
Well, did you ever interview anybody about what happened in that court proceeding?
It's pertaining to the TPO?
Yes.
No, sir. The TPO is not related. It's not part of my murder investigation. It documents of first form of interaction that documents the domestic violence between Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa. As far as a homicide investigation, it's not relevant going to the homicide. So there was no reason for you to follow up for this pertaining to this domestic.
Didn't you say the TPO was a sign of domestic violence, and this is why you believe that this is a case that has to do with domestic? I'm going to start day drinking. I think this is Malort time, because you just spent your entire direct statement talking about how this TPO shows that there was domestic violence, and that's why you believe Chris did it. And you just testified that this TPO is not relevant for the case. You can't make this shit up. And now we're going to have Dawn Hughes going to come in and testify that the TPO is a clear indication that he unalived her because she had PTSD and he was abusing her. But the guy who took it from the cold case pile, indicted Chris Wolfenbarger, did it because of nothing, even though he stated he did it because of the TPO hearing, which showed domestic violence.
Well, are you saying that all the domestic things involved in July 1998 has nothing to do with the investigation of the homicide?
The July 1998 incident is very critical, and it documents and it landmarks a tumultuous relationship between Christopher and Melissa. So it is very important.
You just said it's not relevant. I'm confused between your last two answers. You said you didn't follow up anything about the background of it, anything about what happened in court, anything about any of that, because it's not relevant to the homicide. But then you say it's the landmark, most important thing.
That is correct. So when you document an incident domestic, it's documented. It's a homicide investigation. We continue with our homicide investigation. We have reliability when we refer to the police reports, which is official documents. That's documented in time. There's no need for me to follow up on the domestic side because we have it clearly documented in the police reports. My investigation continues from the homicide on.
You don't disagree, though, that even the documents show that the judge approved the dismissal of the TPO. The judge signs it.
And these are legal documents, and I definitely approve of it.
Okay. You then talked about having interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger in, the first time was in 2021.
Yes.
So now we're 23 years later after the TPO. 23 years after the TPO, you interview him on May 5th. And I think we listened to that tape, correct?
Correct.
2021.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have anything else at this point between then and 2021, right?
As far as it pertains to what?
Your direct contact.
It's good.
No, that's the first time I came in contact with Chris.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you meet with him and you talked to him and you said it was a voluntary meeting, correct?
Yes, it was in his home, in his living room.
Right. So there was no coercion, no handcuffs. You didn't threaten him, but he voluntarily welcomed you in, gave you a seat at the table, sat down and talked with you.
Correct.
Totally voluntary.
Correct.
Totally cooperative.
Correct.
Okay. And when you were done with that interview, you packed up your tape recorder and you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're continuing to review Calhoun's reports during this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
In that tape that we heard this morning, Mr. Wolfenbarger told you about a rocky relationship that he had. In part, he attributes it, or perhaps in large part, he attributes it to Melissa Wolfenbarger's parents, correct?
I don't know if he attributes the rockiness to the parents, but he did admit to having a rocky relationship. I don't know how he would attribute it to his parents.
Not his parents.
Her parents.
Her parents.
Correct.
You don't think he was attributing it to that?
No, I'm pretty sure he was not attributing to that. I did not interpret that as his parents being, or her parents being a reason why they have a rocky relationship. It's solely between those two.
But clearly he didn't get along with her parents.
He stated that, and that's correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, that wouldn't come as a surprise, would it?
I'm not surprised if anybody's in a tumultuous, rocky, violent relationship. I haven't seen a couple that's had a good relationship with any parents involved in that.
Well, but
yes,
you know, that's not what I'm talking about here. Here I'm talking about the fact that his in-laws had murdered 5 people. Do you have in-laws? Are you married? Can you imagine your wife's parents killed 5 people, threw them in a river?
Hang on.
to the formal questions and proper judge, I would ask that the jury disregard the formal question.
I'll withdraw, but it doesn't, can I withdraw?
You can withdraw it.
Does it shock you that someone would say they have a rocky relationship with their in-laws, given what you know are the facts of this case?
I've been doing this job almost a quarter century. I talk to murderers and deal with murders on a daily basis. People from murderers' families. That has nothing to do with what they have to do in their relationship. People can't help who they're related to.
Can we get an IQ test on this detective? If you found out your father-in-law was a serial killer, it doesn't matter because you can't figure out who you're related to. Do you also, as a murder investigator for many, many years, for instance, have a dad who unalives a mom or a mom who unalives a dad, and then the kids don't like that parent anymore? I only done this for 3 years. I don't have your experience, but I have seen that a lot of times. Then when kids find out mom or dad is bad, they don't like them no more. So an in-law could maybe have a teeny weeny bit of
Their relationship had nothing to do with their parents.
Of course it did. She's left home.
So you don't find it surprising that he had a difficult time relating to the family, to the parents who had committed 5 murders, thrown them in a river. There was a baby who died in their home and convicted of concealing the death. None of those things.
None of that came out in the form of evidence during the course of this trial.
Of course it was.
Things that are not in evidence and asking questions based on things on the fact.
It has been. There's just as much evidence of that as the
I don't
DV.
think that's accurate.
I think I've heard the 2 things that you specifically referred to. I've heard testimony about them in this trial, so I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead.
But your position is, it's like Tolstoy said, every unhappy family is unhappy in their own way, right?
So
it's just another unhappy family.
So because Melissa was from this type of family, that gave her permission to be victim of a domestic violence.
Go fuck yourself.
Doesn't answer my question.
Again, because she was a victim of
The judge should strike this, take him off the stand, and throw this case out. This guy is filling the jury with bullshit. That's not the question he asked. He asked, could it be okay for Chris not to like his in-laws when he found out they were a murdering son of a guns? And now he's sitting here saying just because she came from a bad family, he's okay to treat her as or make her a victim of domestic violence. It has nothing to do with the question. It's all to bias the jury against Chris Wolfenbarger. This case should be thrown out. How the hell is this still allowed to go on? What the hell?
her family and their wrongdoings does not give Christopher or anybody a right to place her in an abusive relationship. So I'm
going to ask you to stop the answer because my question had nothing to do with whether Mr. Wolfenbarger had the right to do anything. And he denies doing anything. So your answer to that, you can give a closing argument if you want, tell the lawyers to go home. Otherwise, I'd ask you to answer my questions.
Yeah. Judge, instruct him to answer.
Yes. His in-laws were serial killers, right? And were throwing the family members they were killing, throwing their bodies in the river. Melissa's sister had a baby who died at birth and was thrown in the hamper. And your only answer to me is that doesn't give Chris a right to do something?
Absolutely. Christopher does not have a right to abuse Melissa based off of her family history. That is correct.
What makes you think that he was using that as a right?
I'm just basing that off your argument that you're making right now. Sir.
That wasn't the argument.
Right to do anything. And as I just said, he denies doing anything.
Jesus Christ.
Are you asking me a question?
How is this? I would motion for.
When was the next time you interviewed Chris?
I have it documented in my reports.
Well, when's the next time you interviewed him?
Can we refer to my reports, the exact date?
You have your reports up there?
No, sir. These are the exhibits that you left.
Okay. Did you interview him again in February of 2023?
Is that documented in my report?
It's documented in my notes.
As soon as I can confirm it's documented in my report, then.
this,
Do you know exactly what page this documentation is going to be in my reports?
Detective Shepard, you testified this morning about the different interviews you have. You didn't require a counselor to give you page numbers.
Well, if we were going to refer to dates, then I would like that the notes that you took from my case file, if you can give me the exact dates, I can refer to it.
I just told you the date was February 2023.
Okay, on my page in my notes, can you give me the page?
Forget it. Okay. We'll move to a different topic.
I hate this cop. And he's sitting there smug as a...
Are you familiar with the circumstances of Melissa and Chris Wolfenbarger moving to Atlanta?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Do you know when they moved to Atlanta?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know where they lived when they moved to Atlanta?
They stayed off of Brookline.
Okay. Do you know who owned that property?
I believe Christopher's mother owned that property.
Okay. And had they been to Atlanta before or in the Atlanta area before that?
I'm not sure.
You don't know
And,
shit.
Did Melissa end up having a series of jobs working at Waffle House when she was in Atlanta?
Correct.
And had friends, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know that from talking to some of the friends, correct? And talking to people at the Waffle House, correct?
Correct. And also Christopher's statement was that she worked at the Waffle House and had friends at the Waffle House.
Right. And she wasn't isolated in Atlanta, was she?
I'm not going to say isolated, but there was some, according to the reports, that documented that they didn't always see her, but they always saw Christopher. She was always
who's the they in that sentence?
Some of the witnesses that was interviewed and that's documented in the case file.
Didn't Miss Cooley talk about how they would play all the time? She'd see Chris all the time?
I'm sorry, you say Miss Cooley?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Okay. Did you read Calhoun's reports?
I did.
Did you read them before you came into court here?
Yes, sir, but I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Are you talking about Miss Jones because she used an alias?
Did you talk to the folks at the glass company?
In person, I was able to interview them one time.
Okay. And did you determine from talking to Mr. Brock that ultimately Chris was let go because of a car accident involving one of the company's trucks?
Yes, also the saw that he borrowed.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, he also borrowed a saw that he never returned.
He borrowed a saw that he never returned.
Those were their words, correct, that he never returned the saw.
Okay. Those weren't your words this morning. Are you aware of that?
Correct. Mr. Brooks, they said that Mr. Brock, thank you, that he borrowed the saw along with some type of violation that he did with the vehicle. They couldn't prove that he stole the saw, but they let him go as a result.
Okay. You talked about talking with Thomas Dixon, right?
That is correct.
Okay. He'd spent, 10 years in prison between the time of 99, 2000 and the time you met with him, right?
Yes, he was in and out of prison. At that time, he was currently getting his life together. So that is correct.
And then you talked about the time of Chris's arrest, right?
Correct.
Don't trust the doctors. They just want to finger your...
And you said that he was not cooperative at the time of his arrest, correct?
That is correct. He hid in the cupboard that he built inside of his home, and it took, I believe, fugitive about 30 minutes or plus to find him.
Yeah. He met with Calhoun how many times? Voluntarily meeting with Calhoun?
It was more than one time.
How many times did he meet with Detective Stott, who was here this morning? Voluntarily, either went to his police department or met with him and was fully cooperative with him?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. You haven't read his reports?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay, but my question was, have you read his reports?
No, and I don't have any firsthand knowledge of his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. What about Calhoun's reports?
Correct. Yes, I have.
And Mr. Wolfenbarger's cooperation with him?
Yes, yes. Spoke with him multiple times. There is one time that he met with Detective Calhoun, and Detective Calhoun advised that he stole a search warrant that he had. He had to go back and get it from Christopher. That was one interaction that he had with Christopher. So I wouldn't categorize or describe his whole interactions as cooperative.
At the time of his arrest, how many law enforcement officers went to his house?
You have to refer to the fugitive report, and they should have a list of every law enforcement officer that was assisted in that arrest.
Do you know how many people went to the house?
Offhand, I do not know, but usually when you're trying to apprehend a fugitive for murder, there's going to be a great number of law enforcement.
So if Detective O'Hare was in here yesterday or 2 days ago and said there were 30 officers who went to the house, you wouldn't question that, would you?
That sounds about right. It's always a tactical safe way or a way to apprehend fugitives that's wanted for murder.
Said most of them were armed with assault weapons.
That sounds about right, correct.
And helmets and gear and flak jackets and all of that, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And used a battering ram to get into the. Well, I'm going to ask you, did they use a battering ram to
I
get
have
in?
no direct knowledge on how they made entry into the house. From what I do believe, I do understand that his wife, or at the time was described his wife, answered the door and she lied and said he wasn't there. And then when they was able to make entry and find him, I don't have any knowledge of a ram being used.
Okay. But that is inconsistent with all the cooperation he showed you and Calhoun and Stott over the course of 20 years of answering all your questions, meeting with you, coming to your office, correct?
Incorrect. Whenever you're trying to apprehend a fugitive wanted for a violent crime, which is murder, then you're going to go in the most tactical force used, and that's to ensure the safety on both sides of law enforcement and the civilians that we're trying to obtain.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to say that the officers were doing anything wrong. I was going to say, if he was uncooperative at that time, it was inconsistent with all the cooperation he had shown you and Stott and Calhoun and Kelly, anybody else who we've been interviewed by with over the years.
So based on the way you framed your question, inconsistent mean that he hid in the cupboard, and he did not hide when we went to go talk to him, but he did hide when he was when they arrived for his arrest.
Yes,
that's correct.
No.
He did hide when that arrest happened, and he did speak with us in person.
Yeah. And he had voluntarily given pubic hair to Calhoun.
Correct.
He had voluntarily given other hair samples at other times he was requested, correct?
Correct. And also,
my question was just a yes or no. He also gave DNA evidence when requested, correct? Buccal swabs.
That is correct.
He also, there was the luminol was used in his house, correct?
Correct. 3 years after the incident, though, and the
That
house had
doesn't
been
matter.
remodeled, so.
Said all those were done in a cooperative manner. Some of
You don't have to be sorry. He's so bad, I drank my lord.
you had to get a search warrant for, but others he did in a cooperative manner.
So the last incident that you're referring to is the luminol. A search warrant had to be obtained. So I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge.
He
of
wasn't
interaction
living
at
at
the time
on the
Christopher had
address.
with the detectives performing that search warrant.
Well, he wasn't even living there when the luminol was given out.
Okay, so that answers the question. He did.
And also during the course of the questioning by Ms. Fawcett here, you repeatedly talked about things that you found important, correct?
Correct.
Did you find it important that the pubic hair that he gave to the officers and that was tested was not shown to be consistent with what was found in the bags?
All DNA is important, but also I had to keep in mind that this case was older. Also, I got to keep in mind that the condition of the body parts that were found, and also over time, those things fade. So we're going to do it just to check the boxes and make sure we're going to cross our T's and dot our I's. But also in the back of my mind, I do know that the DNA was going to be compromised because it was compromised.
But the pubic hair was analyzed and was found to be not consistent with what was found in the bag.
So the way I remember the report saying it was dissimilar, and also pubic hairs and hairs degrade over time. And that's the way the report read. By the time this particular item was tested, years had passed it. So over time.
But you can't infer just because there's degradation of evidence that it must be him who did it. Oh my God, this guy's amazing.
DNA does degrade in pubic hairs, and DNA items such as that will degrade.
And you know from the other officer who was with you earlier today and sitting outside that he had done DNA from what was found on the bag, and all of that came back negative.
Are you referring to Detective Stein?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Detective Stein and myself, we did work on this case earlier, and he was definitely a big part of collecting that DNA for further testing.
And it came back as not being consistent with Mr. Wolfenbarger's DNA.
That's correct.
Okay. And you know about the paint chips that were found inside the bag that didn't match anything in the house.
That's correct. But also at the time when they did serve the search warrant at the house had been remodeled. That particular area had been remodeled. So it was not going to be uncommon that those paint chips were going to be dissimilar to one another.
Right. So do I gather that all the evidence that exonerates him, that shows that he's not the person who perpetrated the crime, you consider to be insignificant?
That's incorrect. If you're referring to just physical evidence in that manner, no, but you still have other evidence that goes in line and testimonies that go in line with this case.
I'm just asking about the physical evidence. You downplay the significance of all of that, don't you?
can't ever downplay physical evidence. Physical evidence is important, but what you have to keep in mind that over time, physical evidence degrades. In this case, is a prime example of that.
You know that cadaver dogs were sent out to the house.
Well, I heard that you're always asking for a colonoscopy. Isn't that you always check the box and say, yes, please?
That's correct.
I heard of an incident. I don't have any direct knowledge of cadaver dogs or APD using any cadaver dogs.
Okay. There's no evidence of, first of all, there was no saw found in the house or in the house where he was arrested years later, correct?
No, the only reference to a saw is when Christopher admitted that he was in possession of, or he was accused of being in possession of, while he was let go from his job.
Right. There's no evidence where the dismemberment occurred.
Absolutely. There's no evidence where it could have occurred anywhere.
Kids. Yeah, all the evidence isn't there, but you must trust us. All the evidence are there, but they just degrade it. DNA changes over time. You know this.
When you were questioning Chris in the 2021 that we listened to, you asked him to say who he thought had killed his wife, correct?
I believe we asked him what did he think happened.
Right. And he responded, of course, he initially said the family, correct? Her family, her parents.
Correct. He wanted,
and then he said, but he then said, but listen, I'm just speculating, correct?
Well, we have to go in order. If to answer the question, he pointed all the blame to the father and the family. And what he's referring to when he's saying speculating, he's speculating on different parts of the interview and different parts of the statement that he made.
Yeah. One second, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm not sure I have enough pull that I can get any of these lawyers. I'm just a small YouTube channel. I don't get all the fancy people. And we still have the outstanding invitations that Marissa have sent to Grant and Krusty and Clevin.
Detective Shepard, you were testifying as to the collection of DNA and the degradation of DNA over time. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to view the conditions of that the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger were located in?
Yes, I did.
And photographs and the actual scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive any indication in your reports of any weather conditions that would have existed during around the time that her remains were discovered?
Yes, it was a heavy downpour, a lot of rain in the area.
And is there, in your investigation, have you worked cases where you've been able to successfully collect the presence of DNA?
Yes.
It's a crap shot. Sometimes I may, sometimes I may not. In this particular case, when the particular items that we're referring to that get the DNA when it's compromised, like her body parts was in, like you might as well say, like a soup in those bags, definitely know they're going to be compromised.
You say like a soup, what do you mean by that?
So when it's in a plastic bag, there's a lot of rain. It was in a junkyard. It's a lot of areas, so it's a lot of other things that can come into contact with her remains and compromise along with.
It's in a junkyard. Didn't they testify it was found in the woods? What is this case? No super chat, sir. Is you be speculating on the stand? Clean it up. Yes, maybe.
With a natural weather event like rain.
And we're talking about the time period of April through June. Is that a period of time you would consider to be a particularly hot or particularly cold period of time?
That's a area time of the year that when the seasons are changing, we usually get a lot of rain. In Georgia and Atlanta, that's the time when the weather started changing, the trees started blooming. So yes, we're going to get a lot of rain during that time.
All right. And also heat, does that have an impact on the ability to collect DNA samples?
It does, but that's not going to stop us from trying to collect them.
All right. Now, you testified as to information you received specifically as it relates to any FBI determinations as to the quality or degradation of hair that you would have that would have been in connection with this case. Do you recall when those reports would have been created?
Yes, I have it documented in the report. I believe her name was Dr. Cornsberry.
Okay. And did you have a copy of Dr. Kornsberg's report in your in Discovery?
Yes.
Do you recall that date offhand?
Not offhand, no, I do not.
If you were to review a copy of her report, would that refresh your recollection as to that report?
Yes, it will.
You can do that to yourself.
Yes.
No, some prosecutions do a really good job.
Sorry. Yes, the date of the report is October 30th, 2007.
And is that when the police department received information about the quality of samples that you were going to either make a decision about further testing?
Correct.
And based on the information about the quality of the hair sample, was it either Calhoun's decision or your decision to send off for additional testing based off of the information that you received?
Detective Calhoun.
Okay. But ultimately, when you reviewed the case, you decided your decision was the same as Calhoun. Is that safe to say?
Correct.
And in connection with your interview of the defendant in 2021, had you previously either spoken to Detective Calhoun and or viewed any statements that the defendant made with Calhoun?
Yes.
And were those statements important for comparing and contrasting any similarities and differences between those two statements?
Yes.
And if you found, I guess, things that you viewed as being dissimilar, would that have been significant in your investigation?
Yes.
In particular, questions related to when the last time would have been that Christopher Wolfenbarger would have observed Melissa alive. Specifically that question. You recall asking the defendant that question in 21?
Yes, it gave conflicting answers. One answer was that he dropped her off and she just walked away. The next time he said that they went to Taco Bell and then he dropped her at a train station.
Yeah.
And I want to refer you to a previously admitted exhibit. I believe it's 73. Okay, Your Honor, court's permission is exhibit 73, which has been tendered into evidence. I'd ask the court's permission to play portions 24-20 through 29. Can you tell me what 73 is? It is the interview with Detective Stout.
Can we just
Hang on just 1 second. Can you come here?
Why is the lead detective looking like Drex? What's going on?
I can't even face it here. She disappeared. I've been sitting here, I don't know if it's 98, 99. I was 2000. I was living in Savannah, so it came to 2000. But whatever year that they're saying that they seen her, I know I seen her like in early March or April of the next year. And that was the last time I've seen her. That's November of 98 is what they're saying. That's Thanksgiving. Right. And then so into the next year, 99, early 99, March, April, somewhere near what you think you ran into her. And he might want to figure with the area that I am, but said it was alright. She was walking from like the Martin train station, up from Brookline. Is that right? Yeah, right there on Lee Street. And y'all went to a Taco Bell in the area, near the talk a little bit, and what happened? Walk off the way, and I dropped off at the train station. Yes, you were driving. What kind of music you had? I had I want to say it's a tan colored Chevy Capri, like a brown color. I mean, I can't be certain of that because I had got off of many cars, but I believe that's what I got at the time. You drove off the train station. Shortly there, I went to live with my cousin, Ian Good. The house over on Woodline, is that rental property, I mean,
This is the interview we listened to earlier that we couldn't hear because, and we still can't hear. And what does it matter if he said, I dropped her off, or I took her to Taco Bell and dropped her off at the train station? So he left out the part about taking her to Taco Bell. Does that him a killer make?
don't really that, or you know, like you were from our girlfriend's home out on the one across the street. That was the entire time that you were there. And you know, when you moved out. I was still living there with Marsh. I was still living there. I don't know how long after that. Where did you go from there? To my cousin's house in Union City. Was there anybody that heard of anything that's seen her following that or even around that time that I can call? Is there, do you know anybody that saw Melissa around March or April, you know, either after you saw her, that you heard back through the grapevine, or before this? That saw her like, you know, a week before you saw her or something like that? I know the guy that used to live right next door to me. He used to get east work from Marta. He gets trained to go down to downtown. And right around that time, he had told me that he had seen her. He got off at 5 Point Station downtown, and he got off and she kept going straight. I heard him tell me that. Said back before when she was up at the Waffle House in Florida, that she was involved with some guy named Mike. Remember that story? Was Mike and his boy up there? Yeah. You know if they were living together or seeing each other? That's what I was told. That's what she told me. And they had a friend, I can't remember other friend that I talked to, because their friend actually called me, you know, one day we're gonna take her back from up there out of that situation. They said at one point that she was possibly saying that the shower lodge. Yeah, that's where her friend lived at. That they tried to call her. I went up there and I picked her up from there one night. But she apparently, I don't know if she was in love with this guy or what the, you know, what too much about it. You know his last name was? I didn't know the first thing. I said, yeah, I can remember. White guy. That sounds right, yeah. I remember his curly hair. And I ain't trying to be rude, but I got to go back to real bad. I go pee.
Now, we've concluded the tape.
2856.
2856. All right. Now, Detective Shepard, do you recall in your interview with the defendant, we've just listened to a portion of the interview with Detective Stott and Detective Calhoun. Did you get an opportunity to listen to that as the jury was playing it?
Yes,
Was the
sir,
jury
I
was
did.
listening? Okay.
I did.
And do you recall in the interview that we just listened to, did you hear the portion of the interview when the defendant indicates last time being March or April that he saw Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And that was the next year, which appears it would have been 1999. You recall that?
Yes.
And is that also the same time period where Melissa's remains were discovered?
Yes.
And is there anything different about the time period, March or April of 1999, where the defendant indicates he saw Melissa Wolfenbarger, and the time when he told you in 2021?
The exact date, do you have a report that I can refer to the exact date did he?
I believe we have your reports up there with you.
Yeah, so
He didn't have that report just before.
it was May 5th, 2021, when me and Sergeant Layton interviewed Christopher.
Okay, all right. Do you recall the defendant indicating that the last time he saw Miss Melissa Wolfenbarger would have been in December of 98?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
It's 21 years later. Might have. Brandon, where were you on December 7th, 2001?
Did that distinction between the December 1998 date that the defendant gave you and the March 99 date that the defendant gave Calhoun, was that something you factored into your investigation?
Yes, it was definitely a red flag.
Was that something you considered inconsistent?
Correct.
Your testimony, you were just testifying as to the cooperation of this defendant. You referenced an obstruction of a search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct. Regarding to Detective Calhoun?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall what the name?
He didn't obstruct to a search warrant with Detective Calhoun. He didn't live on the address. Oh my God.
Nature of what law enforcement or Detective Calhoun was attempting to retrieve with that search warrant?
Some DNA.
Okay. And there was, your testimony is that there was an obstruction charge related to destroying that search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, he stole a search warrant and then destroyed it.
You also testified as to the level of cooperation when you arrived at the defendant's residence when law enforcement arrived to effect the arrest warrant. I believe you testified that the female was dishonest about his whereabouts when law enforcement arrived. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately find the defendant at the residence where that female was dishonest?
Yes, they found him in a makeshift hole in the wall that he had behind an appliance.
And you were also testifying as to the protective order and the request for dismissal. Did it come up in your investigation that on that July 29th date, Melissa Wolfenbarger's children went back with the defendant's mother, Kathy Wolfenbarger?
No, because he didn't know anything about the TPO. If he can remember it now, he lied before.
Yes, and around that same time frame, correct.
Did you factor in, during your course of investigation, did you also know that Kathy Wolfenbarger had custody of Melissa Wolfenbarger's children?
Yes.
And did that factor into any consideration you had as to Melissa's ability to leave the relationship?
It did, and it factored in a great deal.
What do you mean by that?
So it's pretty odd that a mother would give up her children, but it also makes it really hard in the domestic situation, a violent, tumultuous domestic situation, for them to leave when the person that's responsible for that domestic abuse parent is in charge of your children.
Okay.
Can he just state that? Jemima, are you here? Can he just state that because she gave the kids to the mother-in-law was actually a ploy to keep her under control by Chris, who didn't have any contact with the kids either because they gave them up? At what point are we going to talk about her substance abuse, which is most likely why she gave up the children to her mother-in-law? Because he can just say whatever he wants and nothing matters. There's no evidence that's why she gave the kids to the mother-in-law. No evidence whatsoever. This is the Dawn Hughes approach to domestic violence. We just make shit up.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman.
He is in prison for this. Yeah, because now it's been testified to, so she can ask questions about that of the next witness. This is way worse than I thought Fulton County would ever go
Something
to.
when you just began the redirect examination here about the weather when the skull was found.
Correct.
What was the weather that you think it was?
There were reports of the weather inside the case file. During that time frame when she went missing, in that time frame, the first body part was discovered, which is her head. There was rain.
How did you just describe that rain to Mr. Fawcett?
Well, there was a downpour multiple times during that time period.
Okay, can I show you Mr. Calhoun's report?
Sure.
This is absolutely...
Intermittent mist.
Intermittent mist?
Overcast, correct.
Intermittent mist is the same as a downpour?
So as we know, when it rains, it's not constantly raining.
When it rains, it pours.
Constantly, unless it's some type of hurricane or something like that in the area. I don't recall a hurricane or anything like that type of weather event at the time of that report was made. So it's not unusual for it to be misting at that time, especially after a rain.
But you weren't there. You're just going by Calhoun's reports, right?
Correct.
So you're answering Mr. Fawcett's question, saying it was a downpour, but all you have is Calhoun's report that said it was misting.
Correct. It's homicide detectives. That's why reports are very important. They document the incident. That's all we have.
But you just made up that it was a down. How can he, with confidence, look at the jury and say, yeah, I just made shit up? It's really important that we write reports, but I'll just make everything up I want to make up. What the? I'm not taking this guy to Waffle House. That's for sure.
Go on. Like I said, police report is a legal document, and we refer to those documents.
But you just made it up, you idiot.
Yes.
You
I don't have to ask again.
The National Climate Center reports about rainfall.
Okay.
How much rain was there in April of that year?
I'm not a meteorologist.
But you looked it up because it's so important.
We're interpreting this weather report.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender this as evidence.
Mr. Fawcett,
No objection.
what is going to be the exhibit designation?
I think this guy gets confused between moist and
D10
wet.
is admitted.
No, this is not justice. Meteorologist is a hard word.
The right-hand column is the total rainfall for the month. For the month, what was the total rainfall in April?
Can you point to the item that you have circled?
Is the total.
That's what you're saying? Okay, the item that you have.
For that day. Sorry.
Okay. Item that you have circled is 0.27. What type of measurement is this, though? Is this in
That's
inches?
millimeter.
Millimeters? So that's why I don't feel comfortable trying to interpret this.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what made you tell ADA Fawcett that it was a downpour, when in fact you have no evidence to support that? The scientific evidence doesn't support it, and Calhoun's report doesn't support it.
Based off the documentation from the reports and interviewing and talking to Detective Calhoun, that's the information that I gathered.
What evidence? It says missed.
Didn't say anything about it downpour.
The report is missed, and that's what Detective Calhoun documented in his report, with actually being present on the scene. For those 3 months, there's not a documentation of that. So in those 3 months, I don't think there was a drought during those 3 months. So you
can just speculate. You don't know when the body was dumped there.
On the crime scene.
So if we bring Calhoun back, he's going to reaffirm that he told you that the downpour is that month?
If you bring Detective Calhoun back, I can't speak on.
But
what
you
he's
just
gonna say.
spoke
We can
on
only
it.
Go off the reports and things that are documented.
Bio break. I'm sorry. I can't do this, guy.
The difference in time between these inconsistent statements by Mr. Wolfenbarger about the last time he saw Melissa was how many years?
Which incident are you referring to?
What you just answered, Mr. Fawcett, on redirect.
Can you be specific, please?
There were two different interviews he gave. You said it was significant that they were inconsistent about the last time he saw Ms. Wolfenbarger.
Okay, so the first interview was when Detective Calhoun came in contact with the case in 2003. I interviewed Christopher in 2021.
So over the course of 18 years, the first time he said it was the end of 99, correct? The end of 98. And when he talked to you, he said it's the other way around. When he talked the first time, he said it was March or April of 98. And with you, he said, let me start over. He said it was March or April of 99 when he talked to the first officer. And he said it was the end of 98 when he talked to you, correct?
Correct, but truth is going to be consistent. It doesn't matter how much time passed. If you're telling the truth, that's going to be consistent.
Okay.
So when we hear inconsistencies, that's a red flag. Only lies become inconsistent. Truth stays consistent no matter when it's told.
Okay. Even with an 18-year memory lapse between the two.
Absolutely.
You remember where you were 18 years ago?
I do.
On this date 18 years ago?
Not on this specific day, but on this specific year and this month, I do. I can't tell you exactly where I was.
Okay. All right. And were the same questions asked of him about location on those two different events, two different times? The first time when it was Stott who was interviewing him, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And did he say what street he remembered last seeing her? He was asked about the last time you saw him on.
Are you referring
Lee
to the
Street?
statement that he made to Detective Stott?
Yes.
All right, we replay it? I'm not familiar with the interview with Detective Stott.
Do you know today, sitting here, whether the two statements asked him the last time he saw her at the same location as opposed to at different locations?
I have no direct knowledge to Detective Stott. I haven't spoken with Detective Stott. The detective that was primary had this case before me is Detective Calhoun.
Okay, but just a minute ago, for ADF Rosette, you said the two inconsistencies were dramatically important to you.
Yes, every inconsistency is important, especially during a homicide investigation.
But if the two questions are different, then they're not inconsistent, right?
That's incorrect. You can ask a question in many different ways and the truth is going to stay the same. We find consistency. That's what we do as detectives, as homicide detectives. We talk to all type of people that lies all the time. There's one thing that's going to be consistent is the truth. So we look for consistency. When there's inconsistency, there's lies.
So if the first time he's asked, when's the last time you saw her on Lee Street? And the second time, when's the last time you saw her on a different street? If it's different times, you'd say that's an inconsistency.
I would say if it's the truth, it will be consistent.
Jesus Christ.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett, anything else for this witness?
No, you are.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may sit down. You're
Yes, ma'am.
excused.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we asked to call Dr. Hopple, but I think we need to have her patch into Zoom.
Oh,
Has she already done so? No, we have to let her in, but has she already attempted?
you missed me having multiple strokes.
Well, she wouldn't be able to because we won't let her in, but.
How can
that's
the
okay.
judge allow
Ladies and
this
gentlemen, we have some
testimony?
technical stuff we have to take care of for just a minute, so I'm going to excuse you to just grab a quick cup of coffee.
How can this even be allowed? First of all, how can he be a detective? He blatantly lied about the evidence in this case. Second of all, he was drawing conclusion based on, I don't know, because he didn't talk to anyone, he didn't read any reports, and the reports he read, he misstated what the report said. How can this case still go on? How can the judge not say, come on now, Highland, faucet. This is ridiculous. Dismissed. This guy lied blatantly, and he just sat up there and tried to influence the jury against the defendant by claiming stuff he just pulled out his behind. How is this justice? How is this in any way okay? And I'm not just saying this because I think they have a weak case. This guy lied. He lied to the jury, and whenever he was caught in a lie, he just made up a statement about, well, I don't know, I didn't see it. I just that's typical what we see. When we see it. So what do you base it on? Well, on this report. Well, that report doesn't say that. Well, because it happened to rain one time, and a hurricane sometimes could maybe also, if not, it could potentially be a Sharknado. Yeah, but can you prove any of it? That's not my job. I didn't talk to anyone. I don't know what happened. It's my case. I chose that we have to charge this guy based on inconsistencies in when he saw her on a street. That was the inconsistency that this guy found was so grievous that he had to charge this guy with murder. What in the absolutely hell? So if you ask someone the last time they saw a person on First Street and then ask the last time they saw them, that person on Peachtree Street, then the answer must be the same for each question. Yes. Or else it's an inconsistency with the truth. But it's also, you ask someone in 2003 and you ask someone in 2021, and those answers must be verbatim the same, or else you are lying. We have kind of a rule that's not a rule, but it's one of those that you learn when you do as many jury duties as I do. If you have multiple defendants and all of these defendants are 100% consistent in their story. We were sitting in the car. We didn't drive down Peach Street because we were on First Street, and it was exactly at 8:15. And I remember it because I was looking at the instrument board, and I saw the clock had just exactly turned 20:15, so which is 8:15 p.m. So I couldn't have been the one who was blitzed driving too fast with my friends in the car hotboxing. We will instantly take that testimony and say, well, this sounds like someone has prepped an explanation. Inconsistencies over 20 years is to be expected. If he had said, I never saw her again after she went to prison. And then he said, well, I saw her at Taco Bell, and we had a dinner, and she said, man, I'm jonesing. Do you have $20? I'll suck you, man. That's two very different statements. But if you say in 2003, I saw her on First Street, and then you in 2021 says, well, I saw her at Peachtree Street, and both of these streets are in kind of close connection to the train station where you dropped her off. Is that years gone by? Because all the other witnesses, you were fine with inconsistencies in statements because it's been 20 years. But the defendant, instantly guilty if you don't have exactly the same explanation at every hearing. If he had said exactly the same thing, this hack of a detective would have said, it's very uncommon that the defendant exactly remembers details. There will always be small variations because time has passed and your memory isn't perfect. But in this case, because he remembered differently, it's a clear sign of guilt. Well, he wouldn't be finished with his answer yet if you asked him. And Pete's Geek, Baker, I'm worried the jury will believe this crap. Well, I always say if you're charged with a crime, there is a 75% chance that you will be found guilty. Dependent on the intelligence of the jury. But this is too blatant that they have no evidence. And now we're going to get an orthodontist to come in and say, yeah, it's her teeth. But what does it prove that it's her skull? What does it prove that it's her body that they found? None of this proves anything. And Zach, I think he missed the point. Good one. Good one, Zach. I'm just sure that this guy have more than once been told by a lady, no, you make me wet. Well, it doesn't feel like that. Well, oh, you're the best I ever had. Okay. And all it took was a trip to Waffle House. Yeah, this is officially turned into Waffle House time. Yeah, because we all remember that story back in 2003. Oh, it was amazing. I had my second child in 2003, which is impressive as I'm 27 years old. And I clear as day remember when her mom woke me up in the middle of the night and we drove to the hospital. My ex-wife, because women, she will testify that we drove to the hospital at 7 o'clock in the morning. I have a very different recollection of the exact same event. Hers might be backed up by facts such as admittance time to the hospital, time of birth, stuff like that. But I'm 100% sure that she woke me up in the middle of the night and we drove to the hospital. It could be that I confuse it with my first kid because it's been a little while. But it just shows that with time, memories will differ. It's the same. The first time I was in a nightclub when I was at the ripe age of 14 years old. Yeah, I was in 8th grade. Yeah, probably 14 years old, maybe 13. I can't remember. I am 100% sure they played Snow with Informer 27 times that night. It could be 25 or it could be 30. I just remember Informer, so them slow me down the lane. I lick your boom boom down. Take the man that said so them slow me step someone down the lane. Lick your boom boom down. Come with a nice young lady, intelligent, yes, she chocolate ID. Blah 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 blah. Sorry, but where does moist fit in the mist to downpour conversation? I view moist as kind of a Florida or island weather, always humid with occasional downpours. Well, I only talk about moist.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Mr. Wilson,
With
the
the
state may
golden
call
plan.
its next witness.
Thank you. State would call Dr. Mary Beth Hopful.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen on the screen as you were coming
No,
in
it's just
that
married.
Dr. Hopful
Don't
is
have to be
on.
married for
She's
that long.
testifying by Zoom. She's on the screen. The parties have agreed for her to testify by Zoom, and I'm just going to instruct you that you should evaluate her testimony the same as you would a witness who was physically here in person. Deputy, sorry, will you please come back and swear Dr. Hopful? Thank you.
I'm gonna.
If you stand at the podium, she can.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you
No,
swear
this
or
isn't-
affirm to the
this is the
testimony that
orthodontist.
you're about
It's
to
not
give
the
is
DV
truth,
expert.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the court, please.
My name is Dr. Mary Beth Hoptle, Hauptle.
Thank you, ma'am. You may lower your hand. Mr. Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Hopful, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Dr. Hopful, what state do you live in now?
I live in Florida.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
Well, I am retired from the field of medical legal death investigation as well as forensic odontology.
Okay. When did you retire?
I retired in October of 1996.
And prior to that date, where did you work?
Where did I work?
Yes, ma'am.
I worked for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in downtown Atlanta.
And what was your job there?
My job, I wore two hats. My job in this case was as the medical legal investigator. I took the telephone call that came in from the police department on the finding of remains. But I am also a forensic dentist.
Okay.
Working at the Fulton, yes.
Now, your first job, well, your first hat is as an investigator. Could you please tell the jury what you would typically do as an investigator, how you receive some training on that, and how long have you been doing that?
Oh, please
have you
don't.
been doing that for?
Well, I had pretty significant training in medical legal death investigation from the people in St. Louis and some people in Washington, D.C. And so I was trained that I am, as an investigator, the person who goes to the scene and evaluates the circumstances, evaluates the decedent,
That can't be
and
right.
takes pictures for the purpose of serving as or for the medical examiner in the case. I have to write up a report of my findings, and it's to the medical examiner that I write up what I find.
Okay. And how many years experience did you have at that?
At the time of this case, this was what, in 99?
Yes.
Okay, I was trained, let's see. I received my training prior to being hired at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, and that was in October of 1996.
Okay. And you also said you wore a different hat as a forensic dentist. Is there a name for your specialty?
Yes, I'm a forensic dentist. I'm the girl they call in when...
No, ma'am. You're not the girl. You are the lady because you are eons old. The last time you were a girl, I didn't have hairs on it.
Perhaps the DNA in the case is not of good enough quality to do a comparison check, or if the decedent doesn't have fingerprints, so they're not in any system to understand who they are. So they call in a forensic dentist because teeth can withstand all kinds of conditions. They can outlast fire, and they're just impervious to the elements. So my job is to examine the remains, take x-rays of the remains, and then to compare those x-rays to x-rays of whomever law enforcement thinks the person might be.
How does one get to be trained to be a forensic? Is there a special name for your special dentistry? Odontology?
It's forensic odontology, and I took numerous courses from 1991, 1992, 1993. I'm a dentist. I have been a dentist since 1980.
Automatically a dentist?
She just said she was a dentist.
No, you have to pass a national board exam.
And
so, though the DDS card, doctor of...
No, you can use teeth and use your dental records, but you can't use teeth and a bite mark. That's the forensic orthodontology that has been debunked. But you can still say, okay, this one has a chipped molar, and that coincides with the chipped molar on this one because the tooth in front of it had a root canal. So you can use that to identify people, but you can't identify a bite mark.
Dental surgery is the diploma I received from Loyola. We all had to pass this national board exam, and if you didn't pass the exam, you waited around till the next time it was given, and you took it then in hopes that you passed it.
Did you pass that exam?
Yes,
And that's how you became a licensed dentist?
that's right.
Now, at that time, were you just a general dentist?
Yeah.
So you didn't do majors and criminals?
But if you could come here, please, and Mr. McDermott, or Ms. Hilton, along the way.
This lady is too slow. Can we just agree that she's a dentist and get her out of here because this is bullshit and the jury is already bored to tears. La Jolla used to be a good school before you had to survive getting there. Well, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger or gives you scars. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said that you were a specialist in forensic odontology. Well, how does one get to be a forensic odontologist?
Stipulate to it and just move on.
The way to do this is I was fortunate, faculty members of mine, both for dental hygiene school and dental school, trained at Walter Reed Medical Institution in forensic dentistry. So you have to take lots of weeks of courses, mostly in pathology, mostly in radiology.
And what is your main purpose as a forensic odontologist?
My main purpose is to identify individuals who are visually not recognizable. So if somebody's burned beyond recognition or skeletal remains are found in the woods, that's the time you have to call a forensic dentist.
And how is it that is a unique field that you can help in? Well, I mean, what are you looking for when you're trying to identify someone?
I'm looking to find that the x-rays that I've taken of the decedent, if they compare identically with the x-rays of the person before they died, then there's no question that this is who I think they are.
How much dental work do we think Cracky McCrackface had? Of course, she went to the dentist every week. And Stephen, I'm going to Kentucky because I could scream into those pillows. Sorry.
So it's a matter of comparing before death radiographs to after death radiographs.
And how many times have you done that in your career?
Oh my. I don't know that I'd be able to answer that accurately. It's in the hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yeah.
And do you go through a specialty type exam to become a forensic odontologist?
No, it's the courses taken.
Well, she's pregnant, so I have a chance.
And then I also became a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the American Society of Forensic Odontology. And that's where we get together with fellows, your peers. So I can learn from a case that happened in 1979 when faculty members identified the dead from a major air crash at O'Hare International Airport. I knew how they had done it. And when I realized you could do that, because I love mystery so much, I knew that that was a field for me.
Ma'am, have you ever been declared as an expert in the field of forensic odontology?
Yes, I've testified numerous times.
Have you ever been declared in Fulton County, Georgia as an expert in forensic odontology?
Say that again?
Have you been declared as an expert in the field of forensic odontology in Fulton County? To testify?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Hoptel as an expert in the field of forensic odontology.
Yep, that's fine. Move on.
Objection. Go ahead. Thank you. Are you familiar with the case of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I am.
How did you first learn of this case?
I actually am the one who took the phone call from the police that had arrived on scene and informed me that there were remains of a human being's skull.
I don't know why this matter, because they didn't figure out who it was till 4 years later. So she couldn't identify the victim at that time. She might confirm it later when the DNA proved that it was this lady. The ME thought that it was a white male.
Her head had been found by the side of the road. So I took the phone call and then I grabbed the medical examiner and we both went to the site.
Okay, do you remember what date that was?
Say that again?
Do you remember what date that was? When was that?
Oh, well, I don't remember when it was. It was 1999 at some point. I don't remember the exact date.
And you said the medical examiner accompanied you?
Yes, this was in 1998 and it was Dr. Robert Parker was the medical examiner. So we both drove to
I haven't been to Nashville in a long time.
Did Dr. Parker regularly accompany you to crime scenes?
Only if I asked him, yes.
Okay. Who else was with you other than Dr. Parker?
Say this again?
Who else was with you other than Dr. Parker?
Well, the Atlanta Police Department, their whole crime scene unit, and members of the GBI were there. Investigators were there also because they were interested. This head that had been found might be associated with the case they were investigating from Twiggs County, where they had, I think they had a corpse and they did not have the decedent's head. So they were really hoping that this would be the head that belonged to their torso, so to speak. So there were a lot of investigators there, not just myself and Dr. Parker.
What was the first thing you did when you arrived at the scene?
I examined the area, I examined where the head was, and then I took pictures myself.
And can you describe that scene when you first walked up to it? What did you see?
What I saw was, and this is badly decomposed, so you have to pardon me because it's out of sorts, so to speak. But this, and therefore I knew it had been in a black bag before it had rolled out or been brought out by a German Shepherd dog. It looked like a head with its neck down on the street. And it was a very deep green color.
What did that mean to you?
Say it again?
What did that coloration mean to you?
Oh, I knew that it had actually been cooking in this bag because the bag was plastic and black. So I knew this was...
We don't use color on this channel, lady.
Not recent. This didn't happen last night.
Objection.
She has been well, can we approach?
Sure.
Sure.
So she just made up a new fact.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
No, there's no evidence, no argument. It's not Melissa, and they couldn't identify her. So I don't know what this lady is doing. Well, sorry, this girl is doing.
Dr. Halpto, could you see what condition was the skin in when you saw the skull?
It was terribly decomposed.
Okay, and could you see any of it? Was there anything of evidentiary value left on the skull itself?
No, I wouldn't say so.
All right. Could you see any of the bone of the skull?
Well, I could see underlying bone. It was just this green, decomposed flesh attached to it.
Okay. And did Dr. Parker examine the skull at the scene?
Oh, sure. Yep.
Yeah.
So there was no way to tell whether this was a male or a female. This was a badly degraded.
This is a non-responsive answer. This narrating is there was no question.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Thank you. I'll move on. Now, do you recall whether or not there were any businesses near where the skull was discovered?
Have I ever what?
Do you recall if there were businesses near where the skull was discovered?
Yes.
And what kind of businesses were there?
Wow. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think there was a guy that had a yard of some kind. I don't think it was a junkyard. I'm not sure. But there was a railroad across the street from where the skull lay.
Okay. Do you recall if there was anything else do you recall if there was anything else of significant found at the scene?
She's a forensic odontologist, and I just asked ChatGPT if you can tell a male skull from a female skull, and it says forensic medical examiners will be able to do it in 80 to 95% of the time because of the significant differences between the skull. But this is Fulton County. As long as they got, well, it's human, that's probably good enough for them.
Yeah, the bag, there was a black bag that the skull had likely rolled out of. There was.
You just testified that you saw a German Shepherd drag it out of the woods. How did you know that if you didn't know if it's most likely had been in a black bag? Does anyone have a consistent statement in this case?
It's a German Shepherd dog that had been instrumental in this, and that's understandable.
Dr.
Hoptel, can you hear me? This is Judge Krause. Sorry, it's one of the limitations of the technology that sometimes there's a delay. There's an objection, so if you'll stop speaking for a moment while I deal with the objection.
Can we approach you?
Yes.
This lady is horrendous. All of these people have main character syndrome. She just waffles on, blah, 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 German Shepherd, blah, 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 bone, blah, blah, blah.
Go
the
ahead,
question
Mr.
was,
Wilson.
what did you have to eat this morning?
Dr. Hopto, who would have been in charge of securing evidence at the scene, evidence of the skull and other things at the scene? Would that have been you?
Yeah, it might have been me, or it might have been a colleague of mine.
And do you recall how long you and Dr. Parker were on the scene?
No, I don't recall how long it was.
After you completed your duties on the scene, what did you do next?
Ask me that again?
After you completed your duties at the scene, what did you do next?
Okay, then I went back to the office, brought Dr. Parker back, and started to write up my report.
And was there do you know if there was a formal autopsy of the skull and whatever evidence was found?
Yes, there was a formal autopsy of the skull performed, definitely.
And where would that have been performed?
Say this again?
Where would that have been performed?
At the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
And do you know when that autopsy occurred?
I'm not understanding.
Do you know when that autopsy would have occurred?
27.
Would I have known when
I'll move on.
or did occur? It would have been that afternoon or the following day.
Thank you.
Objection, speculation.
Who was the first person that law enforcement thought this might be the head of? You understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah, ask me that again because I don't know.
Did you review dental records to try to determine whether or not this was the skull of people that were coming in?
Look it on the forehead and
I don't understand.
Okay.
we are more angular.
What did you do first to the skull in your duties?
Duty.
At the
In my
medical exam?
duties, I just examined the skull's dentition. Now,
Shut up.
What did you do after that?
what did I do after?
Because she's 1,000,000 years old and live in Florida. And she calls herself a girl.
that or no during that?
Did you take an x-ray?
No, I didn't take x-rays. The board staff did.
Are you familiar with NCIC, the term NCIC, what NCIC is?
Yes, I am.
And did you utilize that at all?
Yes.
Could you?
So when I did my examination, which is like a dentist doing an exam in their office, I render a chart. So I write down the features that are present in this mouth, going from the upper right, going all the way around, upper teeth, lower teeth. And on this NCIC form, I'm writing down what I found. The most significant finding was a filling on a single tooth, a single molar in the skull.
Can you hold on just a second?
No, we are still at the state's case. The state's case should have been done Monday. Are you having fun yet covering a Simone Hilton prosecution? Nick, I will find you and I will hurt you. Why didn't you tell me not to do this? She was arguing a point, and lucky for her, the judge is absolutely horrendous as well. But I had to ask Chad if she was speaking English because I couldn't understand a word she was saying.
Might be better if it was a complete shot.
Did she say she found one molar that was interesting?
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 77.
That's my dental chart of the decedent.
And is that the documentation that you recorded at the medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
No.
And was that an accurate picture of what you found after your examination?
Absolutely. You see this filling on the lower.
Hang on,
that's the lower right.
hang on.
Over-
Sorry, Dr. Hoptel, forgive me for interrupting. You've shown her the document. She's identified the document,
Yes.
but now she's testifying about what's in the document.
I know, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was going to ask to admit state 77.
Any objection, Mr. McDermott?
Objection.
Exhibit 77 is admitted.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Now, what I'm doing is pointing at something on the chart. Is that what was significant for you?
Yeah, that's a silver amalgam filling on the chewing surface of tooth number 31, a lower second molar.
And
there were no other fillings, there were no other missing teeth. So we delight in this because it doesn't take a whole lot of
Shut
rocket
up.
science to compare dental charts to this one.
and what you would do is compare dental charts that came in and see if they match, correct?
Yeah,
I drank my Lord earlier because I couldn't
and
stand
or
her.
X-rays.
Do you recall how many unknown people, do you recall how many records you were asked to identify?
Oh, no, I have no idea. There were just people galore wanting to know if this was somebody of interest to them. But I got several calls from people over time.
Did you finally receive any dental records from, excuse me just a minute.
I bet you she was sent to Florida to do to finish Dr. Kevorkian's job. Just sent her to talk to the neighbors and
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. I'm trying to hold it up as well as I can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to turn that one over. It's upside down. There you go. So show this to the jury, please.
Well, not yet. Not yet, because it's not in evidence yet.
Okay. Do you recognize those records?
Yes.
And what are those records?
What?
What are those records? What are those records? Do you recall what those records were?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, did you recognize those records when I showed them to you?
Yes.
What are they?
They were dental records from a person named Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to tender States 33.
it's 3:54. Hey, she's getting hit by the sundowner. It happens to dementia people. She's falling off. Yeah, I know what it is. What is it? Oh, the man in the magic box talks to me. It's almost 4 o'clock, and the jury has to sit and listen to this bullshit. And the next witness will be the DV expert, probably, most likely, or the ME. And they're just going to drag it out. This lady has nothing of value to talk about because she didn't identify the body. Oh, my God.
Mr. McDermott? 33 is admitted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish number States 33.
Permission granted.
Oh, don't show teeth. I have a teeth phobia.
And what was Dr. Hopto, what was significant about
You already know that she said it.
those records that you received, comparing them to the records of the remains found?
The most significant thing is that silver amalgam filling on tooth number 31.
Asked and answered.
That would be the patient's lower right.
And did it match what you found from this on the skull?
Yes, it did. And the fact that it was the only restoration in the skull is to be made note of.
So after comparing the dental charts and the records of the dental charts from Dr. Brantley, and then the dental charts from the Fulton County medical examiners, were you able to determine, based on a reasonable scientific degree of certainty, whether or not those were from the same person?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And after you made that identification, what else did you do?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
After you made the identification, what did you do next?
After I made the identification, I informed the medical examiner, the medical examiner on the case.
Do you remember?
To let her know that I knew who this was and that this was an unequivocal finding of mine.
And what medical examiner did you notify?
That would be Dr. Carol Terry. I believe she assumed the case from Dr. Parker way back in the early days.
And after you did that identification, what did you do? What did you do next in this case?
I don't know what I did next. I instructed people to notify the next of kin of this lady's death.
Okay. Did you ever do anything to the skull itself while in the Fulton Medical Examiner's office? Did you ever do anything?
No, I did look at how the skull had been prepared by the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So
I don't need you to talk about that.
So she identified the skull immediately after. Or when did she identify that it was Melissa? What?
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yeah, she had her moment as well. When did she identify Melissa as the victim? Because so far we have been told that she wasn't identified till they got DNA in 2003, but this lady did it. But I bet you she left out that little detail that she got the dental records of Melissa in 2003 after the DNA sample came back.
Do you remember what year you made the actual identification of the skull?
what year the identification was made?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the case was in 1998, so I don't know. It had to be after that.
Okay. Was it a long period of time after that?
Yes, because we only had the skull, and then there was another case that came into the office, and this was bagged remains from also somebody that had dismembered a body and put into bags. I wasn't the lead investigator on the case, but the investigator on the case, because of the similarity in the way these remains were bagged, the DNA from those remains.
Hang on, just ma'am. Dr. Hoptel?
Actually.
Hang on. Yes.
Let me ask you a different question. Let me go back to the scene of the discovery of the head. Could you describe the condition of the...
Yeah, she sent me a signal to have another my lord.
Did you make reports on this case?
Yes.
And would it possibly help you to refresh your recollection to review your report as to when you made the discovery?
Yes.
Okay.
Can y'all come here for just a second?
This is what the way he talks to her is kind of like how I talked to my mom when she called me and said, my computer is blinking. You put on that voice and say, what part of the computer? The computer. Is it the screen? Is it the on button? Is fire coming out of it? What part is blinking? The computer part. And then you come over and it's a screen that's blinking
Go ahead,
because
Mr.
you
Wilson.
downloaded
Thank
another
you,
virus.
Your Honor. You wrote a report. You wrote several reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And if you wrote a report that stated that you identified the skull as belonging to Miss Melissa Wolfenbarger on the 14th day of March of 2003, would that be accurate?
Sure.
May just have one more moment.
Sure.
Nothing further.
Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Just a few.
No, you don't need to ask her any questions.
I would like to talk about both of them. I guess we can start with.
It's because of the G5 waves that's going to take over your brain, Marissa. Everyone knows this. My lord isn't that bad. Well, I've drank a lot of it, so.
It's hopped on.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me fine?
I can, yes.
Okay. Do you remember this chart that was shown to you a while ago that you made? This was based on the skull?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that? Or are you dependent upon my copy?
No. I have a copy somewhere in my file.
Okay, but not accessible? You don't have one accessible right now?
Say that again?
Do you have one easily accessible right now that you could read from?
It doesn't matter because what I'm seeing you hold up is exactly what I know I need. Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to try to publish my digital version of that. Is that okay on Zoom?
Or is it Exhibit 77 that was admitted into evidence already?
That's 77.
Yeah, it's
Go for it.
And we all know this is going to go as smoothly as possible.
Sure.
Hold on. Well, let me try it this way. Dr. Hoptel, in your written version of the chart that you made based on the skull, do you remember noting that there were class 5 caries in tooth number 6 and tooth number 11?
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
No, I do remember that, and it's written on the chart.
Oh, good. Well, that simplified matters. What is a class 5 carie?
That would be a cavity that was at the base of the gum line. That's class 5. The amalgam silver filling.
Okay, I want to stop you. I didn't ask about the amalgam yet.
Yeah, that's tooth number 31. That's a class 1 amalgam.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are class 5 caries more common in children or adults?
Adults.
Okay. Now, can you bring up the other exhibit, the chart from Dr. Brantley?
I can switch screens in Zoom.
Now, I'm going to share with you the chart from Dr. Brantley briefly.
For the record, is that Exhibit 33 that was offered into evidence by the state?
Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Can we go up to the other part of that? The records part? Okay. And do we have a date on that document?
Come on, boomers.
All right. Oh, well, number one, you can see, and this is a document that purports to be Melissa Patton's dental.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
what is her listed date of birth?
We're having a
Date of
meeting later.
birth? It says 9, it looks like 9/9/70.
Okay. And is there a date on which this,
What? 9970. She passed away in 98, 99. So she would have been 29 years old at that time, but she was 21, 20. So they're great. Yeah, she's born in 77. Well, it's not like we have ever seen Fulton County make one mistake. Yeah, maybe the dentist is a poltergeist. Yeah, her sister is 70. Oh, did they fuck up and use the wrong? Oh, I'm gonna need more Malort. Baker, don't cover trials after 2 hours and 50 minutes sleep.
medical record was created?
I don't know. This isn't my creation.
Well, do you see one on the document currently?
No, I'm not looking at the whole page though. I'm only seeing
And can
from,
we scroll? There's another part that has some handwritten scribblings. See if we can take a chance on this. It's the next page. There you go. Now you'll have to rotate again, I'm afraid. Great, you're a pro. Can you see the chart part on the right that has some scribblings on it?
yeah, but I can't discern what's written.
Can you make out the bottom row, the date?
No,
Okay.
nope, I can't.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You said that you positively identified the skull as Melissa's based on these charts?
No, based on my examination of the remains, okay, coupled with x-rays that were taken, and those were compared, and this chart and the chart that I made were all compared to what we had in the examiner's office.
And what did you do with the x-rays when you were done with them?
I didn't do anything with them. They go with the file.
So there should be x-rays in the
Stay with
file?
File.
There should be x-rays in the file then?
Yeah, yes, if protocol was served. This is a good question for the medical examiner, not myself.
Oh, thank you. Are you aware that there were other agencies looking for the victim in this case?
Oh, yes.
What were some of those agencies that you were aware of?
Well, the GBI, for one, they were looking for a match to a decedent they had in Twiggs County.
Well,
And then
it makes sense if they used the sisters, because the sister was born in 1970 because there was 7 years difference. Melissa was born, and Jemima, are you here? When was she born? You always knows these stupid facts that I forget everything. Both of them were autumn kids, and one of them was born in September, but I can't remember who. Yeah, X-rays is probably missing.
There were calls made from New York and all over the place.
No.
Wanting, yeah.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Oh, so the year was the date was right, but the year was wrong.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
No, this is
Hoppel?
done by medical professionals.
Yes.
I'm sure, can you see the document that I'm holding up?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, but it looks like it's upside down.
Sorry. Did I get it right?
Yes, I can see it.
And what does that describe?
Hold it up again if you would.
Oh, this woman.
Okay, that tells you, shows you what the scene looked like.
Did you make that drawing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state what, and was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day? Was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yeah, yes. As best I could. I mean, there were pictures taken.
Your Honor, I would like to tender State 78.
We already saw the pictures. Why do you need a hand
Okay,
drawing
I
that's
have
not
something on the
accurate?
list y'all gave me as 32. But
I don't believe it's the same.
okay. 78. Any objection, Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
78 is admitted.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott, questions on those questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hopsel. You are free to log out of the Zoom. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me serve you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Oh, you served us with a headache and me.
Mr. Fawcett or Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Gilbo.
Dr. Kimball. Was it the one-armed man? Is U.S. Marshal Service going to bust in and grab him off the stand?
Ladies and gentlemen, do we feel like we need a break? Nope. Okay.
No, I feel I need a lobotomy.
Thank you. You reach the witness stand. If you would turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in. Mr. Fawcett, there are some exhibits.
This guy is going to testify that he looked at the body and thought it was a male. And then we're going to get the DV expert who, if it is the one we think it is going to testify that every woman in history has been a DV victim.
Bits from a prior witness up here, if you wouldn't mind grabbing those. Thank you, sir.
It's a Toomba.
Mark Gilbo, G-U-I-L-B-E-A-U.
And if you would just scoot up to the microphone just a tiny bit. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Fawcett.
Hey, Dr. Gilbo, can you tell the court?
I need this.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
Were you currently employed?
I work at the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right, what do you do with them?
I'm a senior investigator.
Okay. And specifically, what is your role with the Clayton?
You missed the most lying detective we have seen so far. Even Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor, was more truthful than the lead investigator.
County Medical Examiner's Office.
Medical legal death investigation.
All right. Prior to that, have you been employed anywhere else?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what did you do with the Fulton County ME's office?
I was first an investigator and forensic anthropologist, and I got a promotion to senior investigator, and I still did their anthropology work.
Okay. And can you describe and go over your training and education for the jury?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of Southwestern Louisiana in 1986.
If you came late into this case, Mo is actually redoing the case on delay, so you can go watch it over on her channel if you are new to it, because there will be even more snark than on this channel.
I soon started at the University of Tennessee,
Maybe
where I
one
got
of the
my
mods
master's
can
and my
pop the Mo link.
PhD, all of them in anthropology.
Okay. And after receiving your PhD in anthropology, what did you do career-wise after that?
I started a job at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. How many total years did you work with Fulton County?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. And did you continue to work in the field of anthropology itself?
Yeah, I've been a consultant with DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office for 20 odd years.
Okay. What is anthropology?
Anthropology is basically the study of people, human beings, whether it be their culture, how they make a living, anything about them, in addition to their history, archaeology, and their physical biology, as in physical anthropology, which is the biological anthropology that I studied.
Okay. And specifically the biology anthropology that you studied, what specific topics do you cover in biology anthropology?
Since biological anthropology covers everything to deal with human bodies, there's a subsection of it called forensic anthropology, which basically applies the knowledge we have of human beings to a legal setting, so that we can determine what we can basically from a human skeleton.
Okay. And throughout your time in Fulton County, as well as your time that you're currently employed in Clayton, did you participate in ongoing training?
Yes.
Was that on a yearly basis?
No, we don't really have yearly training. When I was at Fulton County, we had on and off training, dictated by the budget. But yeah, I have been to training since I graduated.
Do you yourself occasionally train other individuals in this field?
I give lectures and talks to different groups periodically.
And as it relates to the forensic anthropology itself, how does that field in particular assist you with your work at the medical examiner's office?
Whenever we find an individual that is unidentified, that is, can't be identified through traditional means, that is, we can't look at the person and determine who they are, if they are decomposing or skeletonized, burned, oftentimes a forensic anthropologist will come in to analyze the skeleton itself. And we can develop a basic profile of the individual to try to help the authorities identify the person.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've had an opportunity to examine, say, a skeleton, as you've testified to this afternoon?
When I was at Fulton, we had probably 2 or 3, sometimes 4 cases a year. So let's say 3 cases a year for 24 years. So you're talking 75 odd cases. And then I was a consultant at the GBI for 10 years in anthropology. And I looked at another 35 or 40, so 150 or so cases.
Okay. And when you conduct an examination of, say, a skeletal remains, for instance, what types of things are you able to determine?
From a skeleton, if we have a complete skeleton, we can determine the ethnicity of the individual, that is, whether white, black, Native American, the height of the individual, the sex, the race, ethnicity, race, sex, stature. We can't determine weight, but we can tell how tall you were.
Okay. And types of determinations that you just testified to, are those the same types of determinations that you made in your different examples as to how many times you've examined skeletal remains at Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Right. I mean, occasionally we would have a whole skeleton, but oftentimes we would only have one individual bone that was found. The majority of our cases were non-human. A bone would be found, it would be brought in, and I could look at it and tell them human, non-human. When it was determined to be non-human, that was the end of it. There was no case.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to tender in evidence Dr. Mark Gilbo as an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gilbo, when you when you were employed in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, did you assist in an investigation?
And yes, please, if you are on Rumble, please check Mo out on Rumble as well. I know she's trying to grow all of her channels, and if you don't know her, she is worth the watch because she is absolutely hilarious.
Into the death or the cause of death of Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Yes.
And what was the nature of your assistance with that case itself?
Basically looking at some of the skeletal remains that were found on apparently 2 separate occasions.
Okay. You were aware of the The skull being located in April
That was,
99?
that was the first thing that was found.
All right. And you're also aware of the extremities being located in June of 99?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can you tell the court what happens
Oh,
to
Mo is
a
wonderful.
body or a set of remains once it comes in? How is that identified from, say, any other case in the medical examiner's office?
As a case comes in, it's assigned a specific case number so that we can keep track of it. In this particular case, since remains were found at two separate times, we had one case number for the first piece of remains and then a separate case number for the second set of remains. And we're not like the medical records at the hospital where they can join them together under one number. They stay as two separate sets of remains, even though in the reports it'll say associated, these two cases are associated with each other.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not that happened in this particular case, in Melissa Wolfenbarger's case?
Right. At a certain point, they determined that all of these remains were from the same person.
Tell me about it.
Do you recall what the two different numbers associated with the skull that came in April and then the remains of June of 99? You're familiar with that case number that was assigned?
I don't remember specifically, but the first case number was like in the 700 range. And then I think the second case number was in like the 900 range.
Okay.
So there were approximately 200 cases that occurred between the finding of the skull and then the other remains.
And does the medical examiner's office document their findings and investigation in reports?
Yes, sir.
If you were to review a report from the medical examiner's investigation, would that refresh your recollection as to the numbers that were assigned to the skull and remains of Ms. Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you this front of the report. If you could look at the numbers and see if that refreshes your recollection as to those two different case numbers.
Yes, sir. That looks like them.
Okay, and what are those case numbers?
99-0798 and 99-0990.
Okay. And what happens after, say, a body or remains are accepted by the medical examiner's office?
Typically, when remains come in, they'll be stored in our cooler until the pathologist, typically in the morning, will come in and the technicians will get the remains out for the pathologist to perform their examination, whether it be an autopsy or whatever may be necessary.
Okay. And are you aware of whether or not that happened in this case?
As far as I'm aware, it did happen. Yes, sir.
Okay. Talk about the distinction between, say, an anthropologist such as yourself conducting an examination of remains versus, say, a pathologist.
Okay. The pathologist is basically looking at, more often than not, a fully fleshed person. The point at which the body is too decomposed for them to do everything that they need to do, oftentimes they'll call in an anthropologist, and we will prepare the body, basically examine the skeleton at that point.
Okay. All right. At any point, did you get an opportunity to view the remains in the course of your investigation with the ME's office, the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with some of the efforts in place to try to make an identification?
Right. Yeah, there were quite a few sets of dental records that I remember that had come in, people that were missing, and at first all we had was the skull. So teeth were the main thing that we were able to use to try to make an ID. So there were numerous sets of dental records that came in for us to try to make an ID.
Okay. And what is that process in your role as an anthropologist? What methods would you use to try to figure out who this was?
Well, as far as the dental records, we let our forensic dentist do that part of it. But for the rest of the skull, there's certain things that we can use. There's a sinus in your frontal bone that if you take an x-ray of your skull from front to back, you can compare a x-ray before death with an x-ray of the skull, and you can basically overlay one and the other, and they'll match basically almost as good as a fingerprint.
Okay.
So, but you have to have somebody to match it up with.
Was that an issue in terms of conducting identification, not having a basis to compare it to?
Right. Yeah. There's no big database out there that you can just put information in and it spits out an answer.
All right. At any point, did you attempt to make any types of reconstructions?
I did not, but at some point, I believe they did do a reconstruction, probably having it sent out to the GBI to have the skull reconstructed. As far as putting clay on the skull to make it look like an actual person's face, that's one of the things that we do at a certain point in the investigation.
All right.
Mr. Fawcett?
Yes.
Am I correct? You're about looking at photographs?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Can you tell me which ones they are?
Yes. That would be 37, 57, and 61.
57 and 61?
37, 57, and 61.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll just remind you again that, as I warned you at the beginning of the trial, that the next series of photographs, as you might have inferred, will be somewhat graphic, given the nature of what they'll show. So I'm giving you a moment to brace yourselves. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Gilbo, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 37, 57, and 61. Can you open that order? If you recognize the images.
Who just
depicted
did a
on those
line of
exhibits?
coke?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now,
Not saying that it couldn't
are
be
you
needed.
able to
but-
tell from the photographs themselves where those photographs were taken?
Yeah, this was most likely in the autopsy room at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office
Okay, and you've been in that room yourself?
many times.
All right, and that would have been during that period in when the remains were located. You would have been in the medical examiner's office at that time.
Yes, sir.
You testified as to numbers associated with the case, two numbers in particular for the cases that came in. The case for the skull,
Right.
you said that was 99-0798, and the case assigned to the extremities, that was 99-0990. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. On those images depicted in 37, 57, and 61, do you see anything representative of those numbers that I just read into the record?
Right, on the little tag that's in the photograph. Typically, that would include the name of the decedent, the date, the case number, and which doctor is assigned to the case.
Okay. Now, is that labeled as your recollection as records would have been kept in a normal course of business at the medical examiner's office during that period that you were there?
Yes, sir. That's how they would keep information in the photograph.
Okay. And your testimony is that you were present in the office at the time that Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains were being investigated?
Yes, sir.
And what work in particular did you do on this case itself, if you can recall that?
Basically, I looked at the skull. I can't remember exactly who cleaned it off, but the skull was cleaned of tissue, and then it was presented to me to do an analysis, and the skull had been autopsied. So in order to do my measurements, we do a combination of looking at the skull and measurements. Looking at it is one thing. Measurements, you hope that you have a complete skull. Well, since it had been autopsied, the top of the skull had been removed. So I had to reapproximate the top of the skull on the remainder of the cranium with some wax as best I could put it back together. So after that was done, I did do my measurements.
Okay. And what do you mean by measurements?
We have specialized tools that we have a certain set of measurements that we can do that we then plug into a discriminant function formula, and it will determine first whether the individual is male or female, and then also a slightly separate set of measurements will determine the ethnicity of the individual based on people in the United States, Caucasian, African American, or American Indian.
Okay. And can you say, based off of your recollection and your viewing of those exhibits depicted in States Exhibit 37, 57, and 61, that those are the photographs that were taken at or around the autopsy of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
And those are the photographs that were taken at the time you were employed with the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to tender in evidence States Exhibits 37, 57, and 61.
Mr. McDermott? 37, 57, and 61 are admitted.
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
Oh. Come on now. Sue, some people have watched other coverage before this
All right, for
or
the record, Your Honor, I'm publishing States
rely on
Exhibit
other facts.
37.
Sue, we allow people to be wrong, just
Okay.
like you are in
Can you see
98%
that
of the
exhibit
cases.
on the screen, Dr. Gilbo?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are we looking at?
This is a cervical vertebrae.
They will cut off the top of your skull when they do the autopsy to take the brain out. They'll then measure the brain and see if like you have blood clots or whatever you have in it. That's why they'll cut the top of your skull off.
A vertebrae in your neck.
All right. And is there anything of significance?
Yeah, Marissa really hates me.
The surface. Can I
If you
stand
want to
up?
get up and yes, you can.
Okay.
That's funny. That's almost my nickname. You just have to change the U and the S.
This would be the front of your neck. This is the body of the vertebrae, and these are the facets.
What the hell?
Allow you to move turn your head. So even though you can't spin it around, you can look from side to side with the flexibility that this allows. Now, this surface and this person.
I actually think there's two Waffle Houses.
Something has.
I don't know what's going on.
Plane of the vertebrae and separated it from the one that was next to it.
Dr. Gilbo, have you at any point studied the effects of, say, saws or mechanical instruments on bones themselves?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I did a master's thesis on saw marks in bone.
Okay. So is it safe to say you're pretty well versed in the effects of, say, saw and the results of saws on bones?
Yes, sir.
Well, for the ladies, it's free use, if you know what I mean, Sue. Wow.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 57. Get this down first.
Yeah, he was looking through her eyes and could see the last imprint, and that was Chris. This looks like someone thought we better do this because this podcast has some traction behind it. Old dirty bastard. This is the medical examiner who mistook her skull for a man's.
To be clear, I think based on the sidebar that the objection was withdrawn. Is that fair, Mr. McDermott?
I just hope someone will use it.
Go ahead, Mr. Bassett.
All right.
I want to punch that V card before I turn 30.
All right. So for the record, publishing States Exhibit 57. Now, Dr. Gilbo, if you would mind stepping down from the seat. And you see the same, if I can get you.
And I'll just ask, you're perfectly fine where you
Well,
are,
I'm a
but when
90s
you
kid.
do speak, if you'll
I'm
just
not a
try and
butt
speak
man.
up because you have your
I'm
back
a
to me and the
poop
court
man.
reporter. Thank you, sir.
Is that the same medical examiner number reference in the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what are we looking at here? You can tell that from that photograph.
This is a long bone. I'm not sure which one it is just from this photo, but it's either the shaft of one of the bones of the arm or leg. I can't tell just from this photograph.
And can you see anything else depicted on Exhibit 57 of significance?
Yeah, it appears that this bone was cut with a saw.
Okay. And why do you say that?
There are striations here that are consistent with a saw. There's a groove here that's consistent with a saw blade, and then it's Apparently it was cut through up to a certain point, and then the remainder of the bone broke.
Okay.
It was cut all the way through.
All right. If I could have you remain up there, I'm going to show you one more exhibit. Now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Can you tell the court what we're looking at? Is that well, first, yeah. Is that another photograph from the autopsy of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything of significance that you observe or able to observe on that State's exhibit?
Yeah, this is a cross section of the long bone. So this is a bone that has been cut completely through. You can see the striations here. This is
You're never done with trials. You have the trial bug now.
In this case, a piece of bone.
Yeah, this is the damning evidence that no one can hear.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 66. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the type of saw that would make the type of marks on there? I'm not
Because
asking-
maybe people don't want to vote.
But is that the type of instrument that could cause the marks depicted on those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
People are skimpy with their votes. Maybe people are driving home or listening while cooking or.
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
This is really enticing testimony. Oh, 10:30. Oh.
Now, Dr. Gilbo, we're talking about remains from April and June of 1999. Was the medical examiner's office able to observe and notate what appeared to be 2 marks on those bones at that time?
Yes, sir.
So well before 2003, is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a show and tell, not a
At
show
the
and
point when
tell.
you got involved in the case, it would have been back in that 99 period when the remains were located.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have, Judge.
We haven't heard
Mr.
about his
McDermott,
criminal
questions for
record.
this witness?
Yes, ma'am. You referred to the skull as having the flesh cleaned. Is that the process?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
You were nodding. I just want to make
Okay.
the record clear.
Works for me, but only me. Is that the process that it speaks of in the reports of soaking the head in bleach?
Right. That's one of the ways that they use to try to remove some of the flesh from the bone.
I see. And did they use other methods for other of the remains?
Sometimes we will heat up the remains in some water with detergent. We're basically trying to remove the flesh, and heat is one of the ways that we can do that.
I see. You mentioned something about taking measurements of the skull.
Yes, sir.
Is that what's known as the Giles-Elliott discrimination?
That's one of the ways. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you perform that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I like turtles.
You could look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize them.
Yep. That's the.
You can say what they are.
Okay. That's the graph and the measurements that we take typically.
And the second one?
And the second one is just all my measurements.
There's a lot of measurements in there.
Yes, sir.
How many measurements do you have to take to complete this process?
There's 8 basic measurements, and then for some of the discriminant functions, you don't use all of them. But people smarter than me have figured out how to do this. I just use their method. Okay. And we basically plug the measurements into the formula, and it spits out an answer that we can graph on a chart.
And these are the graphs you're speaking of?
That's the graphs, yes.
And the graphs tell you whether the head is male or female?
No, Marissa, that's the
based
head.
on the measurements that are taken, yes.
And
sir.
whether it's a black person or a white person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know when this method was created?
Oh, a lot of it was based on anatomical collections. They used some of the remains of service people that were killed in the Korean War back in the 40s and 50s, as I can recollect.
Okay. So this is a method that had been around since the 40s and 50s?
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your conclusions on those calculations, you returned a conclusion that it was a white male skull?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you remember saying at the beginning of your direct examination that one of the functions that you guys perform is that you can develop a basic profile of the individual?
That's correct.
And in this case, you thought the basic profile of the individual was a white male?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett, any additional questions?
Yes. Dr. Gilbo, was there any information
Dude looks like a lady in reverse.
as to damage to the skull that was recovered from Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yeah, I think there was some minor damage to the skull just from being out in the field, but then the top of the cranium was removed at the time of the autopsy prior to me being able to look at it.
Okay. And we're talking about the measurements. What are you comparing those? What is the standard that you're comparing the measurements to?
The discriminant function was developed by the Giles and Elliott crew. And basically they measured a whole bunch of skulls and then were able to look at certain measurements that were more male and some that were more female. So depending on where the measurements that you took fell in the spectrum, you would classify it either as male or female.
Okay. And what is the purpose of, say, the investigative tool? What does that serve, or what stage does that serve in the investigation process?
We're trying to develop a profile of who we might be looking for. But with human populations, not everybody is the same. So that we're trying to quantify something that removes the human judgment from the equation. Everybody.
You know who else measured skulls? If you read a history book, you know.
Should be able to take a measurement the same. Whereas I can look at something and say, that box is square. Well, another person would say, well, that box is a rectangle. So it removes hopefully removes the judgment part of the equation.
Okay. Well, what is the answer to explain or the explanation for Dr. Gilbo initially determined based on that scale that it was male? So how do we get to that point, and what's the explanation for that?
What we do is done by human beings. We don't know what the answer is. All we can do is take measurements, and whatever the answer comes out with, that's what we go with. In this particular case, it came out, the measurements declared that it was a male, when in fact, in hindsight, it was a female. But as with everything in a biological system, there are some that are slightly different.
They measured the skull because back then they thought that you could measure human tendencies in the skull. Who was a criminal? Who was a retard? Stuff like that. So that was a big thing back then.
From the others. So there's variability within human populations. So the combination of the skull being autopsied and possibly that it was into the male range being a female, It's,
We're not talking about DNA.
just one of those things.
And
We're
did that
talking about-
contribute in any way to say
I
the
don't know what you're
identification
talking about.
itself?
I'm sleeping.
Yeah, by us thinking that it's a male, and so we're looking for males, we're not looking for females. So yeah, that was kind of a problem with the identification in the beginning.
Okay. And you're familiar with the name Dr. Joseph Parker?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where he was conducting his duties as ME at that time?
Yes, sir.
And where was he conducting his duties as ME?
He worked for us at Fulton County. He also worked out at the GBI, and he was also the medical examiner for Bibb County down in Macon.
Okay. And are you aware of a headless corpse that was located, male headless corpse that was located close to Macon during that period of time?
Right. Dr. Parker generally worked on the weekends, and I believe that these remains came in on a Friday.
Chronology.
So when he
yes.
came in on Saturday, this was one of his cases. So he had just come from Macon where a body had been found with no head. Well, he shows up the next day and there's a head with no body. So the assumption from the beginning was, well, we're going to see if this head matches this body.
Okay. So early on in the investigation, there was a theory that might be the case.
Right.
All right. And did that contribute, or was that a factor in the overall investigation into determining the ID?
I think it had an influence. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. McDermott?
So you didn't base it on facts. You just based it on you found another body that was missing a head. So you said, yeah, well, this is the head. Very scientific.
Anything else?
Do you remember about what time it was in the United States that we began using DNA testing for identification purposes?
98,
As
97.
far as I'm aware, it was maybe the late 80s when it became
Right.
available.
And it was certainly available in the late 90s, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you wanted to identify who this head belonged to, right?
We haven't heard from a DNA expert so far, but there's no contesting it's her head because they did a bugle swab on the mom and compared it to her DNA and determined it was her DNA.
Yes, sir.
So why was not the first thing that you did preserve DNA?
I looked at the bones, not the tissue. That would have been the prudent thing to do, preserve tissue
But you
before
didn't.
anything else is done.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Facette, anything else?
Nothing from this witness, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Your
Thank you,
excuse
ma'am.
as a witness.
I love that he's just flipping his glasses down with the head nut. I'm not cool like that. That's why I don't wear glasses. And because I'm not blind. No matter what Marissa keeps complaining about. Are we going to end for today? We can't get through the everyone is a victim lady because she talks forever if it's the one I think it is. But we don't know if that's the one. Maybe not bring her in because everything she's going to say is going to be utter bullshit because she has no knowledge of the case. The defense's case, hey everyone, did you find this as laughable as we did? Go back there and find him innocent. Oh, I totally misread that. I should be wearing my glasses. I was thinking, I'm not sure I could do that. But whoopsie.
I was inquiring about, timing of what we do next. So it's getting near 5 o'clock. So I'm going to excuse you for the evening here in just a moment. I want to tell you a couple things. Number one,
Don't talk to
I have
anyone.
some matters that I have to take care of tomorrow morning. And I think one or two of you have some other matters that y'all need to take care of that I promised I would accommodate. And so I don't want to run into a situation where I told y'all to get here at 10:30 last time and we didn't start until much
12
later
o'clock
than that.
tomorrow.
So I'm going to tell you not to arrive tomorrow until 12:30. So hopefully that will give
12:30.
you a good night's sleep, let you sleep in, and
No
get
work
here at
tomorrow.
12:30 with no
Marissa
traffic.
will cover the
Have
case.
have a chance to eat lunch, all that good stuff. We'll get started promptly at 12:30 when you arrive.
No,
So
you
I am
won't.
going to release you in just a moment. I'll just give you the same instruction that I've given you each day, which is just to remind you that your decision in this
What
case
the
is
hell
supposed
am
to be
I
made
gonna
only
do
based on
with
the
an
evidence
entire
that is presented
afternoon?
to you in this courtroom. And so that means that it would be improper for you to do any independent research, to go drive by anywhere, to look anything up or anything like that. It would also not be proper for you to
Can't
discuss
they
this
get
case with
DNA from
anyone or to
teeth?
allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. And that includes amongst yourselves until it's time for you to actually deliberate the
No, you
case.
start
The
at
last thing I will
12:30 tomorrow,
remind you of is
Marissa.
that there may be media about this case, and so it is your sworn duty to avoid media about this case, because again, your obligation in this case is to decide
I
the
would
case
be
based on the evidence
tossing
presented
things
in the
around.
courtroom. With that, I thank you again for your patience and attention today. I'll excuse you and see you
It's
tomorrow
the
at 12:30.
Copacabana. Wasn't the head not in the bag? I think so, Marissa. I think this is just the bag. Marissa is showing me pictures of a bag. I think that the head was out and then the bag was nearby. That's why number one, I think, is the head. Number two is the bag. I wish we could go back and listen to the state's opening statement, but that was just. I still think you can get it from the teeth. You can't get it from the.
Jury's clear. You can be seated. Anything that the parties want the court to take up before we adjourn? I have a couple of matters I'm going to ask you about, but anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Couple things. A little bit ago, I emailed you the proposed jury charges. There's not a whole lot of editorial. I haven't exercised any editorial control over them at this point, other than to take what the parties have proposed and put it into the format in which I will present it. So I can, based on what I think the timing is likely to be, I think we should plan on having maybe initial first pass at those jury charges at the end of business tomorrow. And then beyond that, I just wanted to mention there were a couple of times that the parties approached the bench today during Dr. Hoptel's testimony regarding the scope of the examination of this witness and whether she was going to testify about DNA. I believe the discussion was that the state hadn't solicited any such statement, and though I think the witness might have offered something, it was during a portion of her testimony where I was telling her to stop talking. And so I'm not actually sure anybody heard her. I don't know. But the state didn't solicit it and she didn't offer any such testimony again. And then beyond that, I think Dr. Hoptel also said something about a dog being present. Mr. McDermott objected, and there was some discussion at the bench where I pointed out that I had instructed a witness. I had struck a witness's testimony about a video that portrayed a dog, but I hadn't struck anybody's testimony about the presence of a dog or the belief that a dog
She has a shirt on.
at some time. And then there was also an approach regarding
I haven't used that today.
was withdrawn. And I think that's it. Anything else?
Yes,
before we
they claimed that there was bleach in the bags.
Okay.
But that was a
As
lie.
I said, we'll start tomorrow at 12:30. Everybody have
Well,
a
that
good
was
evening.
one of many lies. So she says, "Be here tomorrow at 12:30." Why doesn't? Because they'll be late as always. Well, my recap video tomorrow will probably just be 12 minutes of me doing this. Like and subscribe, because this is probably, I think this is the worst case I have seen so far. I've seen shenanigans. I've seen, okay, let's slide a little in here and there. We saw the Rittenhouse, the click to Zoom. We saw it in the Mew case. We saw it in the Zachariah Anderson case. But every witness who's not working for the state is a felon, except the daughter. And everyone working from the state is a pissy, angry old person who is lying and constantly changes their testimony. Yeah. I don't know how to describe this. I think this is the worst case I've covered, with how bad the state is prepared for its own case. They don't know. They don't know what their own witnesses are going to testify to, and they just it's wild speculations. Well, because it's Tuesday today, that means he was guilty back in 98, because Tuesday ends in a Y, and if a day ends in a Y when I testify, see, it rhymes, he is your guy. That's how you know people are guilty in Fulton. That lead investigator who took the cold case never looked at anything, blatantly lied about multiple things. It's really hard to see how the hell this ever made it to trial, but it's Fulton, baby, is apparently what I just have to remind myself every single time I am asking myself, what the hell is going on? I really couldn't tell you what the hell this is. I think this is some of the worst I've ever seen. Can any of you help me? What am I missing here? What is it I'm not? What am I blind to? What evidence am I missing? I just don't get it. There's something I'm not seeing. Hey, not sure. Well, now I can't remember who you are. I'll learn it. I missed so much. Yeah, but how can they be winging it after 27 years? It's just my biggest problem is none of this makes sense when you look at the facts in the case. And I know some of you might have seen some other reports out there and listened to certain podcasts or whatever and use that to form your opinion, which is absolutely fine. We don't have to agree on this channel. I will, of course, always fight for my position, which is Sue is wrong. But if you look at the facts presented in the case, and the next witness is going to be the DV victim who's going to bring up that wheel of DV where everyone is a victim or a perpetrator, sometimes both at the same time. I can't see how you can reach any conclusion other than not guilty because there's so much reasonable doubt. 94% agrees with me, not guilty, and 5% says guilty, 129 votes. Thank you all so much for participating. It helps. Boobs. Always boobs. I can't get enough. I'm a 90s kid, so boobs over butts. So if you're a little flat in the back, just have a good rack. I bet that is all the podcast talked about, the DV. I read parts of it, and it seems more like they were self-inserting them way too much. And that was one of the criticisms Aiden got with the Karen Reed case, that he got too close to the defense team. But he did that so late that that was because of his coverage he had access. This one looks like, hey, Cat Not Williams and her viewers, thank you for the redirect. I was just thinking about sending people over to you, but you were smarter than me and ended first. But thank you so much anyway. No, but this one seems to be the other way around. This seems like investigative journalists got together with the mom and sister and started producing a case that's absolutely cold. There's no evidence, and no new evidence came forward. Then they started looking into it in 2001 and said, no, yeah, they might have gone to CrimeCon. They might sit and talk on podcasts, but there's no evidence provided that in any way shows you that there's anything new. And then all of a sudden, there's something new. How did that happen? Hey, Lexi, and thank you for letting me borrow your notes from the other day. Let's fight. I had 3 hours of sleep last night. I have had 2 bottles of Milord, and I still can't get the feeling out of my head that that lead investigator who took over the cold case absolutely had no idea what this case is about. Well, it was pouring rain. How do you know that? I relied on the report. It said it was misting. Yes, but at that time of year, it must have been raining. How can you say that? I rely on the report, but the report says it was misting. Yeah, but it also, because if it's not a hurricane, how can anyone be so certain about a cold case? If they were that certain, they should have charged them a long time ago. They didn't, because there is no case. Exactly, that's the problem. There's nothing in this case to prove anything. All we have heard so far is rampant speculations based on a mom and a daughter who wanted to free a psychopath dad from prison. And I never listened. I just stole Lexi's Cliff Notes. So I can't tell you how the podcast really is. But to me, it seems like they over-sensationalized this, so they had a product they could go to CrimeCon with, and that they could parade around and kind of have their case. And that's a really good thing. If you can have someone who can sit, cry on cue, and tell this harrowing story about how they lost their daughter and this asshole did it, and that's a really good story to tell. And if you can get them on and you can build this story, you can milk this story. And as a certified grifter, I condone it. The more grifting, the better grifting. Well, my lord isn't that bad, because I'm used to it. 1 hour and a half if they will serve lunch. I don't know what. I did not like Shepard at all. Is that the one who has the podcast? Oh, no, that's the lead detective. He was an annoying prick. Sorry to say it. The way he acted, and he couldn't shut the F up. Watching from the beginning, is that Jamie and the admin girls singing the intro? If so, a Grammy hit. Move over, Tay-Tay and Beyonce. Big Dog, no, this is my new intro song, inspired by real events that we learned about yesterday in the case. So if you weren't here from the beginning, this is what my stupid brain made after 3 hours of sleep.
Busted up train, didn't plan on losing my heart tonight, but on that greasy rooftop it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast. The Lord have mercy. He smells like he might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop, I'm his queen.
This is why I need more than 3 hours of sleep, because that's the music I make when I don't sleep enough. Law Nerd, I think you were gifted one by Holly Mac yesterday. Yeah, I'm kind of stupid. I do stuff like that. Yeah, I was thinking of you when I wrote it. You probably know what part of it. But no, that's why I shouldn't have Suno and Canva. But someone asked, what's the best part of today? I'll release you now, and you'll be back tomorrow at 12:30. That was the best part of today, because I have been screaming constantly of how this was. How did the judge allow that lead detective to just keep talking and bias the jury this much? Because he had no evidence of any of what he was saying. Well, because there was a history of DV. What history? There was one restraining order that alleges 2 episodes. Well, people saw her with injuries. No, one person said, I thought she had injuries because she was having a long shirt on. And her sister said when she came to work, it looked like she'd been choked. Well, she didn't work with her sister since February, the year before they went looking for her. So what history of DV? And she was banging Dixon, so it wasn't like she couldn't leave her house because, she was under social control because they moved to Atlanta. Are you effing kidding me? Do you have anything based on that? We saw the cards to her mom and dad. Anywhere in those cards did it say, Mom and Dad, please come help me? She went to her mom's house and left notes and pictures. Does that sound like a lady who can't leave her own house? And she stayed at Econo Lodge and got dicked down by Dixon. I don't know how many women out there, or men, who is in an abusive relationship where they can't leave their house, but they can still go to Econo Lodge and get a little bit of kielbasa in the honey clam. I'm pretty sure that's not common. But this guy said, well, this is classic domestic violence. It's absolutely classic. Oh my God. We see it in every case. There is nothing to substantiate that claim. And him saying that it's abused women will retract the restraining order. Yeah, if they are called to the police and say, well, we're not going to be here, or we won't show up in court, so the judge have to dismiss it. No, this lady was in court, and they had a conversation on behalf of the judge, and then she said, I'm going to retract this one. I'm going to go back with him. But nope, everything was just, oh my God, everything is a clear sign that he killed her. What? I don't know. Yeah, on the rooftop. Well, I know I took a lady to Taco Bell and thought that was how to get at least halfway to first base. But no, apparently I need to steal her heart and the key to the roof of a Waffle House. She left the note. She didn't hand it to. Yes, you can say that. But she still went to the house and left them. And I find it more suspicious. This girl who was Mama's girl. Mama tried to force her on the pill because her sister had a kid. But her and Mom were so close. She ran away from home and got together with Chris. So maybe she didn't want to come home because at home is where she was controlled, where her mom was stuffing birth control in her face. Based on the testimony we have had in this case, who tried to exercise most control over this young woman? Her mom or Chris? There's no evidence other than they were fighting a lot. Well, she probably also was a drug addict. He might have been as well. drug addicts fight a lot because they need the next high ride. Yeah, well, yeah, he hit 27 years later. He hit when they came to arrest him. No, I don't know how your mom treated you, but my mom didn't do that to my sister. Yeah, a hamper baby like a closet baby. But she was such a good mom, and she was really looking out for her. Well, she didn't go look for her for 5 months, even though the sister claimed they looked in February. They didn't do it till 5 months later because dad had to be convinced because mom couldn't drive up there on her own. I can tell you, both me and my ex-wife, no matter what, if one of our daughters called us and said, "Can you come?" or someone called and said, "Have you seen her?" we would be looking. No matter how much I dislike my ex-wife, we would be looking. Yeah, he might be an epic. He might have done it. But everyone has the presumption of innocence. And you need to get beyond a reasonable doubt. So far, the dad is a better option, in my opinion, because we know he doesn't care if it's family or friends. If he's afraid of them, he's going to kill them. If his daughter was a druggie, and again, I read in the Cliff Notes that he might have been connected to the Dixie Mafia. If he was that, we know, we just heard there was another headless body found. We know a lot of the South American gangs who came up here and started growing in the 90s got really choppy with the machetes. Who is to say that they didn't take one of his daughters to pressure him if he had some kind of power in the mafia? Did they ever look at this one? I don't know. I'm speculating, but that could make sense. That could be an investigation to go down. What evidence would make you convinced he's guilty? Blood, DNA, eyewitnesses, people who saw her at his house one day, not the next day, threats, ongoing violence in the house that police got called to over and over again. Because you can't, it's the smartest, dumbest criminal fallacy. We are always ending up with the smartest, dumbest criminal. Normally, it's when the defense puts on the case that they will try and claim that, well, my client is so stupid he could not have done that, but he's so smart that he did this. In this case, he's such a great criminal. He killed her. No one heard about it. He took a stolen, as we call them, rabbit dick saws, cut her up. No one heard it. It takes more than 5 seconds to dismember a body in at least 5 pieces. Then he wrapped all of it up, cleaned the house to such a degree that 3 years later, when they go looking at the house, there's not one single piece of evidence. There's no blood down between some floorboards. There's no little speck of blood anywhere. He's such a mastermind. He can clean a crime scene 100%. He can get it into a car without any neighbors notifying or noticing he's walking around with big trash bags. Remember, that's the thing they had against against Brian Walsh. That's him disposing of these black trash bags. But then is when his idiocy hits him. He drives about a minute away to his place of work, where he might not have been fired at that time, because no one can remember any timeline in this case. And then he dumps it right across the street. So he would instantly be connected to it when they found out it was his wife, and her remains was found right across the street. So he's a mastermind until it gets to disposing of the body. But he's such a mastermind that he is smart enough to dispose of the torso in a way it's never found, but he's dumb enough that they find the head. The smartest, dumbest criminal. And they don't exist. They are normally just the dumbest criminals, or the smartest. But the smartest you don't see in court. The dumbest criminals you see in court all the time. And you can't marry these two facts because you can't be the greatest guy in the world to hide a torso. A torso is a pretty big thing. But you get lazy and dump the head, which is a small thing, right across the street. That doesn't make sense in my opinion. No one did anything. No one started looking till 2021, I think. Yeah, there's a missing saw. The evidence of the missing saw is he borrowed a saw and he didn't bring it back. When was that? 2019, maybe? So you fired him for stealing a saw? No, we fired him for not reporting an accident when he was out driving and didn't want to tell us where it was. And still today they claimed he was fired because he stole a saw. That's not the testimony provided by the people who hired him. They claimed he had had 2 accidents in the company van and he didn't want to disclose where he had the accident. I'm guessing he might be a little methed up. So he was out buying crack or meth and got into an accident because he had to taste the product before he came home and wrecked the car. That's a way better explanation. Because those types of saws and saw blades, there are probably 1 billion saw blades like that produced from whenever they made the first model of that until today. And there's no specific way you can say, well, this specific saw blade is the one that made. I think you came over from Catnut Williams. I've been doing this to try and illustrate. This is how a saw blade normally looks. It's just shark teeth. And if they are just used to, they will just, yeah, you can see something has sawn in the bone, but you can't see how the saw blade look. If you have a saw blade that looks like that had been punched into a bone or something, and then, oh, I have a lamp that's about to fall down. And then they saw it somewhere else. You could potentially match one to the other, but these ones, there's 1 billion of those. You can't match that. It's like those people who think that you can match a bullet to a gun, which is also completely bunk science and doesn't work. Law Nerd Amber, thank you so much for gifting 5. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memberships to Lady Di, number 2, Tracy Wilcom, Courtney Yo, Love the LED, Disney Nerd, and that was it. But thank you so much, Law Nerd Amber. It's because you're German. They YouTube doesn't like Germans. So that's how the mom is involved. She helped get rid of the bodies. Yes, the mother was in the house and watched him unalive at least 2 either family members or close family friends. And she helped him clean the scene and dispose the bodies. I think she helped dispose with all 5 of the bodies. And when he got swept up, what did they do? They made a deal that she would rat on him so she could get an immunity deal. Is that what someone who is trying to do the right thing does? And someone like her, every time she mentioned her husband, she giggled a little bit like a schoolgirl. It was really disturbing to see how she was so crazy in love with a man who killed 5 people, where at least 2 of them was right in front of her. To me, that's that's disturbed the way she was acting. I have to say that. Well, she did that because they made a deal that she would rat on the dad. So when he got arrested, she probably went to the DA and said, "Hey, I'm willing to testify against him, so you can put him in prison." And they said, "Well, that's fine." And he more or less confessed after anyway. When she signed the papers, he confessed. She got 1 year probation and $1,000 fine for helping in 5 murders. We just covered last week the mom who sent the address to the Home Depot where her son went and banged his baby mama because he thought she gave him the clap. She got life in prison. How this woman got a year probation and $1,000. That's horrible. No, we try to be as welcoming as possible in this chat. Just stay away from Zach and Sue. They are not that nice. I don't understand how they thought charging Chris would get parole for the dad. Well, you saw them on the stand. They were not rocket surgeons. Let's just say that. Mom is very skeezy. And when did you see your kids the next time? What was it she said? I caught her in her driveway. But why were you at her driveway? You didn't go around. You couldn't drive to your daughter's house. But you drove past her parent or her mother-in-law's house just randomly. Does any of this make sense to you? And why? I want to know why she signed away the kids. Anyone who came over from Katnut Williams, do you know if she had? Do we have any proof she had a drug record? We know she was in prison for stealing stuff. Her and Chris did that together. But did she have a drug record? I have him as the prime suspect. Him and Dixon, because if she was preggers, Dixon was in a relationship with another woman. Dixon has a long history of violent crimes. We haven't heard anything about how much Chris has. But Dixon has violent crimes. If she showed up and said, "Hey, remember when we were talking about that I couldn't get preggers?" Well, whoopsie. So you better go tell your girlfriend that you have to pay child support for the next 18 years. I'm just saying I can find a few more better qualified suspects than Chris. Haven't heard anything about a drug record from Melissa. No, but I just have a hard time believing there's not something there with the, yeah. Mother-in-law was in Locust Grove, daughter was in Atlanta. Oh, my light fell down. I got it. Ooh. I don't know where any of these places are. I just know Atlanta is where I'm probably landing the next time I fly to the Americas. Can we look up the mom's felonies or any priors? I need my mod, who is a lawyer, to figure stuff like that out. And I think she's on her way home from work today, right now. I'll make her work. No, I won't. She'll just yell at me. Oh, she's there. Just a retail theft, no drugs in Fulton County at least. Thank you. There she is. Jemima, you are a heart. No, you're not a heart saver. You're a case saver. Do we have anything on the mom? Locust Grove is an hour away from Atlanta. So she could go down there, but she couldn't go. Is Locust Grove where the killers lived or where Chris's parents lived? 4 hours from Atlanta. 4 hours from Atlanta, that's Knoxville. Locust is where Norma was living, and same with mother-in-law. Okay, so they lived in the same town, and then they moved. That stupid argument. Well, it was a sign of social control he took her to Atlanta. Or maybe it was because she really wanted to get away from that house. She had just found a dead baby in a hamper. Her mom was forcing birth control in her. Her sister had given birth to a dead baby and had ran off to and I still can't get the timeline to add up with the dead baby in Las Vegas, because she claimed she was in Las Vegas from she was 18 till 21, 17, 21, something like that. But if Melissa was 14 when she found the dead baby, then the sister must have been 21, but she was supposed to be just returning from Las Vegas at that point. So she had 2 babies, was pregnant, and gave birth to a dead baby. And I want someone to draw a timeline, but make it simple, because I can't figure this one out. Mother was charged with meth and solicitation of sodomy. No, that was the street lady. That was the street lady who solicited sodomy. Well, might be a spelling mistake, might be something else. I don't know. But I'm just, there's a lot of crazy stuff out there, and I can't get this to line up in any single way, because none of the witnesses are trustworthy, especially the police officers, because all of them seem to not know the basic facts of the case. And those who saw the body, who was in connection with the body, effed it up totally. And then they just kind of pointed the finger of Chris and said, hey, he did it. Why? I don't know. He might have dragged her along a street once and slammed her into a car. But there was no records of anything. And the police officer said, well, it's self-reported. I didn't see any injuries. I don't know. I'm going crazy, and there's not enough malord in the world for me to figure out what happened when I only slept 3 hours last night. So I'll let you all go, and we'll try to figure out what happened tomorrow, because this case makes no sense. And I'm hoping the jury sees the same as we do, that the state hasn't presented enough evidence to convict. He might have done it. I don't know. But I know the state hasn't provided any evidence that he did it. And if it's going to be reliant on a DV expert spinning the wheel of domestic abuse, where everyone is a domestic abuser, we saw that in the JD case. Everyone is a domestic abuser if you use the wheel of a domestic abuse, because everything is just well, he didn't get her birthday card. Clear sign of domestic abuse. Well, he smacked her bottom and called her hottie. Domestic abuse. So they will have her come in, speculate wildly because she doesn't know the facts of the case, and then they will use that in their closing arguments and said, hey, everyone, see how we had the expert saying she was a victim of domestic abuse. We have no police records. We have nothing other than one incident. And she was also in a relationship with a man who had a girlfriend, and she might have been pregnant, and no one would know whose child it was at this point, because there was no DNA sample taken of the kid, if she, in fact, was pregnant. I don't know. But we'll figure it out tomorrow. That's what it's about. Yeah. Yeah, she was together with Dixon when she went missing. And that's why I don't get this claim that Chris was the one who was jealous and could kill her, because to me, it seems like he was absolutely fine with moving on because none of them were grown up enough to take care of their kids. Seems like he knew about her banging Dixon. Again, I don't know. Will we ever know the full story? No. Will this be spun 30,000 different ways? Absolutely. I still think Papa is the best suspect in my world, but I have no proof of that. I am speculating wildly like everyone else because we will never prove it. There is no physical evidence to prove this case. It will all be pure speculation based on circumstantial evidence. And that is not strong evidence, in my opinion. I've only been doing this for 14 years in Denmark. I think I'm pretty good at evaluating evidence, and I haven't seen any in this case that I would ever convict anyone on. Even if I might think he was guilty, they haven't given me sufficient evidence. You are Tina May's daughter, Kimberly, who had been mentioned in my mom's testimony. Oh, interesting. Interesting. No, they weren't separated. But why not believe him saying, well, I didn't want to turn her, or I didn't want to report her missing because she was out on parole. There would have been a parole violation. And I knew she was banging this Dixon dude. And I wasn't gonna stay with her. The story about her going to California sounds a little weird, but so does all the other stories we've heard. And it just doesn't make him guilty that he has a wild story, because everyone else has a wild story, and none of the facts lines up. I'm gonna promise way too much because I'm way too tired. But I really wanna. I wish I could go back and do Tina's timeline, the lead investigator's timeline, Norma's timeline, because Tina and Norma didn't give the same timeline, and all of this. But I know I'm not going to do it. I'm promising now because I'm overtired and feel like I can stay up forever. But someone should try and put all of this together because it makes no sense. There's nothing in this case that screams guilty, other than if you believe what you have heard in a podcast. And podcasts are not the truth, only evidence provided in court with testimony. So, yeah. No, she probably never going to Cali. And it could also just be something he said so he didn't say, well, she went to live on Skid Row. We don't know what's happening. Well, he didn't have the kids. She signed them over to the mom. So again, she could have gone back to her parents, got a lawyer, and sued her mother-in-law, because Chris didn't have the kids either. And that's the whole. None of this makes sense, and none of us knows the full picture. We have only heard the parts that people want us to hear, and because we weren't there, we don't know. Because I don't believe Tina is truthful about what happened. I don't believe Norma is truthful about what happened. I don't believe Carl was truthful about what happened. I don't believe Chris is truthful about what happened. I absolutely don't think Dixon was truthful about what happened. And I don't think the police cared, because they saw her as another young person ending up dead in a city that was blooming with drugs and dead bodies. I believe Atlanta was the murder capital around that time. So the police didn't give 2 cents about it. And that's sadly how it is, because she wasn't important enough for them to look into. And that's also reality. But we'll see how far down the rabbit hole we can go tomorrow. I'm going to go back in my rabbit hole and get some sleep, because I have to force my eyes open now, because I have had 3 hours of sleep last night. I love you all. Thank you so much, Kat, not Williams, for sending your troops over. Thank you, Harley Quinn, for stopping by and giving a personal insight to it. And remember, no matter if you believe him, her, whoever, we'll do it again tomorrow and see what you believe, because we all have our right to form our own opinion on the facts we see in the case, and they might not line up with your opinion, but that's the beauty. We are grown-ups, and we can accept that people have different opinions. Unless it's Sue, then we don't agree.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.